Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule an appointment online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at 301-585-2740. Again, that's 301-585-2740.
Attention in the paddock. Second call, closed wheel warm-up. Second call, closed wheel warm-up. You plan on going out, now would be a good time to get your cars up to the grid street. Second call, closed wheel warm-up.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
in the paddock. Final call to the grid for closed wheel drivers who can take part in this morning's practice. This group is
about to roll off and start that warm-up session. So again, closed wheel drivers, if you're looking to take part in this morning's warm-up session, this is your last chance to head to the grid. Also, again, a reminder that the Appalachian Tire folks, the Hoosier folks, they are going to be rolling out today at about 11 o'clock. So if you have any business to do with them, if you need tires, you're going to want to see them right at well, not right at 10. I'm sure they want to start wrapping up business at 10. 10 o'clock this morning is the latest that they will take some orders from you. So again, Appalachian Tire leaving a little early, and wheel drivers. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for open wheel drivers that wish to take part in this morning's 10-minute warm-up session. You may start heading to the grid now. Open wheel drivers, the grid is now clear. Please start making your way for the 10-minute warm-up session that will be starting in about 10 minutes. Open wheel drivers to the grid, please.
EVSR is proud to partner once again with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA as title sponsor of the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. And EVSR's leader, Charlie Greenhouse, is back behind the wheel as he attempts to repeat as series champion. It's been a big year for EVSR, coming off their momentous victory at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, and they're the only fully electric racing team to compete in and complete a major endurance race against a full field of gas cars. In 2022, EVSR is going to return, building on all the experience from last year's event, and they expect an even stronger finish. To reach that goal, EVSR is searching for new crew members to train for this year's 25 Hour. Come to their paddock in the corner of the woods and talk to Charlie. You can help EVSR make history. And if you're not here at the track, check out EVSR.net for more information about their innovative race program.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for open wheel warm-up. Please start making your way to the grid. Open wheel drivers, if you plan on taking part in your 10-minute warm-up session this morning, you should make your way to the grid. You're going to be on track in a little bit more than 5 minutes. Again, open wheel drivers to the grid, please.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule an appointment online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at 301-585-2740. Again, that's 301-585-2740.
Final call to the grid for open wheel drivers that plan on taking part in this morning's 10-minute warm-up session. Open wheel drivers, if you plan on taking part in this morning's warm-up session, please make your way to the grid. The closed wheel guys just about to get the checkered flag, so you're going to be going out here in just a moment.
Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Attention in the paddock today. Again, race group number 1, please start making your way to the grid for your 8-lap race. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for our bracket racers. Race group number 1, please make your way to the grid. Again, bracket racers, group 1, please make your way to the grid. Your race is going to start in just about 10 minutes.
EVSR is proud to partner once again with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA as title sponsor of the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. And EVSR's leader, Charlie Greenhouse, is back behind the wheel as he attempts to repeat as series champion. It's been a big year for EVSR, coming off their momentous victory at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, and they're the only fully electric racing team to compete in and complete a major endurance race against a full field of gas cars. In 2022, EVSR is going to return, building on all the experience from last year's event, and they expect an even stronger finish. To reach that goal, EVSR is searching for new crew members to train for this year's 25 Hour. Come to their paddock in the corner of the woods and talk to Charlie. You can help EVSR make history. And if you're not here at the track, check out EVSR.net for more information about their innovative race program.
Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 1, our bracket racers. Please head to the grid now for your 8-lap heat race this morning. Again, race group number 1, bracket racers, please make your way to the grid. Welcome to day number 2 of the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular here at Summit Point Raceway. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati, and we're going to be bringing you 8 races, lots of racing action here after what turned out to be a great opening day to the weekend, Brian. Some spectacular racing. We had all of our charity activities here yesterday for the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle. We had, of course, a great interview with our Grand Marshal for the event, Christian Rose, and a raffle last night gave away some really expensive prizes, some well needed prizes. You came away with some stuff that is certainly going to benefit you. And
absolutely. I came away. I didn't even get a chance to sit down before I had to walk up there twice. So It was fantastic. So
yeah, so we want to thank Taylor Hyatt who put all that together and definitely looking forward to working in the future with the Boys and Girls Club. But Brian, right now, it all turns to racing. We have our first group up here in just a few minutes. We've got our bracket racers. We are finishing up a 10-minute warm-up session for our open-wheel drivers. We'll see them a little bit later. They are group number 8. They're going to be our last group of the morning and our last group of the afternoon as the checkered flag flies on that warm-up session now. And so just to give everybody a rundown of that is listening at home, and want to thank all the folks that are watching and listening on YouTube, and of course here at the track, both over the PA system and 88.7 on your FM dial. I know I didn't mention that all that much yesterday, but we're going to have heat races this morning for each of our 8 groups. They're going to have 8-lap races, so a very different strategy perhaps than yesterday's races, which are quite a bit longer at 11 laps. But then we're going to take lunch and we're going to come back and we are going to have feature races again for all 8 of our race groups. And that is going to be, once again, and actually there were 15-lap races yesterday. They're going to be 11-lap races this afternoon. Then tomorrow, 20 laps to the checkered flag. So for each one of our 8 groups. So a lot of racing action, a lot of track time for our racers here this weekend.
Yeah, a lot of, you said it, Greg, a lot of laps. And this morning, for these 8-lap races that these guys, heat races that they're going to go through, that's almost like a qualifying session, right? We started out yesterday morning and started out the weekend with some qualifying sessions. That's pretty much what it's going to be. The only difference is you're going out and trying to beat the car in front of you, right? You're trying to pass the car. You don't want to pass that same car twice. No. Right, that's kind of the rule of thumb. That's the rule around the pass. You don't want to pass that same car twice, because if you do, that means there's an anomaly in there that happens. So
yes.
With your car, no. So again, it's going to be a lot of racing. It's going to be straight, all-out sprint. Get as much as you can right away. And we saw some really, really good racing yesterday.
We did
in the afternoon, and I think that's really going to just couple with, you're going to see it even more. It is a little bit cooler, going out this morning, especially these 8-lap races. They're going to go quick.
Yep.
So it's going to be a fantastic side-by-side racing.
Yeah, for the second day in a row, bright, sunny here at Summit Point Raceway right now, about 68 degrees Fahrenheit. 75 if you're here in the announce booth with Brian and I, but who's checking? So let's do this, Brian, as we have just a few moments before our first group rolls off, and we'll talk more about what bracket racing is and give you some results from yesterday as well. But I'd like to ask everybody here at Summit Point to stand, face the flag, remove your hats for our national anthem. And I think, Brian, this is where I have to say boogity, boogie, boogity, let's go racing, boys. Is that how it works?
No, well, because we got, we don't have just boys. So
that's right.
We have it. Let's go racing drivers.
Drivers, you got it. All right. So as we've got our race control folks doing a quick course check, let's talk a little bit about our first group up of the day, bracket racing, the EVSR Championship Series. And this, Brian, is something that we've been doing in the Washington, D.C. region and the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series now for, I think we're running on 5 years.
Yeah, I think, Chuck Edmondson got this thing started, a couple years ago. It kind of, did really well, and then it kind of, morphed back down, and then all of a sudden started spreading the word. EVSR came in. Next thing you know, we're getting, groups and classes of 20, 24, 26 cars. And we're bringing in other racers who are not really part of SCCA. As long as you meet the safety criteria in your car and you can get it through that tech, you can come out and race here.
That is the main reason, I think, why Chuck started this up a number of years ago, was primarily to find a home and to bring more racers to the SCCA experience. The SCCA is somewhat known for a very rigid classing structure and very specific rule sets for each one of the different classes here, and bracket racing, as you said, as long as you can meet the minimum safety requirements, safety obviously is the key, you can bring your car out, and much like bracket drag racing, the key to competition with bracket road racing is that you want to be able to maintain and be consistent on track, maintain a particular, a range of lap times, and stay within your bracket without breaking out to the next higher bracket, where you may find drivers are half a mile up the road from you. And it's turned into a great experience, and the racing here has been very good. And it really, I think, adds something to a driver's abilities to be able to bring that consistency to their racing.
And that's the key word, Greg, consistency, right? You've got to be consistent. These guys know these cars. They know what the limitations are, what they're going to be. And now you're going to go in side by side with somebody else who's consistent. The thing is that when you have such a various array of cars in this group, again, we've got a Silverado truck. All right, long bed truck, by the way.
Yes, long bed truck.
You've got a full tube chassis race car. Then you go to, and then you drop back a little bit further, and you've got a Mazda Miata. Oh, and by the way, you got a Spec Racer Ford in there, right? We've seen Spec Racer Fords. We've seen these cars go right to the front and pass the truck.
That's right.
They've passed the tube chassis because they've got in there with the draft. So you've got all different kinds of arrays, and then you can move in between the brackets. You can't go down in bracket. Once you go up, you're in that bracket. So you can be leading, coming to the checkered flag, and if there's anybody that knows this very well, we were talking about it last night, that is Chuck Edmondson. He has led races in some of these brackets down to the last 100 feet. And then broken out, and now all of a sudden he's fourth or fifth, right? So, again, somebody who's put this together, who's worked really hard to get this to be successful in the last couple of years. It's really started to take off. I would love to be able to come here and announce a bracket and have 40, 45 cars, just like we have an SSM and even some of our SM cars.
That's right. All right. So just to break things down, yesterday we with the bracket racing, we have 10 different brackets that run anywhere from, I believe, a 216 or faster, and then we go to a 216 to 218, a 218 to 219, or probably a 119 to 121, which is bracket A3, then 121 to 123. So we basically give like a 2-second gap, and that's really over the course of 2 miles here at Summit Point. It's a pretty wide swath there. And so yesterday, our overall winner and winner in the A3 bracket was Nick Jones in his tube-frame Chevy Camaro. He's out of Annapolis, Maryland. Bill Smith in that Silverado truck finished second, although he had to retire, I believe, after 2 laps yesterday. In bracket A4, Stephen Shue took the win in his Spec Racer Ford. He's from Gibson Island, Maryland. Tim Frank finished second, and bracket A4 is for those driving in 1 minute 21 to 1 minute 23. Bracket A5, which is a minute 23 to a minute 25. Mac Harrison out of Washington, D.C. took the win. Chris Benedetto finished second. David Alessi, Aaron Meisner, and David Albrecht. And I believe Meisner and Albrecht retired early. In bracket B2, which is a 127 to a 129, Eric Prepsius took the win. Steve Wickersham finished second, Alan Rothman, and then Jeff Liller. And then finally in bracket B5, Jed Prentice took the win with Louis Alessi finishing in second. And as the pace car now, Brian, out on the track for our pace lap, let's run down the starting order for today's first race of the day and our first bracket race of the day. Starting 20th, driving a Dodge Neon ACR from Scottsville, Virginia, it's Frank Alessi. Starting 19th, driving the number 68 Mazda Miata from Tacoma Park, Maryland, it's Jed Prentice. Then we've got Scott Merker. He's driving the number 35 Mazda Miata. He's out of Heathsville, Virginia. He's starting 18th. Starting 17th today, driving the number 83 Mazda Miata from Frederick, Maryland, it's Bill Windsor. Starting 16th, he's driving the number 114 Nissan Sentra SER and hails from Annapolis, Maryland. It's Tim Frank. Starting 15th, driving the number 134 Honda CRX SI from Zaverna Park, Maryland. It's Chuck Edmondson. Starting 14th, he's driving a Ford Focus and hails from Silver Spring, Maryland. It's Steve Martin in the number 74 machine. Larry Savlinsky, he is driving his Dodge Neon. He's from Ellicott City, Maryland, and he's starting 13th today. Then we've got starting 12th in the number 82 Mazda Miata, down from my neck of the woods, Mooresville, North Carolina, Steve Wickersham. Eric Prepsius in that Road America Blue Spec Racer Ford out of Frederick, Maryland. He starts 11th today. Starting 10th, driving the number 127 Mazda MX-5 from Thurmont, Maryland. I think he finished third in T4 yesterday. Good run for Jeff Liller. Starting ninth today. In the number 55 Spec Racer Ford from Freehold, New Jersey, it's Alan Rothman. Starting eighth, he's driving the number 34 Honda Prelude from Palmyra, Virginia, it's David Alessi. Then we've got David Albrecht in his Honda Civic from Stafford, Virginia. It's the number 13 car, and he starts seventh. Then we've got Aaron Meisner. He's driving the number 25 Spec Racer Ford. He hails from Baltimore, Maryland. He starts sixth. Starting fifth today, driving the number 30 Spec Racer Ford from Washington, D.C., Mac Harrison. And your top two rows, starting fourth. In the number 119 BMW 335i, we've got Chris Benedetto. He hails from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, starting right beside him. In third will be Stephen Shu in the number 81 Spec Racer Ford. And then our front row, we've got Bill Smith in that Chevy Silverado truck. He's from Charlestown, West Virginia, and your pole sitter today, driving his Chevy Camaro from Annapolis, Maryland, the 178 car of Nick Jones.
Greg, here comes our pace car on pit road right now. Here comes Bill Smith. Here comes Nick Jones. We're waiting for the starter. They start to line up coming out of turn 10. We'll see whether or not we get the green.
And green flag, Brian.
We are starting day two here. Bill Smith, Nick Jones, they are side by side as they go by the start-finish line. Bill Smith jumps out to a little early lead. We saw this yesterday, Greg. It's going to take about a lap and a half, 2 laps here for these guys to get settled in with their times and with their brackets. But right now, Bill Smith leading Nick Jones by about a truck length coming out of turn 2 right now, getting ready to head up into turn 3.
And we've seen this throughout the summer where typically Nick Jones will, I don't want to say he waits, but it takes a lap or 2 laps to get those big slicks, get some heat in them. And right now he's following Bill Smith through turn number 3. We had Chris Benedetto in his BMW jump out and ahead of the rest of the pack. Steve Shu falls back in the 4th in his green and white number 81 Spec Racer Ford. Then we had Mac Harrison in his Spec Racer Ford. David Albrecht back out there today in the number 13, that green Honda Civic hatchback. Good to see him out. And then Aaron Meisner. Meisner having some issues yesterday during the Spec Racer Ford race. Buried his car pretty deep in the turn 10 gravel trap. I'm sure he's going to be looking at those tires, making sure he has grip this morning coming into turn 10 that very first time.
Yeah, some of these drivers had some issues yesterday. Maybe not even in this class, but in other classes they were in. I know Jeff Liller had a problem. They got that car fixed up. I talked to Scott Merker yesterday, last night, as here comes our leaders out of there. Merker was just more satisfied because he finished the race yesterday.
Yes.
So that was a pretty big deal. Here comes Smith. Here comes Jones. As they go down to turn 1. Jones going to go driver's left here, Greg. They're going to think about going too wide in here. Bill Smith not in the optimal position right there. I think you're going to see an over-under. That got really close there going through in turn 1, and I think Bill may have gotten a little loose there, and Jones had to check up a little bit harder. So now he's going to have about 2-3 car lengths, actually dropping back a little bit further, Greg. Nick Jones following back by about 4.5 truck lengths at this point off of Bill Smith.
Yeah, I think he's given Smith a wide berth at this point. So going down in the 1, Smith had the car pinned all the way to driver's right, and Jones was all the way driver's left waiting. And you saw he was going to try to do the over-under, and Bill, being all the way to the inside, did not have a lot of entry speed in the 1. Car pushed out wide, and as Jones was trying to come underneath him, good positioning by Bill Smith, whether it was intentional or not. But Jones, you could see he just stood on the binders past the apex to keep from going into the back of that truck.
I think those Penske shocks went all the way to the bottom there.
Yes. At least the front ones did, definitely.
Yes.
All right, so right now we're waiting for these drivers to come under the bridge, and here we go. As Smith and Jones come out of turn 10, they are currently classified as being in bracket A5. That will probably change in just a moment here. That is for drivers in the 123 to 125 range. A little bit further back, running third in the group right now is Benedetto in the 119 BMW 335. And then we've got 3 cars all together. We've got Stephen Shu in the number 81 Spec Racer Ford. He is all the way driver's right. He's got Mac Harrison also in a Spec Racer Ford directly behind them. And then there is David Albrecht in his Honda Civic, part of that little battle as well. And Benedetto and Shu currently sitting in bracket A5. Albrecht currently in bracket A4.
Yeah, these guys are really starting to get into it now, Greg. Getting a little bit of heat in the tires, got a little heat in the brakes there as they got going. Last time by, I was watching the Jones, and he almost lost it going into turn 1. Yeah.
All right, let's quickly, because these are very short races, let's make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2. That's IT, that's ITB, ITC, ITS, and B-Spec. Please make your way to the grid. Race group 2 drivers, ITB, ITC, and ITS, and B-Spec, please make your way to the grid.
As here comes our overall leaders right now. Again, this is for your A4 bracket. As you mentioned, Greg, Bill Smith still leading. I know he didn't get a whole lot of laps yesterday, and it wasn't due to the truck. It was actually due to the driver. Wasn't feeling very well, so he decided to go ahead and wait and go today. So Bill Smith out there running with Nick Jones. I think Bill's got his sponsorship, as he said, bye-bye, Nick. I think yesterday was Nick was saying, see you, Smith. So they head up through turn 3 right now. Again, Bill still opening up by about 2 or 3 truck lengths as they come up through turn 3, Greg. So it looks like Nick's just not able to get through turn 3 with that Camaro.
All right, so let's take a look here as we're getting more of these brackets set up here. And Stephen Shue, Brian, has just now broken out of that A5 bracket, and he now finds himself in bracket A4 with Bill Smith and Nick Jones. And so Shue is running 4th overall currently and is about 8 seconds back from Nick Jones, whereas Shue had been in the battle for a few moments there with Chris Benedetto and also Mac Harrison. So somewhat unfortunate there for Shue. He's got his work cut out for him as both Jones and Smith come out of turn 10 onto the front straight. And once again, Nick Jones about 2 car lengths back from the truck as they head down into the braking zone of 1.
Yeah, the high speed down this front stretch, you can really see it where Bill Smith is really able to take that truck and pull away. It's the corner speed that where Nick Jones is catching him, going through turns 1, headed up into turn 2. But as I said last time by, Nick just not able to get through turn 3, loses the nose a little bit on that 178 machine as they head up through turn 3, and Smith is able to pull away by about 5 or 6 car lengths every single time. We drop back just a little bit further, and you've got Benedetto and Shue. With Benedetto in that 119 BMW, he pulls away a little bit from Shue, even though Shue is racing with Jones and Smith at this point, as you said, 8.5 seconds back between them.
Right.
So again, Benedetto leading his bracket in A5 is racing on track with Shue.
All right, and so everybody who's listening here at the track, Brian, I just want to make mention, because of these very short 8-lap races, when we start to call the start of a race, you probably should start making your way up to the grid. We'll be making some calls here, obviously, to get you up here, but you should consider, as soon as cars roll off the grid, you need to be on your way up to the grid for your next race. And so, again, let's make a second call for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 2. That's IT, ITB, ITC, and ITS, as well as B-Spec. Please make your way to the grid. Race group number 2, please make your way to the grid.
And Greg, it looks like Chris Benedetto has got a big problem as he goes down through the front stretch. Now he's back under. I'm not sure if he was letting those guys go or something happened coming out of 10, but he almost came to a complete dead stop. Drivers left just past the start-finish line. It looks like he's back up to speed right now, but again, a bunch of vehicles were able to go by him.
Yeah, I was wondering if perhaps, and there's always the chance here, Brian. And now, of course, there are no minimum weight limits in bracket racing. But I'm wondering if perhaps Benedetto had underfilled the car a little bit and might have had a little bit of a stumble fuel-wise.
Yeah, I don't know. He's back up to full speed now. So, again, there was 4 cars that went by him back in that, which would have been Shue. And looks like, let's see here, he's back to 5th now. So Shue got by him. Mac Harrison got by him. Overall, he looks like he's in 5th, but almost like completely came to a dead stop just past the start-finish line. Like you said, had some type of a hiccup there. We'll see if he's able to get all the way back around or if he's going to pull in.
So here's another battle I've been watching, Brian, a little bit further back in the field, and this is right now in bracket A4. This is for drivers that are running anywhere between 1 minute 31 and 1 minute 33. We've got Steve Martin in his Ford Focus. We've got Bill Windsor in his Mazda Miata. We've got Chuck Edmondson in the Honda CRX. And you can see here as they're coming down the coming down the straight here a little bit further ahead. Great battle going on right now with, that is, I believe, Albrecht in the 13. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's Albrecht in the 13, then 25, and then, as we just talked about, Benedetto, he's right back up in between there. So, again, either he flipped the switch to reserve or just had a little breakdown there coming out of turn 10, but he's right back in there, and now he's trying to go driver's left going through 3. Not a good place to be right there, but gets tucked back in line.
All right, so Brian, and here's that battle I was talking about in B4 coming out of turn 10 right now with Steve Martin trying to hold off William Windsor, Bill Windsor. And as they come out of turn 10, he's got about a 2-car length advantage, another 2 car lengths. Back to them is Chuck Edmondson. And frankly, Tim Frank in his Nissan Sentra SER now only about 5 car lengths back from there. And he's got Larry Silvinsky in the Neon right on his tail. So very close running right now in bracket 4 as our drivers now are on the very last lap here, Brian, on the last lap. So let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Final call to the grid for race group number 2, ITB, ITS, and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Race group 2 to the grid, please.
And here comes that battle we were talking about with Aaron Meisner, Mac Harrison, and looks like Chris Benedetto. So they start to head down in turn 1. So again, whatever happened, we'll have to find out maybe sometime later today if one of the spies we have down in pit road has let us know what happened with Benedetto on that one lap. But again, basically almost came to a complete stop. But he seems to be well back up to speed now, Greg, as the laps are pretty much done here.
That's right. We are working our very last lap. When Nick Jones and Bill Smith come around the next time, they will see the checkered flag. Now, Nick Jones has broken out of that bracket with Bill Smith, and he is currently sitting in bracket A3. Smith and Stephen Shue now in bracket A4. As our leader, Nick Jones now comes out of turn 10, back behind Bill Smith. Bill Smith is going to be the first driver to take the checkered flag. He is your overall winner. He's also going to be your winner in bracket A4. Nick Jones, and this is pretty smart thinking here. Jones put down a flyer with 1 lap to go, broke out of the bracket that he was in with Bill Smith, and so Nick Jones, the only car in bracket A3, he wins that bracket. Bill Smith, who was the overall winner, wins bracket A4. So, I guess you win, you don't win, I don't know. So let's take a look at the final order here as Nick Jones, again, is your A3 winner in bracket A4. That's a minute 21 to minute 23. Bill Smith and then Steve Shue. Chris Benedetto on the very last lap breaks out of bracket A5 and ends up in bracket A4, so he comes home 3rd in class. In bracket A5, that promotes Mac Harrison to your winner. Aaron Meisner will finish 2nd. Both of those drivers in Spec Racer Fords. Then David Albrecht in his Honda Civic. David Alessi in his Honda Prelude finish 3rd and 4th in the bracket. Eric Prepsius is your winner in bracket B2. That's for 127 to 129. He has Alan Rothman finish 2nd in the bracket, both of them in Spec Racer Fords. Then Steve Wickersham and Jeff Liller in bracket B4. Coming down to the line right now and crossing the stripe as we speak. Steve Martin is the first driver across the line. William Windsor will finish half a car length back from him. Then Chuck Edmondson. Then Tim Franker nose to tail crossing the stripe. Scott Merker will come home 5th in class. And then finally in bracket B5, Jed Prentice in his Mazda Miata will take the win. Frank Alessi in his Dodge Neon will finish 2nd.
And we talked about this, Greg. We talked about getting in that 1 flyer a lap. Again, Nick Jones did it fantastically. I think that's a word.
Yes.
It is on Sunday.
Close enough. It is today.
It is today. Fantastically doing that, getting the drag off of the truck, getting the pull, able to go and win his own bracket right there. But then you talk about the downside of it. Chris Benedetto. Get there leading, had a little bit of a problem, able to get back in front of those guys, runs out of that bracket, and then ends up falling to the bottom of the next bracket.
All right, so let's do this, Brian. We're not gonna jump away for a long period of time here because with these very short races, things are going to go very quickly this morning. But I'd like to take a little bit of time to thank one of the great sponsors and partners of the SCCA, of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Program, and that is OG Racing.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
All right, and we are back. And again, thank you so much to the great folks at OG Racing down in Sterling, Virginia. Many, many years have they been a partner of the region, and of course this year, and we'll talk about it a little bit later, Brian, when we have SSM out for group number 7. But OG Racing really putting forward a lot of effort and a lot of help to one of our largest classes here in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series with a lot of great contingencies.
Great, exactly. Great package they've put together for this contingencies towards the end of the year. Not only is it for the people running for the championship at the top, but if you've run all the races and you're not in there, there's also a contingency and a package that you're going to see, and we'll talk about it here, as you said, Greg, later on. But it's a good way to come out and run and just again have fun.
That is the key, Brian, is to have fun with cars. To quote some of my great friends in Topeka, and there's a hashtag in front of it too.
I actually have that shirt.
That's right, hashtag fun with cars. And so we're getting ready. Our next race up is going to be race group number 2. It's going to be the majority of our IT classes. In the next group, we're going to see the remaining IT class, ITA, but first up is going to be ITB and ITS. ITB, typically cars in the 100 horsepower range, maybe 105 horsepower. You're going to find, at least here in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, a lot of Volkswagen Golfs, Honda Civics and CRXs, BMW 2002s, lots of cars of that ilk. Then we have ITS, which are considerably more powerful, usually in the 150 to 170 horsepower range. Acura Integras, Datsun 240, 260Zs, in some cases Nissan 300ZXs. We also typically see second-gen Mazda RX-7s with great frequency here. And I'm looking to see what else we have in the field this weekend. We've got, of course, Nissan. Mark Johnson's going to be driving his Nissan 240 SX, which is the larger motored version of what he used to drive in ITA, which is that other IT class that we're going to see a little bit later. But a nice full field here. And before we go and run down the starting order, let's take a quick look back, Brian, to our results from yesterday, where these drivers had a 15-lap race, and we had the 3 different classes. We also had B-Spec. B-Spec, a class that was initiated in club racing. We're looking at about 10 years now, almost exactly 10 years, at the same time that what was known at the time as Pirelli World Challenge started up a class called TCB. And the key there was at the time, a lot of manufacturer support. It was a unified classing structure and spec across both Pirelli World Challenge and the SCCA. I might also add that that at the time Grand Am also had a TCB field, although I believe they discontinued it after about a year. It has grown to be very large. It is the class 4, we call them grocery getters, I guess. Your Mini Coopers, and by the way, not the Mini Coopers with the supercharged or turbocharged engines. These are the naturally aspirated ones, but also Honda Fits, Mazda 2s, Chevy Sonics, Toyota Yaris's as well. Those types of cars. So really quickly here, let's run down because we've got our cars rolling off for their pace lap here in just a moment. Taking the win yesterday, both overall and in ITS, was Mark Gibson. Mark Johnson, he kept them pretty honest, finished in second. Chuck DeHaven came home in third. In ITB, former MARRS champion Tom Martin in his Volkswagen Golf took the win, with Scotty Holman finishing second, and coming home in third in his BMW was John Kinberg. And then finally in B-Spec yesterday, Ryan Moran in his Mini Cooper Coupe. Interesting to see that out here. He took the win with Alex Ratcliffe driving a new to him Toyota Yaris. Came home in second.
Yeah, still trying to work the bugs out in that Yaris. I was talking to Ryan the other day, and again, Alex not real happy with it right now, but he's going to get it worked out as our cars are going out. So, Greg, I tell you what, why don't I go ahead and give you the starting lineup here?
Yeah, why not?
All right. Starting 18th in the number 82 from Montgomery Village, Maryland, is Carl Fossler. Starting 17th from Silver Spring, Maryland, in the 59, that's Andrew Ortiz. Starting 16th from Leesburg, Virginia, we were just talking about him in that number 106 yards, that is Alex Radcliffe. Starting 15th from Bloomington, Illinois, in the number 98 is Kevin Fryer. Starting 14th from Pasadena, Maryland, in the 89 is Alton Fryer III. Starting 13th from Darnestown, Maryland, in that number 02, that's Jonathan Kinberg. Starting 12th from Leesburg, Virginia, in the number 36 of Patrick Pegues. Starting 11th, and your winner in B-Spec yesterday, from Lyndhurst, Virginia, in the 81 Mini Cooper is Ryan Moran. Starting 10th from Frederick, Maryland, the number 44 of Richard Allen. Starting 9th from Copen, South Carolina, I think that's what that is, but in the 103 of Douglas Kinzer. Starting 8th from Round Hill, Virginia, in that Volkswagen Golf from number 28 of Cameron Gillies. Starting 7th from Frederick, Maryland, the number 69 of Scott Holman. Starting 6th from Great Falls, Virginia, and your winner in ITB yesterday is the number 8 of Thomas Martin. Starting 5th from Winchester, Virginia. Good to see Chuck back. Yeah, that's Chuck DeHaven in that number 7. Starting 4th from Woodbine, Maryland, the number 61 of John Legg. Starting 3rd from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, the 00 of Jeffrey Lucas. And starting on the front row in the second position from Headsville, West Virginia, the number 17 of Mark Johnston. And starting on the pole from Fairfax, Virginia, your winner yesterday in ITS, as Greg mentioned, in that Datsun 240Z. It is orange, not green, as I said yesterday.
Yes, it is orange.
That is the number 13 of Mark Gibson.
There you go. And great to see him take another win. And he's pretty much run the table this season here in the series. And, last night when we were having the raffle, Brian, it felt like old home week for me. Got to talk to Jim Cummings, who for years drove a black Datsun 240Z that I think when I raced in ITA was pretty much locked to his rear bumper for years. But he's not racing here this weekend. He hasn't raced in a couple of years, but he always comes out to support the region and support the series. As the pace car now is on pit lane and our field coming through turn 10. Mark Gibson now has the field in the number 13 Datsun 240Z. He's got Johnston beside him. Green flag in the air. And we are underway here at Summit Point. And as our racers come down towards turn number 1, Gibson gets about a car length advantage over Johnston, moves over to the center of track to try to hold Johnston off. Then we've got right behind him, we've got Jeff Lucas, who's got a full car length and a half up on John Legg as they go down now into turn number 1 and 2. Then DeHaven, a little bit further back in ITB, it's Tom Martin. He manages to hold off the yellow taxi of Scotty Holman, the Mazda protege, as our drivers now head down into 3, Brian.
I tell you what, they come up through turn 3, Greg, and as they went through turn 1, it was the 44, I think, of Richard Allen, who really had to get on the brakes kind of hard going through there. That kind of stacked them all up, but they all got through nice and clean. So, again, Richard Allen and throw in Cameron Gillies, they were nose to tail going up through it. We saw this all day yesterday.
All day yesterday. But both Allen, Gillies, as well as Doug Kinzer, who started all the way from the back of the field yesterday when he didn't go out for qualifying. He was working on his car. A great 3-car battle. Real quick, Brian, as our field is making their way down towards the bottom of the course, let's make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 3. That's Big Bore and ITA. Please make your way to the grid. Race group number 3. This is your first call to the grid.
Here comes our leaders again. Mark Gibson leading by about 3-4 car lengths. I tell you what, Jeffrey Lucas not going away today. He's going to get there and put some pressure on Mark Johnson as they go down into turn 1. Lucas going to go to the driver's right, going to try to outbrake Johnston going into 1. They're a little bit side by side right there. You could see an over-under. There it is. They're side by side. Johnston and Lucas coming out. That's only helping Gibson. Gibson's going to start pulling away a little bit more. Still side by side. Lucas, Johnston. Now give the position to Lucas. Johnston's going to fall in behind. So give Mark Johnson back to third from Jeffrey Lucas. Also in our ITB, we have Thomas Martin and Scotty Holman. They're side by side going through 3. They're still side by side, Greg, as they go up through 4. At some point, we'll look in the cameras here. Someone's going to have to give.
Maybe, maybe not, because they were door to door from about the crossover road halfway down the front straight all the way again as they start to make their way down the hill over towards turn number 5, and it looks like Tom Martin now has managed to take the point. I just got word from race control also that Patrick Pegues, driver that beautiful red number 36 Alpha, he has pulled that car off after just that first lap, and it looks like his race is now done.
Here comes our leader, Mark Gibson, in that Datsun. He's opening up, but I tell you what, here comes Jeffrey Lucas. Jeffrey Lucas now only by about 3 or 4 car lengths. Yeah, Greg, up here, we're sitting there watching. There was a lot of weight put on that left rear coming out of turn 10. So
yeah, I'm pretty sure Lucas dropped the left rear tire into the gravel. I saw the whole back end of the car just drop, but no dust, no dirt, and he continues to hold off the Nissan of Johnston. And that battle's still going on for the lead in ITB with Tom Martin and Scotty Holman nose to tail going into 1.
Yeah, here comes that's Cameron Gillies coming out. So it looks like he had an issue on it somewhere.
Yeah, and came down the pit lane, and he has now returned. There's a big dent in that passenger side door. I don't know if he had contact. Looks like we've got the 82 machine. This is the second day in a row that Carl Fossler, I believe that's Fossler in the 82, has had issues with his Porsche 924. He is on the pit lane.
I tell you what, for the troubles that Alex Radcliffe had yesterday in that Yaris, it looks like he may have got that worked out. He has opened up a pretty good size lead over Ryan Moran in our B-Spec class. Again, Ryan Moran getting a little bit behind the Cameron Gillies machine as he came out of pit road. So Ryan Moran going to have to get around Cameron Gillies.
All right, Brian, our leaders coming out of turn 10 right now. Again, it is Mark Gibson in that orange number 13 Datsun 240Z. Jeff Lucas, many-time MARRS champion, running in second. He is about 5 car lengths back. And then Mark Johnston in the 240SX now pulls right up to the back. I'd call it a bumper on that 240, but it's just a little thin strip of aluminum as they now go under, braking down into turn 1. And now, once again, door-to-door in ITB, we've got Tom Martin. He's driver's right. He's got the center of the track. He's got Scotty Holman the outside as they go into 1.
Yeah, they're going to go side by side right there. Martin, like you said, in the middle of the track, not going to be able to get through there. So this is going to allow Holman. Now they're going to be side by side again, Greg, coming out of turn 2. We're going to see if they stay side by side into turn 3. Each driver giving plenty of room. Now gives Scotty Holman the lead there in ITB as he's able to pull through and get a little bit better line out of 3.
Yeah, and going into 3 side by side, it's definitely tough if you're on the inside, because although the turn it's an increasing radius turn, to get to the apex, it really means turning in very early, and if you are stuck there to the inside and pinned in, it is a very hard left turn to get around. So Holman takes the position, but as they continue to battle, and we should watch this, Brian, as we continue to watch this, Doug Kinzer in that black and yellow Toyota MR2, he's starting to close down on our 2 leaders solely because of that battling. So let's do this, Brian, as time is running down and we are now halfway through this race. Let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 4. That's Big Bore and ITA. Please head to the grid. Race group number 4, or pardon me, race group 3, Race group number 3, Big Bore and ITA. Race group 3, Big Bore and ITA. Please make your way to the grid.
Tell you what, our overall leaders here, Greg, going up through turn 3. Mark Gibson really opening it up now as Mark Johnson and Jeffrey Lucas start to battle. I'm going to go back to our ITB. We've talked about this over and over again, but here they come. They're going to come up on the slower machine of Carl Fossler. Fossler gets really drivers left going through 3, letting Thomas Martin and Scotty Holman go by. Holman actually had to prevail and go around that line in a different spot, so he had to check up just a little bit more to get around that Carl Fossler machine.
So a little bit further back, and I've been watching this as well, we might want to keep an eye on this. You know, we've got that 3-car battle for the lead in ITS. I'll tell you, the battle for 4th right now has been very tight as well. John Legg and Chuck DeHaven. Legg in his Datsun 240Z, Chuck DeHaven in that 3 Series BMW. We saw them going at it again yesterday as well, and we saw where DeHaven was very strong on the brakes, as you would expect from that 3 Series BMW, a little stronger than the Datsun, but not as good in a straight line and out of corners.
Yeah, they were able to battle yesterday, just like you said, and now here comes DeHaven, and I think maybe, I'm not sure what happened with the leg, but I don't see him, and I'm not sure if that's him coming down pit road. That is not him coming down pit up. Here, yes, he is. Here he comes in pit road. So he definitely had to get out of it and pull in. So give Chuck DeHaven now that 4th position, but Greg, I'm going to go back to this ITB. They're still side by side again. It's like somebody's like wanting to pass the Grey Poupon coming out of the taxi cab in the Gulf, because I've never seen every lap they are side by side going through turn 1.
And I've never seen either Scotty Holman or Tom Martin with Dijon mustard. So here they come now going into 3 again. Tom Martin, driver's left. He's got the inside line into 3. And looks as though this time by Scotty Holman, instead of pressing the issue, drops back behind Tom Martin, and that is your order now as they head down the hill towards 5.
Yeah, as we've got side by side with Kevin Fryer, and that is the 44 machine of Richard Allen. They had to take evasive action to get around Carl Fossler. I'm not even sure if Carl Fossler has power to that car, limping it up over the hill there. Look for him to more than likely come in. Yeah, we're going to throw some white flags out there for Fossler, because I think he's having another issue, as you mentioned early on.
And it got really tight there with Rich Allen and Kevin Fryer not giving any room at all, and then Alton Fryer right back behind that battle as well. And it looked like as they got to turn 3 that it could have been really dangerous. It sounds like they are now displaying a white flag for Carl Fossler to let drivers know that there is that slower moving machine ahead of them.
Yeah, this is as we go back to the ITB, they're heading down into turn 1. This is the biggest gap that I think we've seen so far in the 6 laps they've run between Thomas Martin and Scotty Holman as they go down into turn 1 right now. Looking on our cameras,
all right.
It does look like.
And just got word that Carl Fossler, it looks like his day is done. He's pulled the car off track down at turn 5. Now, side by side, John Kinberg, Rich Allen, and also Kevin Fryer. With Kinberg to the inside, Fryer to the center, Rich Allen. Rich Allen cuts across. Kevin Fryer goes around the outside. Kinberg pinned still all the way to the inside, and Fryer turned in as late as possible coming into that corner, and I think he's got the run on Rich Allen. All the while, Kevin's father, Alton, has completely passed up this entire pack as they go into turn 3 with Fryer to the outside, Allen to the inside, Brian.
Yeah, the loser there was Jonathan Kinberg, because they were almost getting ready to go 3 wide. He had to really get out of it, stayed far drivers left, going through turns 1 and 2. Couldn't really make any move. I also got a nice battle that's been going on ever since he came back off pit road between Cameron Gillies and Ryan Moran. Again, ITB and a B-Spec car. So Ryan's got that B-Spec car pretty quickly holding on with that ITB car.
All right, and our leaders now, and by the way, we are working the last lap here, Brian, with our leader, Mark Gibson, just crossing turn 3. So let's take a look at this battle for the lead in ITB as they are now starting their last lap. Tom Martin leading the Mazda Protege, the yellow Protege, down into 1 for the first time, I think, in like 5 laps. They haven't been door to door.
Yeah, single file coming through turns 1, turn 2. But again, this is where Scotty Holman really gets a good run out of turn 2 and able to close up on Thomas Martin, and especially going through 3. It looks like Holman is a little bit faster than Martin. Martin does pull away a little bit here by about 2 car lengths. I think that's the furthest they've been apart since this race really started. We'll have to see whether or not Scotty Holman can get through the backside of this course. We'll take a look on the cameras, but Holman's really able to get a good run coming out of turn 10 to go through. Here comes our overall leader, Mark Gibson, and probably going to be our winner in this ITS as he takes the checkered flag for the second day in a row.
There you go. So far running the table, Mark Gibson is your winner in ITS, finishing second, Jeff Lucas. And then as we take a look, coming across the line, the number 17 Nissan of Mark Johnston. Now we're waiting for that battle, and we're going to see Chuck DeHaven come out of turn 10 now. He's going to finish 4th in ITS. But let's watch that battle in ITB coming out of turn 10 right now. It's Tom Martin in the Golf. He moves all the way to the inside to cover Scotty Holman. Martin, he's going to take the win. Scotty Holman in the Protege, he is going to finish 2nd in ITB. And let's see who comes in 3rd. Coming out of turn 10, it's Doug Kinzer, driver of the number 103 Toyota MR2. He's going to take the last step of the podium. And then Alton Fryer in the number 89 BMW. He's going to come home in 4th with his son Kevin right behind him, then Rich Allen, and then John Kinberg, who, again, just a lap ago, really got caught out there at turn 1. Kinberg is going to finish in 7th. So let's do this, Brian. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 3. That's Big Bore and ITA. Please make your way to the grid. Big Bore and ITA. The checkered flag is out on the previous group, so you're going to be going on track here in just a few moments. Again, race group number 3, please head to the grid now. All right, Brian, so let's do this. We're going to thank, again, another one of our great sponsors here of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. And, of course, we've got their owner here this weekend racing with us. I want to welcome Paul Marconis back to the point and to the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. And so let's thank Paul and Radial Tire.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule an appointment online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at 301-585-2740. Again, that's 301-585-2740.
All right, Brian, so what we're going to do, we are going to take a quick little break here. We do have some cleanup. We have a couple cars, we call it cleanup, but we have some cars to pick up that are disabled on course. I think Patrick McGee's in the Alpha. I think Carl Fossler in the Porsche. All need to find their way home, and we need to get some vehicles out to assist them with that. I think we also have John Legg waiting to get towed off the pit lane as well, as he is not under power. So let's take a couple-minute break here at Summit Point Raceway. We'll be back with you for day number 2 of the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular. We'll be right back.
Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule an appointment online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call 740.
All right, and we are back here at Summit Point Raceway for the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular. It's day number 2, and we're getting ready for our next group, Brian. This is Big Bore and ITA, and I know we're under 5 minutes. Why don't we run down the starting grid, and we'll pick things up from there as we're trying to deal with some internet connectivity issues up here in the booth.
All right, I'll go ahead and take this one in. Starting 22nd from Ashburn, Virginia in his ITE machine in the number 100, that's John Polishek. Starting 21st from Hampstead, Maryland in the 00 is Justin Shepard. Starting 20th from Inwood, West Virginia in the 169 of Scott Nicholson Jr. Starting 19th from Alexandria, Virginia, the number 93 of Barry Brown. Starting 18th from Herndon, Virginia in the number 89 Mazda Miata, that's Jamison Huffman. Starting 17th from Walkersville, Maryland, the number 78 of Philip Rule. Starting 16th from Hackensack Town, New Jersey. I'll get that one right. The number 50 of Joseph Fagala. Starting 15th from Baltimore, Maryland, in the number 42, it is Nor Pascal. Starting 14th from Stafford, Virginia, the number 19 of John Byers. Starting 13th from Richmond, Virginia, the number 41 of David Lanning. Starting 12th, the number 1 from Gainesville, Virginia, that's Daniel Freeman. Starting 11th, the number 13 from Newington, Connecticut, that's David Graham. Starting 10th from Harpers Ferry, West Virginia, the number 31 of Joel Gambino. Starting 9th from Charlestown, West Virginia, and your winner yesterday in ITA, taking his first checkered flag here, is the number 40 of Morgan Burkhart. Starting 8th from Townsend, Maryland, the number 26 of Brendan O'Rourke. Starting 7th from Leesburg, Virginia, the number 15 of Greg Arsenal. Starting 6th from Nokesville, Virginia, in that SPO, that FFR Cobra, is the number 9 of Robert Hayshak. Starting 5th in his Subaru from Linnitz, Pennsylvania, the number 69 of Chip Herr. Starting 4th in another Subaru in Preza L, the number 14 of Anthony Pacelli. Starting 3rd in that Dodge Neon, in that number 119, is Mark Liller. Starting on your front row and starting in 2nd in his GT2 Chevrolet Camaro, the number 17 of Andrew Mistak. And on the pole in that nice GT1 machine, that Chevrolet Camaro, is the 03 of James McElise.
All right, there you go. Our starting grid for today's third sprint race of the day. And again, we're going to do 8 sprint races all together, break for lunch, and then come back in the afternoon for our 11-lap feature races. We've got the beautiful beautiful Ferrari 360 Modena on the pit lane, ready to take these cars out for their pace lap. And so yesterday, Brian, as you mentioned, taking the win in ITA, his very first win here, Morgan Burkhardt. But our overall winner yesterday, James McAleese, had lapped the entire field. There and took the overall win. He was our one of two cars in GT1. Andrew Mistak in his Chevy Camaro finished second overall, taking the win in STU. And this was a car with multiple drivers. Mark Liller was your third place finisher overall, took the win in STU, as both of the Subarus, both of Chip Herr and also I'm sorry, all of a sudden I'm running into an issue finding my other Subaru. Anthony Pacelli, both of those drivers had some issues during the race yesterday. Pacelli brought his car down the pit lane and then rejoined partway through, and then we had issues also, again, with Chip Herr had to retire the car early. So we'll see how those drivers do today and whether or not they have found their way out on course. Now, one other addition we have today, Brian, and I think he might be starting from the tail end of the field, is Marty Grand, driving the number 34 Touring 2 Honda Civic Type R. Of course, there were many, many years that Marty drove a Mitsubishi Evo 10. He's a former national champion in, I believe, T2 in that car. And he's moved from all-wheel drive to front-wheel drive, and I know he's had some development issues with that Honda Civic. When I talked to him a couple years ago at Virginia International Raceway for the 2019 runoffs, he had issues with overheating, and we'll have to see how things play out for him today.
Greg, one of the other things I'm noticing is Mark Liller in that 119. He is driving the 127, so he is driving his father's car in that Mazda Miata. He's also going to start shotgun on the field, not going to start up in his number 4 position there. So, again, resting that Dodge Neon, I think that he got that car, I think, dialed in yesterday and getting that ready for a couple weeks from now. So it looks like Mark is going to drive the 127 in the STU with that Miata.
All right, and just so you know, for those of you that are watching at home on YouTube, we are having some internet connectivity issues. So for the time being, I've turned off our cameras here over at Summit Point. You're just going to have to live with Brian's and my voices, at least for the next 8 laps. As our leaders now, both Mistak and our pole sitter McAleese come through turn 10. Starter is looking over the field, and green flag is in the air. And as you would expect, the 03 Camaro, the GT1 car of McAleese, jumps out to an early lead. Then we've got Mistak. Then we've got the 2 Subarus. They are side by side going down into turn 1. Directly behind them, though, is Hayshak in that number 9 Factory 5 Cobra. Tried to sneak underneath the 2 Subarus. Could not get it done as those 2 drivers battling it out for the STU lead. Still door to door as they come down towards turn 3. Then Hayshak, then right behind him, one of our BMWs. That is Greg Arsenault in his silver BMW E46, the number 15 car.
I tell you what, Greg, early on, the move of the race has got to go to Marty Grant, stuck in behind all those Miatas there at the end. He ended up going 3 wide, almost 4 wide into turn 1 in a Miata sandwich. Had to get out of the throttle and had to get hard on the brakes in turn 1, but able to get through there. Everybody escaped turns 1 and turns 2. They're all the way through 4, headed down into turn 5.
Yeah, and now, of course, the advantage that Marty Grand has is about 150 horsepower over all of those Miatas and much, much larger brakes. As they come out of turn 10 now, it is, as you would expect, all by himself, Jim McAleese. Brian, real quick, let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 4. That's Spec Miata. Please make your way to the grid. Race group number 4, Spec Miata. Please make your way to the grid.
Tell you what, Greg, watching these 2 Subarus in this STU between Pacelli and Herr. Pacelli got a great run out of turn 10 down the front stretch, able to make that pass early on, but Chip Herr does the crossover. Now Pacelli's going to try to go driver's right into turn 3. Chip Herr shuts the door, gets a better run through there. Now to give our STU leader, Chip Herr, over Anthony Pacelli.
All right, and so a little bit further back now, running in 6th overall, we talked about the good start that Greg Arsenault got in his BMW. Of course, he's got now right on his bumper heading down into the carousel. He has Brendan O'Rourke in the 26 machine, also at 330 CI. So that is the battle right now for the lead in T3, and we'll have to see how that continues out. Morgan Burkhardt out to an early lead in ITA as they were heading down into the carousel, though. Marty Grand in that Honda Civic Type R, and he only has about 200 horsepower on Morgan Burkhardt. They were heading down to the chute. Grand running 9th overall, but a great start in ITA also for Dave Gran, not Grand, but Gran, as he came down from Connecticut and is racing with us now for the first time in I think about 10 years. Gran is trying to hold off now our reigning champion in ITA, Joel Gambino. They are now door to door. Oh, big brake lockup.
Nope, that's not brake lockup.
That's a motor. That is a motor, Morgan Burkhardt. It looks like something may have let go on the number 40. Well,
still up to speed, so I'm not sure.
Maybe that was brake lockup, Brian.
Yeah.
And in a Honda CRX, if he got hard,
no, that's not brake lockup.
No.
That looks like that's something definitely coming out of the back end, but it only looks like it when it's going in and out of the turns there. So it could be something loose, maybe a line.
Or maybe they overfilled the motor
fitting.
with oil
Yep.
as well.
Yep.
So they're going to be watching that. But back behind, running in second in ITA now, is Joel Gambino. He's gotten around Dave Grant. Dave Freeman right in that battle as well. So those three Miatas, you never know. They may be battling it out for all three podium positions in the next couple of laps here.
Yeah, we talked about our Subarus last time by there. Chip Herr opening up by about 20-25 car lengths now over Anthony Pacelli. That's your leader for STU. Here comes Marty Grand. He's going to end up running up in between them, and then a little bit further back behind that. That's that SPO in that Cobra of Robert Hayshak.
Yeah, that's right, that Factory 5 Cobra. Beautiful car. Now, things have stretched out a little bit in the lead for T3 as Greg Arsenault has now opened up about 15 car lengths over Brendan O'Rourke. As Morgan Burkhardt, he's still going, and on the front straight here, no smoke at all. When he got hard on the brakes, again, I thought maybe, and you could see there, as he gets off the throttle, Brian, and gets on the overrun, there is just a huge, huge cloud of white smoke thrown in the air. And I'm sure Martin Burkover, living out by turn one, probably has no mosquitoes left. But Joel Gambino, he has now separated himself from both Dave Gran and also Dave Freeman. And Freeman having a heck of a battle right now that he's really got a battle on his hands. David Lanning in the 41 machine. Lanning started second yesterday in ITA, fell off somewhat early, and he is going at it right now with Dan Freeman for what is now fourth position in ITA.
Yeah, no, pretty good run yesterday, just like you said about that, whereas we get our halfway mark here of this race. So let's go ahead and make another call here to the grid.
You got it, Brian. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 4, Spec Miata. We're now halfway through with this race, so Spec Miata drivers, you should make your way to the grid.
Our STU leaders, we talked about it. Now it looks like Chip Herr's opened it up even more. Here comes Morgan Burkhardt. He's probably got about a 30-40 car length lead over the 31 of Joel Gambino. Just see whether or not this Honda is going to be able to last through the whole 8 laps. He's got great speed coming out of turn 10, but again, Greg, as you said, as he goes to get off the brake or get off the gas, that's when it starts to smoke. So something is moving around where it's causing the smoke. I don't believe he's putting anything down. Because as he gets back on the throttle, it comes off. So as that car moves forward and gets on the brakes or gets off the throttle, that's when it seems to smoke the worst there.
All right, so we've had a couple cars. The 0-0 car, that is Shepard. He is now coming into the pit lane. And, Brian, we did not see it, but Marty Grand brought the car down the pit lane. He's back in the paddock, and after that great run from the back of the pack, he is now finished for the morning.
Probably doing a test run. Probably got here later this morning than he wanted to. Got in, got registered, went out, got a couple laps in, come back in. So we'll look to see if he obviously comes back later this afternoon and then tomorrow.
All right. And so now we were talking about that battle in ITA, and Gambino definitely making up some ground on Burkhardt. Last lap made up about 0.2, and as Burkhardt Now we'll see here. He should be coming out of turn 10 in just a moment, and there he is. And he's got McAleese just about ready to lap him. And if Jim McAleese knows what's good for him, he'll get past him before they go into one. But we've got Gambino, and it looks like Gambino actually lost some ground this last lap. And if we take a look at the times, Burkhardt with a 127.7 and Gambino a 129.3, actually dropped about a second and a half from his previous lap. So Joel Gambino, just when, it looks like Burkhardt may be running off of his regular pace and might have some issues, Gambino not able to get the job done at least this early. But we only have, Brian, 2 laps remaining, so not a lot of time in this race to get that done. Now, in the battle for third right now in ITA, it is Dan Freeman. He has gotten around Dave Gran as they come through turn 3. So that black and green Miata, who had been running up in second place, is now falling back in the fourth. And things are closing down here as our leader Jim McAleese, all by himself in ITA, probably not in ITA. Yeah, that would be
GT1.
That would be a fast ITA car. As a matter of fact, we'll see him coming out of turn 10 right now. He'll be getting the one to go here. Again, these are very short sprint races. And there you go. Our leader, Jim McAleese, now working the last lap as he's going to lap all the way up to Robert Hayshak, running 4th overall.
Yeah, he went down, came through the start-finish line. He got that one-to-go board. Here comes our ITA leader again. Crossing the start-finish line, Mark Lillard trying to get past Joel Gambino. Again, that is not for class position, but for position on the racetrack. Mark Lillard and Joel Gambino going side by side. Lillard going to go a little bit deeper. Gambino realizes Mark is not racing for position in class. Gave the spot up, so good run there. That's kind of what you want to do if you know you're not racing and you've got a pretty good gap between second and third to Daniel Freeman.
And I would say, or between second and first. I think at this point on the last lap, Gambino pretty much knew if he's going to take the lead, if he's going to take the win, it's going to be with Burkhardt retiring the car on the last lap. So no choice or no real sense in pushing the issue with Lillard going in the one.
Yep, no, absolutely. I just think Morgan's just ready to do an oil change. I think that's what it is, right? Roger wants to say, you know what, we'll take it back. Let's do an oil change. We'll just here comes our checkered flag for James McAleese as he's going to actually go by Chip Herrer. I'm not sure if he got the checker after Chip got the
after Chip Herrer crossed the line. So Herrer may be working the last lap here. We're not entirely sure, but then he's going to have to follow Jim McAleese around because the cool-down lap for McAleese was
it's a lot faster than even some of the ITA cars. So we'll have to see whether or not Chip continues to go around. I do believe he's going to. I have not seen Anthony Pacelli as our ITA leader. Morgan Burkhardt now crosses the start-finish line. And, Greg, he jumped all the way to driver's right after the start-finish line and now looks like just coasting down through turn 1. So I'm hoping that nothing happened on that last lap.
Yeah, we'll see. He's back under power going around through turn 1. And so Morgan Burkhardt will take the win in ITA. Finishing second is Joel Gambino. Taking the last step on the podium in ITA will be Dan Freeman. David Lanning, that 41 car, finished very close behind there in 4th position. And then Dave Gran falls back to 5th on the very last lap in ITA. Let's take a look at some of our other classes here. In STU, Chip Herrer takes the win over Mark Lillard in the 127 car. Again, Lillard driving what was essentially a T4 car from the back of the field. Will finish in second. Anthony Pacelli only completes 5 of 8 laps. He finishes in third. Robert Hayshak, of course, our sole driver in SPO. In Touring 3, Greg Arsenault takes the win over Brendan O'Rourke. And I believe that leaves us with one man remaining, and that is Andrew Mistak, who finishes second overall, takes the win in GT2. All right, so as we get ready for Spec Miata, and they're going to be up in just a few moments, let me make one final call to the grid for that group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 4. That is Spec Miata. Please make your way to the grid. race group number 4. Spec Miata, please make your way to the grid. All right, so we're going to thank Brian, another one of the great partners and sponsors of the SCCA, and in this case, the EVSR Bracket Racing Championship, and that's EVSR.
EVSR is proud to partner once again with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA as title sponsor of the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. And EVSR's leader, Charlie Greenhouse, is back behind the wheel as he attempts to repeat as series champion. It's been a big year for EVSR, coming off their momentous victory at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, and they're the only fully electric racing team to compete in and complete a major endurance race against a full field of gas cars. In 2022, EVSR is going to return, building on all the experience from last year's event, and they expect an even stronger finish. To reach that goal, EVSR is searching for new crew members to train for this year's 25 Hour. Come to their paddock in the corner of the woods and talk to Charlie. You can help EVSR make history. And if you're not here at the track, check out EVSR.net for more information about their innovative race program.
All right, so I want to thank EVSR, another great partner of the SCCA. And so, Brian, we're going to take a couple minutes here. As we get ready, we do have, I think, at least one car that needs to be picked up on track. So I would suspect, and not to, it is now just about 10 o'clock. I would expect that we're going to probably be rolling off here probably in the next 10 minutes or so. So let's take that little break, and we will be back here from Summit Point Raceway in just a moment. All right, and we are back here at Summit Point for the 2022 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Zanotti. And next up is Spec Miata, Brian. What can we say?
Well, I tell you what, Greg, last night in the paddock, there was a lot of video going around, a lot of analyzing of videos, especially from that second to fourth, that second to fifth. But one of the things we want to say before we get to our starting lineup here, Greg, because I know he's racing in this race, he has finally reached his birthday. He has finally reached his car number.
Oh, my gosh.
Jeremy Butts'
112?
his birthday. Yes, he's running a triple no. Jeremy Butts' birthday. If you're walking around the paddock, you got to say happy birthday to Jeremy. I know we had a great time last night with him. I know he had a great birthday. So, again, happy birthday, Jeremy. And no, we're not singing. We sang to you last night. That's all you're getting.
Yeah, I know the old team up here had a bit of a tradition of singing out of tune, and the difference is they were trying. It's natural for us, so not going to do that today. So happy birthday to Jeremy Butts, and all I can say is I'm just waiting for the inevitable text to start coming in from Mike Collins, as we had one heck of a race there yesterday, Brian. Nick Bruni taking the win. He had John Hotz all over him for a good portion of the race. Kip Gaynor, Mike LaMena, Jeremy Butts in a hell of a battle for third place, and then Levin and Evans and Caden Ayer as well. At one point, I think we had somewhere along the lines of 10 cars that were battling it out for that last podium position. So let's do this as we've got our cars ready to roll off here on their pace lap. Let's run down the starting order for today's Spec Miata Heat Race. Starting 27th today, driving the number 47 machine out of Chesapeake, Virginia, it's James Hunt. Starting 26th, driving the number 32 car from Washington, D.C., Charles Harrison. Dom Mandiel, when he's not here up in the announce booth, well, apparently he's starting 25th in Spec Miata. He now hails from Ellicott City, Maryland, driving the number 68 machine. Starting 24th from Lansford, Pennsylvania, we've got Anthony Sobrick. He's driving the 55 car today. Starting 23rd, driving the number 57 car, not from Little Pool, Maryland, Brian, but I think we decided it's much better to be from Big Pool, Maryland. We've got Andre Ivanescu. Starting 22nd. He's driving the 02 car machine today from Amelia Courthouse, and I think that's Virginia, and that is George Paul. Starting 21st today, driving the number 146 Miata from Washington, D.C., Ryan Harrison. Starting 20th, he's in the number 81 Mazda Miata. He's representing the Chicago region and is from Indian Creek, Illinois. It's Larry Cahall. Starting 19th, he's driving the 61 machine out of Fairfax, Virginia. It's Rich Ura. Starting 18th, driving the number 82 Mazda Miata from Mountaintop, Pennsylvania, Nicole Cooper Cephalo. Starting 17th, driving the 04 machine from Cherryville, North Carolina, representing the Central Carolina region, Stephen Figura. Starting 16th, he's from Morgantown, West Virginia, driving the number 70 machine. It's James Lindenthal. Starting 15th, driving the 08 Mazda Miata, also representing the Chicago region, and from Gurnee, Illinois, it's Robert Cahall. Starting 14th, he's driving the number 39 Mazda Miata from Towson, Maryland, it's Andrew Wagner. Steve Sturm still hails from McLean, Virginia, still drives the number 90 car. He is starting 13th today. Starting 12th, driving the number 29 machine from Hockenson, Delaware, representing the Philadelphia region, it's Matthew Richard. Starting 11th, driving the number 54 machine from Owings Mills, Maryland, Michael Cohen. Starting 10th, driving the number 19 car from Mountaintop, Pennsylvania, it's John Ayer. Starting 9th, from Christiansburg, Virginia, representing the Washington, D.C. region, Ted Cahall. He's driving the number 78 machine. Starting 8th, from Frederick, Maryland, representing the Florida region, it's David Levin. He's driving the 111 car. Driving the 190 machine from Mountaintop, Pennsylvania. Starting 7th, it's Caden Ayer. Starting 6th today from Darnestown, Maryland, driving the 69 machine. Happy birthday, Jeremy Butts. Starting 5th from Oakland, New Jersey, driving the number 88 car, it's Mike LaMena. And your top 2 rows. Starting on the outside of row number 2, driving the number 10 Mazda Miata from Centerville, Virginia, it's Glenn Evans. Starting right next to him on the inside of row number 2, he's driving the number 44 machine. He's from Durwood, Maryland, it's Kip Gaynor. And your front row today, driving the number 63 Mazda Miata from Sparks, Glencoe, Maryland, it's John Hotz. And for the second day in a row, your pole sitter and yesterday's race winner from Arlington, Virginia, it's Nick Bruni.
Tell you what, Greg, another good run for Glenn Evans yesterday. He had a fantastic run. Again, we were watching a lot of video yesterday, a lot of analyzation, going through, watching turns, watching apexes, watching where things are going. I got to tell you what, you're going to see a pretty good race here this weekend.
All right, well, while our Spec Miatas are on their pace up, let's make a first call to the grid, Brian, for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 5. That's Spec Racer Ford 3. Please make your way to the grid. Again, Spec Racer Fords or Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Race group number 5. Please make your way to the grid. All right, Brian, so we should have now the pace car coming up and underneath the bridge with this rather large 27 car, maybe a few less, but very large 27 car field. In which case, of course, the pace car may be slowing things down a little bit to give them all time to get grouped up and bunched up, as they will have just a single pace lap. Our SSM field a little later today, we'll probably see 2 pace laps.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth. Here comes our pace car now, so these guys are going to be coming around turn 10. A lot of back and forth, trying to get as much heat in the tires and the brakes early on here. So we're waiting for our starter. They're coming out of turn 10 now. There's the green flag, Greg. We are racing here with Group 4 in our Spec Miata. Side by side, Nick Bruni, John Hotz. John Hotz doesn't really have any help there with Glenn Evans. Nick Bruni a little bit further back is Kip Gaynor, but Bruni's going to outpower John Hotz down into turn 1, side by side. Then you've got Evans. Then you've got Gaynor. That's your first 2 rows. They're still side by side. Now Bruni. Now Gaynor going to pull up into second place there, right behind Nick Bruni. John Hotz falling back just a little bit to third, but he's got Michael LaMena and Glenn Evans. Evans trying to give John Hotz a little bit of help out of 2 coming into turn 3. Here's your front 4. Nick Bruni, Kip Gaynor, John Hotz, Glenn Evans. Evans gets a little loose. Now LaMena is going to sit there and press the pressure on Evans as they head into turn 4, Greg.
Yeah, and so both of our front row drivers, both Bruni and also John Hotz, from the get-go, as soon as the green flag came out, they jumped about a half a car length ahead of row number 2. So neither row or neither leader got a push. And Bruni was just able to, with that E-Street racing power, was just able to outpower John Hotz going into turn 1. And then you saw Glenn Evans was able to just get on the brakes a little bit later than John Hotz, was able to slot in right behind Bruni and take over second place.
Yeah. Kip Gaynor, pretty good run right off the bat. Again, neither the front row didn't really get a push. Here comes our leaders now. Bruni's opened up by about 4 or 5 car lengths, Greg, as they do. But now John Hotz is in second place. Again, analyzing that film last night, he figured out where Kip Gaynor goes. He went opposite directions. Now put John Hotz in second place. Then you've got Kip Gaynor. Then you've got Glenn Evans and Michael LaMena. That's your front 4. Then Jeremy Butts, David Levitt, and Caden Ayer. As we're going to go side by side here, Greg, into turn 1. That, I believe, is the Jeremy Butts and the Michael LaMena machines.
That's right, side by side, door to door as they come through turn 2 and out of 3. And it looks like LaMena has gotten the best of that battle. So move LaMena now up into 4th, move Glenn Evans now back into 5th in the number 10 car. And closing things down on them is Jeremy Butts in that 60 black and yellow number 69 machine. Now looking to be a little bit off pace, the 78 car of Ted Cahall, sticking his car all the way to the inside to the curbing driver's left going through turn 3. Had about 7 cars drive by him.
Yeah, it looks like he may be down on power there. Not really sure, but he definitely stayed driver's left going up over 4, headed down into turn 5. We'll see whether or not he continues or whether or not he comes and pulls around and heads down into the pits.
All right, so our leaders now making their way down through the bottom half of the course. And, we saw here, of course, that great start that Glenn Evans made, and he seems to now have fallen back from second all the way now back into fifth position. We'll see if he's able to make up ground. He is still part of that lead pack, and I would call that lead pack at this point, Brian, 3, 6, 9, well, actually about 15 cars, about 2 car lengths separating each of them. Now, Nick Bruni having to get very defensive, moving all the way over driver's right, coming past the start-finish line, going into one, as we had John Hotz try to sneak underneath him. Hotz moved back to driver's left to try and open up the entrance into turn 1. But for the moment, Nick Bruni still your leader.
I tell you what, Greg, we talked about this last night sitting around. That left foot braking in certain positions in this racetrack. John Hotz has really got a good run going on early this morning here as they head up through turn 3. He's about a car length off of Nick Bruni, but it's that left foot. And Kip Gaynor goes 4 off in through the gravel, continues to keep going. That's going to allow Michael LaMena to pull up right on his back bumper.
All right, Brian, real quick, let's make another call to the grid because we are now, we're going pretty fast and furious here. Oh my God, did I just say that? We're now 2 laps into this race, so let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 5, Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please make your way to the grid. Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 to the grid, please.
Yeah, like I said, we talked about some of this left foot braking in here, especially going through turns 3 and into turn 10, bogging the motor just a little bit. That comes from running in the SSM class. John's got a pretty good handle on it today. Again, we're sitting here getting to come up on the with 5 laps to go. John moves all the way down to driver's right, trying to break the dress from Nick Bruni. He gets a good run coming through there. Michael LaMena now is going to go 2 wide there with Kip Gaynor as they head down into turn 1. Looks like LaMena is going to go ahead and take that spot. We'll see if Gaynor is going to do an over-under. Looks like LaMena is actually going to stick that all the way through. So give the fourth position or third position now to Michael LaMena in that 88 car. And just as I say that, here comes Kip Gaynor. He gets a push from Glenn Evans coming out of turn 2. That's going to put Gaynor ahead of Michael LaMena, and then you've got Glenn Evans right behind there, Greg.
Yeah, so great little battle going on right now in that battle for third position as our 2 leaders, Nick Bruni and John Hotz, starting to step away from the rest of the field. Now, that last time coming down into turn 1, as John Hotz had, as he had moved all the way over driver's right and hit that big wall of air, he then moved back over to try and moved over fairly early to try and get back in the draft of Nick Bruni and close things up going into 1. But I think he's finding now, for as good as he carries speed out of corners, the straight line handling of the number 16 machine may be a little bit too much for John Hotz's car to handle.
Well, here they come out of turn 10, and now we're going to play drafting partner here, Greg, and we've talked about this several times. John Hotz is now actually in the draft trying to make that move over Bruni. Bruni gives him that one move. John's got to figure out which way to go, going back and forth. Goes driver's left, driver's right, trying to do everything he can to get in front of Nick Bruni.
John Hotz, I think if and granted, Bruni's positioning the car so that Hotz can't just pick a lane and go. But for as much as John Hotz is moving side to side, moving laterally, probably a good half a mile more than our leader Bruni, as the battle now for third, door to door, side by side, Kip Gaynor to driver's left. We had Michael LaMena to driver's right. Glenn Evans sitting right back behind, trying to pick a horse, and there's no horse to pick because it didn't matter. He's got nowhere to go with those 2 drivers, just literally door to door from turn 1 all the way heading down the hill into turn 5.
That third place battle there, Greg, between Gaynor and LaMena, that has brought Evans, Butts, Ayer, Levin, John Ayer, and now Michael Cohen. That's a 3rd through 10th is starting to shape up there because of them going side by side all the way through 1 and 2, all the way up through 3.
All right, so as we wait now, and we do have now half of this race in the books, we have our leaders now coming out of turn 10, and once again, John Hotz pinned to the back bumper of Nick Bruni. Hotz moves all the way driver's right, and as they cross the start-finish line, those two drivers are dead even now as they head down towards turn one. Hotz trying to gain a little bit of advantage, actually puts wheels in the dirt over driver's right as Bruni was kind of trying to push him a little bit over, try to minimize John Hotz's entry into turn one, and Nick Bruni now manages to hold on to the position, but John Hotz, he is literally moving from side to side, edge of the track to edge of the track, Brian, trying to find a way around that number 16 machine.
I think as A.J. Allmendinger was a little hodgy-podgy going on right there.
Yeah, absolutely.
The entire race. As we look back for our third place, now Kip Gaynor gets around Michael Lamena, and that is now starting to stretch out that group there with Evans, Butts, and Caden Ayer, as well as David Levin as they start to go through. But, yeah, John Hotz, this is an 8-lap race. I think John Hotz is going to run like an 18-lap race, yeah, side to side as he's going.
Yeah, and and the thing is we don't see these counter moves. There's no blocking or anything happening from Nick Bruni. He's just got the car perfectly positioned, and Hotz is just moving from side to side to get sight lines to see if there's enough space to sneak through. And for a track that is essentially 3 cars wide all the way around for 2 miles, Bruni's got the car almost perfectly positioned every single time. As they come out of 10 now and across the stripe now with just 3 laps remaining here at Summit Point, Nick Bruni with his car all the way to driver's right this time. John Hotz, driver's left. Can he get up to the door under braking going into 1? He does, but Nick Bruni controls that entry into turn 1, Brian.
I tell you what, it's going to be a great video to watch tonight. John Hotz still trying to figure out how to get by Nick Bruni, and just as you say, Greg, Nick Bruni puts it in the line. John Hotz all the way over to driver's left coming out of turn 2, and then kind of gets right back in and tuck under Nick Bruni. Here's our battle for third. Now give that to Michael Lamena. Here comes Jeremy Butts, and then you've got Kip Gaynor in between, another 3 or 4 car lengths back. Then you've got the 111 of David Levin, then the 10 of Glenn Evans, and then the 190 of Caden Ayer.
And did I say there were 3 laps to go, Brian? We're actually working lap number 8 right now, so the next time our drivers come by, they will get that 1 to go. But as you said, besides that battle for the lead, besides the battle for third right now, still hot and heavy, and there are some drivers here, Glenn Evans, who's fallen back behind Levin, as well as Caden Ayer, who I think are in that battle as well, all lined up about 2 car lengths separating each and every one of them. As our leaders now are coming under the bridge and into turn 10, and Nick Bruni, perhaps with his largest lead in 4 laps or so, has about 2.5, maybe 3 car lengths on Butts. But once again, Butts gets a great run.
That's hot.
Out of 10. Did I say hot? Yep. Butts? I'm sorry. John Hotz gets a great run out of 10. He's able to draft right back up to the bumper of Bruni, but to keep that car centered on
the back bumper. Where's he going to make a move, if he's going to make a move? He gets there sitting behind Nick Bruni. He's going to actually make the run. It's going to be Nick Bruni by 0.08 of a second. Here comes third, and here comes a battle for third. Michael Lamena. Jeremy, he's got his hand out the window.
He's trying to like blow his way forward and past Mike Lamena. Cannot get it done. Lamena is going to finish in 4th. Jeremy Butts is going to finish 5th. I mean, if he had his arm out the other window as well, he might have had enough. Looked like he was in a rowboat or something there for a moment. But he's going to finish there. So it's Bruni, Hotz, Gaynor, Lamena, Butts. David Levin in the 111 car. He's going to come home in 6th. Glenn Evans is going to finish in 7th. Caden Ayer is going to finish 8th. John Ayer 9th. Michael Cohen will round out the top 10. And want to apologize. I know we've had, if you've got friends and family that are trying to watch the stream up on YouTube, we've had some internet connectivity issues again, and having some problems keeping a stable stream here.
under power in that Miata, so he has decided that he is only going to run the SM classes and not run the STL. We talked about John Hotz earlier on. John is not running his 63, his new 63 Mazda out here in this group, has decided to take a little bit of a break. Having to go back-to-back races is a bit much, so especially as hot as it is, so he has decided to not race here in the STL again this afternoon, or today. May come out this afternoon, I don't know, but we'll have to wait and see. But it looks like that, in some of the notes, again, we had some great battles off and on. I think you're also going to see another battle here between Michael Lamena and Jeremy Butts. We saw after the black flag yesterday. Yes. I did bring that up yesterday. Again, got to get the notes in. They did talk to Jerome Hinkle that they were going to let Michael Lamena by.
It was charity day.
And then you ended up having some other drivers try to sneak in underneath there. Jerome wanted no part of that, got back in behind Lamena, and was able to go ahead and take that and get back in there with that. So we'll see whether or not Jeremy Butts can hold off Michael Lamena. I know that they just got together there in SM. So, Greg, I'll tell you what, right before we get ready to go racing here, why don't we go ahead and start getting our next group up to the line, because I know there's a lot of them.
Absolutely. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 7. SSM, all 40-something of you, please start making your way to the grid. Again, race group number 7, SSM, please make your way to the grid, Brian. And as we now have our pole sitter bring in the field, Paul Marcones and the rest of the field, now underneath the bridge, the lights are out on the pace car and keeping a very slow pace so that this very large field can get all bunched up. And our starter, I think, for this race is going to be Josh Burkhardt. We've got the family Burkhardt. We've got Beth, we've got John, and we've got Josh handling start duties today. Pace car is on the pit road. Marcones and Pettinato come around turn 10. Starter is looking the field over. They look fairly well bunched up. A couple of folks shading to the side a little bit. And green flag, a late green flag here at Summit Point. Paul Marcones, once again, gets off to a very quick start, opens up about a half a car length over Pettinato. Tom Beverly, who had an amazing start
Greg,
yesterday.
we got Donald Walsh in there, and we've got one of the Pintos there hard into the wall
that's
there.
Bruce Shelton in the number 11 car that's gone off about halfway back through the field, and we are going to a local caution at start. We'll see what happens here, but as the rest of the field now funnels through turn 1 finally, and it looks like all of our cars now have continued, but we've got tires from the tire wall very close to the track surface. I was going to say we had a great start from Tom Beverly here, Brian, who moved out very quickly, got around Jimmy Pettinato. He had a great start yesterday as well, but it looks like Pettinato was able to pass him, get by coming out of turn number 2. But I have gotten word now, Brian, we are going to a full course caution here at Summit Point as our leader, Paul Marcones, is working lap number 1, and that the safety car is going to pick him up as he comes out of turn 10 to complete our first lap of the race.
Yeah, that incident looks like it was between Donald Walsh and, as we talked about, Bruce Shelton, and Bruce is not able to get out of turn 2. He's trying to limp it back to try to get to the crossover here, but not going to be able to do that. He's actually going to be into the center of the track. That did look like a pretty hard hit, and it looked like, both cars trying to go for the same real estate.
Yes.
On the start, trying to get everything you can. And again, Bruce Shelton's going to be parked over there to driver's right coming out of turn 2. But our safety car has now picked up the field, so they're going to come through there very cautiously and see what we can take a look at our tire barrier down there just to make sure that is okay. But as you said, we've got some tires pretty close to the wall there with Bruce being kind of broken down.
Yeah, so again, we are under full course caution here at Summit Point for our small bore race. Brian, while we've got a little bit more time here, wanted to talk. So I mentioned briefly yesterday that something that Mike Kelly has been working with here in as many people around the country have been trying to build up H production over the past number of years, and we're starting to see very large H production fields in national racing, but here at Summit Point as well, and I believe we've got 9 cars racing this weekend in H production. We would have had 10, but Mike Kelly had some issues with his brand new motor. We've got this year the 3rd annual H Production Challenge, and it's being offered and being sponsored by 3 Springs Solar, and they've offered up some contingency prizes with $100 going to the winner of Saturday's Heat Race in H Production, $50 going to the winner that was $100 to the winner of yesterday's race in H Production. And our H Production winner yesterday was Chuck Allard. So he goes home with a $100 gift certificate. Then the winner of today's heat race will win $50. And then $100 going to the winner of tomorrow's 20-lap feature race. And so if you need any solar consulting or installation in the Mid-Atlantic area, be sure to hit up 3 Springs Solar LLC. But we want to thank Mike Kelly for working so hard over the past 3 years to bring us the H Production Challenge. And again, with almost a 10-car field here just at H Production, he's done quite well as the pace car now, bringing Paul Marcones and the rest of the field around turn 10. Let's quickly run down the current order here. Marcones is your leader. Petnato running in second. Marcones is in E Production. Petnato is in SPU. Tom Beverly in his Honda Civic, currently your leader in STL. He runs third. Jeremy Butts, who is your leader in Touring 4, is currently in 4th position. Jerry Hinkle, who we talked about a few moments ago, in his F Production Lotus 7, he leads the class. He is running 5th overall. Mike LaMena, currently running 4th and 6th overall, 2nd in Touring 4 in his Mazda Miata. Steve Wickersham now running in 2nd in STL, 7th overall. John Sainz right behind him in the number 27 car. Then we've got Jeff Liller, who is currently your 3rd place runner in T4. He's running 9th overall. John Ayer in his STL Mazda Miata. He is currently running in 4th, and he's got Jake Gullock, Ted Cahall, Caden Ayer directly behind him, running in 10th, 11th, and 12th, and 13th. Charles Gudo is currently your GT Pinto leader. He is running 14th overall. Ryan McBain currently is your H Production leader. McBain is running in 16th overall, and actually let me just verify that real quick. Indeed, Ryan McBain in his Honda CRX, and McBain yesterday, Brian, had an amazing race. He started tail end of the H Production field. He started 9th, worked his way up to a podium, and he finds himself sitting in the lead in H Production right now. Michael McQueen 2nd, Chuck Allard, yesterday's winner, and taking home that $100. He is currently running in 3rd in class.
Just want to give you a little update going down on turn 2. We did get the thumbs up from Bruce, so Bruce is okay. They're getting ready to tow that car back here. They're going to do it on a flat tow, so evidently that car is able to roll a little bit. So one of our workers is actually going to pull that car at least to the crossover, and then it may end up going on the flatbed. It actually looks like the flatbed is starting to pull away as well. So looks like that car is able to roll, but I can tell you from looking at the rear end, Greg, that's got some serious damage on that rear. So that car is going to have to go up in the air to see what is left underneath there, what damage is actually taking place. Yeah,
and as it's getting pulled towards us, Brian, it's a little harder to see, but when he was driving away from the incident, it was pretty clear that the rear end of the car was at a pretty extreme angle, one end much lower than the other, after having impact either with another car or with the tire wall itself.
Yeah. We got our tire wall fixed up too, so we'll see whether or not, once they get this car back here, whether or not we go back to green pretty quickly. But that was definitely a hard impact into that wall. That is where the guardrail is. So you have the tires and then the guardrail. starts right there at the edge of the tires and where the concrete was. So
yeah, and you know, Brian, it's so not uncommon that guardrail was put up here a number of years ago. As there have been a lot of safety improvements at Summit Point over the last 20 years or so. I was part of an incident that there's a very large tree right back behind that guardrail that I met with the rear end of my Honda CRX about 15 years ago. And I'll never forget it. It's good to have that there. It's always, you know, unfortunately with a straightaway at a racetrack, you usually don't have a lot of runoff room to either side. And, you know, it's just the nature. You don't expect cars to be flying off drivers left or drivers right there. But the safety equipment did its job, and good to see that Shelton is okay. And again, I think the other driver involved with that was the 47, the Mazda RX-7 of Don Walsh. And looks like he was able to drive away as well.
I anticipate us probably going back to green. We'll keep an eye down on turn 10, but I have a feeling that looking at the starter here for this restart, I do anticipate us going back to green this time.
All right, so quickly then, Brian, let's make another call to the grid for our next group as we are now halfway through this race. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for SSM race group number 7. Please make your way to the grid. Again, race group 7, SSM, please make your way to the grid. And indeed, Brian, pace car is on the pit road. Paul Marcones in his Acura Integra Type R has the field and a green flag, early green flag from the starter, and we are back underway here at Summit Point after that single file restart.
I tell you what, let's drop back here. Paul Marcones is your early leader, followed by Penato and then Beverly. I'm going to drop back just a little bit for this T4 battle. We talked about it earlier, and we saw them earlier on battling in that SM class. It is Jeremy Butts and Michael LaMena. LaMena got a great start on that. Jerome Hinkle started to come up behind him, but Michael was able to throw a little bit of a block there because he can't afford to have Hinkle in between him and Jeremy in this T4 race. Then you drop back another car length there. Again, another great start by Steve Wickersham, but that T4 battle between Butts and LaMena, they're going at it again. They're nose to tail going through 4.
All right, we've got a car that has gone back to the paddock, and I think that's Chuck Allard in the number 50 Porsche 924. Our winner from yesterday in H production, his day is now done.
We also had the 8 of Michael Hirschberger going back there as well. So both cars out of this race early on.
All right, so as we wait for our field to come back around, no big changes in that single file restart. It looks like most of the field was pretty heads up when the green flag came out and when the yellow flags dropped. But now coming around turn 10 onto the front straight, now with only 3 laps remaining. Paul Marcones, your leader in E-Production. Jimmy Pettinato, your leader in SPU. About 3 car lengths separating them. But let's jump and take a look at this battle in T4. We're going to jump past Tom Beverly, our STL leader, because heading down into turn 1, door to door, Jeremy Butts, Michael LaMena. Didn't we just see this about 20 minutes ago, Brian?
We did. Now we're going to see it again in T4. Again, these two go at it just about every race. And, Greg, I think when we were here in July, we talked about the same thing with these two. And actually talking to them last night, they were both prepared for this. This is what excites them. This is what they like doing, being able to race against both of them. Again, both of these drivers getting ready to head to VIR for the runoffs in these machines. So there is a lot of give and take, but the challenge becomes making sure you get that win.
Absolutely, there, and that is the key. So as we saw these drivers start to head down the hill, Jeremy Butts did manage to keep his 4th position overall and the lead in T4 over Michael LaMena. Jerry Hinkle, just a couple car lengths back from that battle, and maybe he's looking for a little charity today from them. I don't know. But back behind them, we then have the battle for second in STL with Wickersham and Sainz, and they were only about 2 car lengths apart as our top 3 come onto the front straight. great. Marcone's an EP, Petnato and SPU, Beverly our STL leader. But let's watch again that battle for the lead in T4, and at the moment it is Jeremy Butts. He's got about a car length and a half advantage this time as they go under braking in the 1.
Yeah, Michael LaMena able to go ahead and close up a little bit under braking, so he's going a little bit deeper there. Gets a better run through 1 and 2 onto the back bumper of Jeremy Butts, but Jeremy coming out of turn 2 gets a heck of a run there, pulls away a little bit by about a car length over Michael LaMena in that T4 battle, Greg. So it looks like that LaMena's got a little bit better in the braking zone, but Butts has got a little bit power coming off of the corner.
All right, and so as our next time by, Paul Marcone's will be getting the 1 to go. Wanted to quickly, and I know we've had some issues with our YouTube stream today, but if you like what you're seeing, if you like the content that we're providing to you, please go ahead and give us a thumbs up. And if you haven't done so already, please go and subscribe to the Washington, D.C. Region SCCA YouTube channel. We would really appreciate it. All right, so our leaders coming up under the bridge and into turn 10, Paul Marcone's now in our leader in E-Production, leader overall. He's opened up now a 3-car length advantage over Jimmy Petnato's BMW E30 M3, and those are top 2 drivers. Tom Beverly with a commanding lead in STL runs in 3rd. Our next STL driver, that is Steve Wickersham, and he is running 7th. He's got John Sainz about 3 car lengths back from him.
Tell you what, Greg, that T4 battle, that's going to go all the way down to the end. Paul Morcone's in that E-Production. He pulls away from Penato, then Beverly. That T4 battle, we've just been talking about it pretty much all race. They're starting to go side by side, coming out of turn 2. Now Jeremy Butts is going to get a breakaway just a little bit over LaMena. We'll see if LaMena can get to him. And LaMena goes sideways, spins, coming up out of 3. Tried to push the issue, does a complete 360. Still continuing to keep it going. He's on driver's left near turn 4, up on the tub. He may have to sit there and wait, Greg, as the rest of the cars go by. But he was really trying to push that issue to catch Jeremy Butts. Now he spins it back around. He's starting to go in the right direction now. So again, Jeremy Butts is going to take that T4 battle to get through that racetrack. But again, great pressure by Michael LaMena, but Michael just overdriving turn 3, got it loose and went for that 360 spin.
And so that is probably going to move Jeff Liller in the 127 T4 Mazda MX-5 up into 2nd position in T4. We'll have to see if Jennifer roams in her Subaru BRZ, her Scion FRS, same car, whether or not she moves up as well. As the checkered flag is out, Paul Marcone's takes the win, both overall and in E-Production. Jimmy Petnato, our sole SPU driver, he's going to finish 2nd overall. Tom Beverly in his Honda Civic, he takes the win in STL. Jeremy Butts crosses the line, not with Mike LaMena near him, finishes all by himself. He's going to come home your winner in T4. Jerry Hinkle will win in F Production. Steve Wickersham will come home 2nd in STL. And let's take a look here as John Sainz will get around Ted Cahall on the very last lap. Sainz, he's going to finish 3rd in STL. Cahall will finish right off the podium in 4th. And indeed, all the way back 10th place overall, Jeff Liller finishes ahead of Michael LaMena. So Jeff Liller is going to come home in 2nd. Mike LaMena will come home in 3rd in T4. Now let's go and take a look and drop back. Charles Guto took the win in GT Pinto, of course, pretty much from lap 2. He was our sole driver remaining in the field. But let's look at F Production, where Jim Stem finished 2nd to Jerry Hinkle, and then finally in H Production with that large 9-car H Production field. Now remember, Chuck Allard pulled off early, and I think Lawrence Freyson did not come to the grid today. So only a 7-car field. Mike McQueen in his MG Midget gets around Ryan McBain. McQueen takes the win in H Production, and so that means that he is going to win $50 from Spring Solar LLC. Congratulations to Michael. Ryan McBain finishes in 2nd. Carlos Schooler in his Toyota MR2 takes the last step on the podium. Taylor Hyatt finishes in 4th, and Ken Gillette, Paul Baofist, and Glenn Hoffman. And as we mentioned, Chuck Allard, who took the win yesterday, only completes 3 laps. All right, so Brian, let's see. We've got 2 races left. but the big one is coming up here in just a moment. Let's make a final call to the grid for race group 7. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 7, SSM. Please make your way to the grid. SSM drivers, please make your way to the grid. This is your final call. All right, Brian, so let's do this. Let's take another quick little break here, and when we come back, we'll have the starting grid for our SSM race, all 40-plus cars large, I think 46 or 47 qualifiers over the course of the last 2 days, and we'll have more of our heat racing action. You are listening to the 2022 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular from beautiful Summit Point Raceway, and we will be right back. And we are back here at Summit Point Raceway for our 6th heat race of the day. Our seventh heat race of the day. And this is SSM. And let's go, and we're going to run down the starting grid for this morning's race. And again, it is a very large 46 car field. Now we do have 2 pace laps, and I can tell you they're going to be leisurely, as they're going to be right behind Mr. McLeod's beautiful MGA coupe. So let's start off now. Starting 46th on the grid, driving the number 40 machine from Ashburn, Virginia, it's John Grayhorse. Starting 45th in the number 31 machine from Virginia Beach, Virginia, Giovanni Crisafulli. Starting 44th in the 05 Mazda Miata from Knoxville, Tennessee, it's Steve Bindrum. Starting 43rd in the 01 Miata from McLean, Virginia, it's James Smith. From Charlestown, West Virginia, driving the 39 car, we've got Jack Kellum starting 42nd. Starting 41st in the number 72 Mazda Miata from Cliffwood, New Jersey, it's Robert Ahern. Starting 40th in the number 6 Mazda Miata. In the number 6 Mazda Miata from Mountjoy, Pennsylvania, it's James Roberts. Starting 39th, driving the number 24 car from Leesburg, it's Steve Wolfson. Starting 38th, driving the number 79 car from Baltimore, Maryland, it's James Foster. Starting 37th, driving the number 9 Miata from Mechanicsville, Virginia, it's Ray Seabird Heath. Starting 36th, driving the number 92 machine from Haymarket, Virginia, it's Vic Bruni. Starting 35th today from Sykesville, Maryland, and I don't know if this car is going to make it out here today, Brian, after the issues that he had yesterday. Adam Volatile, starting 34th, driving the number 51 machine from Ellicott City, Maryland, it's John Maslin. Starting 33rd in the number 52 machine from Weehawken, New Jersey, it's Isaac Jordan. Starting 32nd, driving the number 82 car, and also caught up in that incident yesterday with Volatile from Boonesboro, Maryland, it's Stuart Smith. Starting 31st, driving the number 12 Mazda Miata from Frederick, Maryland, it's J.D. Brunk. Starting 30th in the 113 car, it's John Moyer. From Fairfax, Virginia, driving the 65 machine. And starting 29th, we've got Brooks Hunt. Starting 28th today in the number 89 machine from Herndon, Virginia, it's Jamison Huffman. Starting 27th, driving the number 99 Mazda Miata from Potomac, Maryland, it's Peter Kaufman. Starting 26th, your class administrator and driver's rep in SSM from Berryville, Virginia, it's Mark Flitcroft. Starting 25th, from Herndon, Virginia, and driving the number 123 car, it's Kellen Crocker. Starting 24th today, driving the 199 machine from Millersville, Maryland, Ben Sarley. Starting 23rd today, from Midlothian, Virginia, driving the number 91 Mazda Miata, Scott Kroistek. Starting 22nd, from Nokesville, Virginia, driving the number 88 Mazda Miata, it's Jay Bindrum. Starting 21st today, driving the number 146 car from Washington, D.C., it's Ryan Harrison. Starting 25th and driving the number 85 Mazda Miata from Rising Sun, Maryland, it's Sam Scott. Midlothian, Virginia's Ben Jones will start 19th today, start driving the number 10 car. Nate Lucas starts 18th, driving the number 67 Mazda Miata. He's out of Silver Spring, Maryland. And Warrenton, Virginia is where David Biegert calls home. He's driving the number 1 car and starting 17th. Starting 16th today, Nick Bruni from Arlington, Virginia. He's driving the number 95 machine, and I'm sure Meathead Mike Collins wants to see if he can make a pass. All right, let's see here. Starting 15th today from Silver Spring, Maryland, driving the number 121 car, it's Frank DeBerzy. Starting 14th. From Winchester, Virginia, driving the number 14 machine, it's Andy O'Brien. Kevin Kopp is driving the number 66 machine for Kopp Motorsports. He's from Great Falls, Virginia, and starts 13th. Starting 12th today, from Bristow, Virginia, driving the number 75 machine, it's Deacon Greenfield. And starting right next to him is going to be Scott Brunk from Frederick, Maryland. He's driving the number 73 car and starts 11th. Dave Weibel will start 10th today in the number 18 machine, while John Hotz, we're seeing a lot of John Hotz this weekend. He's from Sparks Glencoe, Maryland. Still, even after that last race, he's still from Sparks Glencoe. He's going to start 9th today, driving the number 63 car. Starting 8th in the number 32 Mazda Miata from Baltimore, Maryland, it's Scott O'Rourke. Then we've got Tristan Herbert. Tristan is driving the number 33 machine. He's from Sterling, Virginia. And as I think I said, he starts 7th. Starting 6th today, driving the number 70 machine from Winchester, Virginia, it's Cam Gruber. Starting 5th is David Stern from Springfield, Virginia. He'll be driving the number 07 machine. And then let's look at our front 2 rows. Starting 4th today, driving the number 15 machine from Dayton, Maryland, it's Ryan Maloney. And right beside Ryan on the inside of row number 2 from Baltimore, Maryland, we have Neil O'Rourke. He's driving the number 06 machine. And your front row today, starting on the outside pole with a fast time of 128.848, driving the 42, it's John Evans. And your pole sitter from Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, with a qualifying time of 128.538, driving that 11 car. Yesterday's winner, Rich Roman.
Greg, yesterday we saw this group did not get a lot of laps. I think they only got 8 laps, or
Yes.
maybe even only 7 laps due to the incident that we talked about early on between the 04 and the 82, neither of which I have seen out here, so I do not believe they are going to make this.
All right, quickly, Brian, before we get the green here, and we've got cars coming around turn 10 now, let's make a call to the grid.
Second pace lap.
Oh, that's right, second pace lap. We've got some time, but I'm going to do this. I'm going to make a first call to the grid for our last heat race of the morning. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 8, our open wheel drivers. I believe that's Club Ford, Formula Enterprises 2, as well as Formula Atlantic. Please make your way to the grid again. And if you have an open wheel car and you weren't here yesterday, this is your group also. Race group number 8, please start making your way to the grid for your heat race.
Yeah, I tell you what, Greg, as we get this second pace lap, let's recap a little bit of what we saw here yesterday within this group. Again, 46 of these cars, they're all even individually matched. It's all going to come down to draft, especially in this car. John Evans leads for the first half of this race.
Yes.
Richard Roman drops back to second. Those two ran away and kind of got out in front over Maloney, O'Rourke, and at that point it was David Stern. But as we started to get through, again, until that incident, then Richard Roman was able to get around Evans coming down the front stretch and heading down into turn one. So, again, Richard Roman ends up taking the win there. But, again, not too many laps yesterday. I think they got about the same amount. So these guys are going to get, hopefully the exact same amount of laps, 8. In this race here, I think you're going to see some good side-by-side racing. You're going to see some really good, clean racing. I don't think you're going to see John Hotz weaving back and forth.
No.
In this group, you've got to stay tucked underneath somebody nose to tail. 2 cars are faster than 1. 3 cars are faster than 2. You've got to have a partner there. And I guarantee you on the grid, as these cars started to come up, there was a lot of negotiating.
Yes.
I'm not going to say strategy. I'm going to say negotiating in between to try to find that partner.
Were there any Lotus 7 drivers involved in
I
those
don't believe
negotiations?
so, but I have a feeling that at some point, hopefully they still continue to donate to the charity, especially Rich since he is on the pole.
That's right.
So if Rich has not donated to the pole award for the charity, somebody needs to hit up that pocket right there.
That's right. All right, here is our pace car now has the lights out coming up the hill. And, I'll make that joke again. And I talked to Kathy McLeod, one of the co-owners of that MGA, and she was okay with the Prince of Darkness joke, that beautiful little MGA from the Clan McLeod. When the lights go out, it's not because we've got a race about to start. It's because the Prince of Darkness had something to do with it there with Lucas Engineering. All right, so pace car now underneath the bridge and onto the pit lane, I think.
Yep.
There it is. Pace car on the pit lane. And by the way, Kathy McLeod, Michael Collins says hi. Starter looking over the field and a green flag just as our front row comes out of turn 10. And we've got Rich Roman to the left, or probably to the right. We've got John Evans to the left. And yesterday, Brian, if you remember, the outside row did not get a good push, but John Evans still managed to make his way around Rich Roman, and that's happening again. A little bit of brake lockup, though, from car that's 8th in the field, and that is Tristan Herbert.
That actually was Kevin Kopp that had the brake lockup, locked the right front brakes. It looks like everybody started to check up just a little bit soon. He had nowhere to go, had to move to driver's right. He's back in line, but Greg, we're still 2 by 2 through our first couple of rows. Now it is Evans, Roman, give it to O'Rourke, then Maloney, David Stern, Camden Gruber. They're side by side as they go up through turn 3. Everybody else trying to get single file rather quickly as they come up through turn 3. Everybody's through the first 3 turns, nice and easy.
All right, there's the field now making their way down into the carousel. And so, yeah, again, as that inside row got the jump once again, and Evans, who's got, and again, these cars are much more closely matched than we saw in Spec Miata, and a lot of that has to do with the dyno program that these cars have to go through. But John Evans didn't get a real push from the car sitting right back behind him, and that allowed that inside row to start edging up. And again, Evans had to work his way across traffic and managed to hold on to the position as our leaders now coming through 10 to complete lap number 1 as they come out of 10 and make their way onto the front straight. Well, it's 2 white cars at the front.
It is going to be Roman.
It is Rich Roman, your leader. John Evans now in the 42 car running second, then Neil O'Rourke and Ryan Maloney. Back behind Maloney is David Stern, Tristan Herbert in 6th, made up a position, and Cam Gruber. Then Scott O'Rourke, John Hotz, birthday boy, sitting back in 9th, Scott Brunk in 10th. But for the most part, Brian, as it looked like just a little bit, we had both Hotz and Brunk side by side going into in the 1. It is essentially a 20-car train here in the battle for the lead.
Oh, and we've got Camden Gruber, and I'm not sure who that is. That is the 60. That is actually John Hotz, who goes off in turn 3 into the entry and then all the way through the grass up against the tire barrier. That, again, was another hard hit. Looking through the binoculars, I do see John moving around. He is trying to get that thing started. But that was a product, again, of 2 people trying to get the same position on the racetrack, Greg, but that was a very hard hit up against the tire barrier in for that number 63 of John Hotz. Again, John moving around. He's got his helmet off now. Looks like he's going to get climbing out of the car.
Yeah, and so we've got a local caution at turn 2. This is before the turn 3 flag station, Brian. The incident happened only about 2/3 of the way down the short chute, coming down towards turn 3 as the driver shot across both of the access roads. And again, he is now sitting, and the driver is out of the car and on his way. We are still maintaining just a local caution at turn 2 as our leaders now running down the front straight. It is still Rich Roman, who just ran the fastest lap of the race. Well, it was only the second lap, so you'd think he would. John Evans tucked in right underneath his nose. We've got Neil O'Rourke, Ryan Maloney, David Stern about 5 cars back from there. I've gotten word from turn 2 that they're going to maintain that local caution for another 2 laps.
Yeah, Roman leading Evans, then O'Rourke. Now give the 4th position to Tristan Herbert over David Stern, and then Ryan Maloney. Look for Ryan Maloney and David Stern to hook up to try to reel that group back in. Everybody else kind of single file all the way through the turn 2 and into turn 3 as they start to head up over turn 4. But again, Maloney and Stern looking to hook up to try to catch those leaders.
All right, and so I was just watching. This is was around 9th or 10th position back, so a couple cars back. Scott Brunk in the RP Performance, the number 73 car, looked to be considerably off the pace coming into turn number 3. Had a couple cars go around him on the outside. We'll see where he ends up after this lap. But let's do this, Brian. Let's quickly make a call to the grid for our next group. This is where I go and I make noises and I like do the chimes in my head here. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 8. Our open wheel drivers, please make your way to the grid. Race group 8, please make your way to the grid.
Greg, as you make that call to the grid now, John Evans going to turn around and go around Rich Roman as they head down into turn 1. Roman going to try to do the over-under as they come out of turn 2, but give the lead right now to Evans as he starts to pull away just a little bit. That's going to bring Tristan Evans. We've got a 6-car breakaway here before a big, huge gap all the way back to next, which would be Kevin Kopp in the 7th position. But then you've got Tristan Herbert going 4 off through the gravel out of 3. He's right on the back bumper of Richard Roman. It's like it propelled him to give him more speed there. We've got a couple other cars going off into turn 3 into the gravel, putting 2 tires on the right side there, but each one continues. It's actually what that's doing, Greg, is throwing some of that gravel up on the racetrack and up through the rumble strips. That could be what they're hitting the most.
All right, so Brian, one of the other moves that we just saw happen, and this is the battle for 3rd position right behind our 2 leaders, Tristan Herbert, who had just run the fastest lap of the race, snuck underneath Neil O'Rourke going into turn 1, and so that black with red striped number 33 car, he moves up to 2nd, but more importantly, as both Evans and Roman were side by side going into 1, and Tristan Herbert maintained that momentum, he is now only a half a car length back from our 2 leaders, another 2 car lengths back to the green number 06 of Neil O'Rourke, and then we've got Stern and Maloney locked nose to tail. They're about 4 car lengths back from those top 4 drivers.
Those 2 will stay nose to tail all the way through turns 1 and turns 2. Those 2 are going to work together as best as they can. They need to catch that front 4, Greg. Is that front 4 starting to pull away? Because then it's about another 4 car back to David Stern. John Evans leading over Richard Roman, Tristan Herbert, then Neil O'Rourke, who is about a car length and a half. And again, Tristan Herbert using every bit of the racetrack, if not even more, going through turns 3. But that's giving him a little bit drop back now from Richard Roman.
All right, and so I mentioned a little while ago about Scott Brunk in that 73 car. Whatever issues he had have apparently gone by the wayside. He is now up into 8th position, tucked in right behind Kevin Kopp's number 63 car. Kopp currently sitting 7th, leading, I guess, the second wave of cars, trying to try to use that pair of Stern and Maloney as a bridge to try and get back up to the lead pack.
All our cars midway through, get through turn 3 there. Again, we still have that standing yellow there. It looks like they may have dropped it at this point, Greg, so they left it there, as you said, for a couple of laps. Now they know that it's there. Here comes our leaders out of turn 10.
All right, here we go. Once again, it is the number 42 car, and that is John Evans. He is your leader, but Roman now and actually a little bit of contact between Roman touched the left rear bumper of John Evans' car, I think, as he was trying to get around. Evans' car, though, not upset by that at all, and as they go into turn 1, door to door, we had Evans to the inside driver's right. We had Roman to the outside driver's left. And looks like Roman is going to end up slotting back behind Evans as Herbert takes a look to the inside, Brian.
You have to look. Hopefully that does not puncture a tire, get a tire to go down on one of those two, because there was a little tire to tire there, which you saw a little bit of smoke. Who's that going to benefit? That benefits Tristan Herbert. He's right on the back bumper of Richard Roman. And David Stern and Ryan Maloney, they're watching this as well. They've got a bird's eye view of what's going on as they head over the hill and down into 5.
All right, a little bit further back in the pack, watching a great race right now. Jay Bindrum in the number 88 car. He's got Mark Flitcroft. He's also got Huffman, Kaufman, and Moyer. All those cars all bunched together. That right now is the battle for 22nd position. And so when we say that there is a race from the front to the back here, Brian, we got another one coming towards us now.
Yeah, we got one car a little bit off pace here as our couple guys coming back, I think, and that is the 123. That's Caleb Crocker. He looks like he got out of shape through 1. Now he's going to work his way back through as 4 of those cars went by him. So Crocker getting a little out of shape coming out. Here comes our leaders out of turn 10, Greg. They're going to have 2 to go this time by.
That's it. 2 laps to go in this very short 8-lap sprint race. It is Jonathan Evans, still your leader. He's got the car about mid-track. Now Tristan Herbert, he's going to try to come down the inside driver's right on Rich Roman. Can he get up to the leader? No, he cannot, but Tristan Herbert is now your second place runner right behind Jonathan Evans. Rich Roman, yesterday's winner in this class, drops back in the 3rd, and Tristan Herbert, he's brought Neil O'Rourke along with him as they come down the short run into 3. We've got Roman to driver's left, we've got O'Rourke to driver's right, but it looks like Roman's going to keep 3rd position as they head down the hill.
And Tristan Herbert, again, for the 4th lap in a row, goes off driver's right, all 4 tires through the gravel, able to keep it under control. It's like he's want his car to go there.
Well, you know, drivers, they try to open up that corner, Brian, as much as possible.
Real quick, I got Scott O'Rourke in the 32 off in turn 3, able to keep going, but he's lost a lot of momentum. Now, keep in mind, he did have some troubles here on Friday.
Yes, he did.
In practice, so we'll have to see whether or not that car is going to be able to make it all the way back around, but he slowed down tremendously trying to get back righted and going in the right direction.
All right, so we're waiting for now for when our leaders come up and out of turn number 10. They will get that 1 to go board, and here we go. It is Jonathan Evans, your leader. He's got Tristan Herbert in the black number 33, so close underneath that car that you can't even see it. And Herbert moves to driver's right immediately out of turn 10 as he now is door to door with our leader, Jonathan Evans. Then we've got Rich Roman. He's dead center between those 2 cars. Then we've got O'Rourke, and then we've got now who's moved up to that lead pack, David Stern and Ryan Maloney as they go into 1, Brian.
I tell you what, at Maloney and Stern were starting to fall back a couple laps ago. They're right in the thick of this now with O'Rourke, Tristan Herbert, John Everson. Their teammates there, they're going to battle all the way to the end. Give the lead now to Tristan Herbert. Let's see if he goes through 5 for 5, going through turn 3, gets a little bit loose, able to keep it on the gray stuff. He opens up about a half a car length lead over Jonathan Evans as they head out into turn 4 into turn 5. A little bit further back here, you've got the Brunk, the Cop, and you've got Camden Gruber right there. They're side by side. Brunk going off just a little bit, driver's right with 2 tires, but that battle's still going to continue on as well, Greg.
That's right, and that's the battle for 7th as Kopp and Brunk were side by side, door to door, going through the corner with Gruber, Weibel, and O'Brien in that pack as well. So very, very tight running in our top 10. So let's do this, Brian, as we wait for our leaders to come back around. Let's make a final call to the grid for our final sprint race or heat race of the day. Final call to the grid for race group number 8. That's our open wheel group. Please start making your way to the grid. Open wheel drivers, please head to the grid as our leaders are coming through 10 now. And it is Tristan Herbert with the lead, but getting a great run out of 10 is John Evans. And as they cross the line, Tristan Herbert takes the win in SSM. Margin of victory is 64 thousandths of a second Richard Roman, he is going to finish in third. Neil O'Rourke finishes fourth. Ryan Maloney comes home in fifth, gets around David Stern on the very last lap. Scott Brunk works his way up to eighth. That battle that he had with Kevin Kopp goes all the way until the checkered flag, only 1,400 separating those two drivers at the checker. Camden Gruber will finish in ninth. Dave Weibel will finish in 10th. And because Mike Collins is so invested in this, Nick Bruni moves all the way up to 13th position, a net gain of 3 positions. Congratulations, Nick Bruni. All right. So there you go. That is our SSM race. Brian, an amazing finish. And as always in this class, incredibly tight racing. So let's go. And before we take a break, I wanted to again thank some of the great partners and sponsors of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, the Washington, D.C. region. And one of our most important partners is OG Racing.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
All right, so we'll be back here in just a few moments for our final sprint race of the morning. You are listening and watching the 2022 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular live from Summit Point Raceway, and we'll be right back.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule an appointment online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at 301-585-2740. Again, that's 301-585-2740.
All right, welcome back to Summit Point Raceway for the 2022 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular. It's day number 2 of 3. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati, and we've got our last heat race of the morning up next. That is our open wheel group. But before we jump to them, let's go and thank another one of our longtime sponsors of the region, and that is Tire.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and applications. Stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule an appointment online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at 301-585-2740. Again, that's 301-585-2740.
All right, thank you so much. And again, thank you to Paul Marconi's and Radial Tire Company, located for so many years in Spring, Maryland. All right, so Brian, we've got our last group of the morning on the pace lap. Here, again, an 8-lap sprint race. Let's run down the starting grid.
Tell you what, since you took the last one of 46 cars, I'll take this one.
Don't work too hard, my friend.
I'm going to try. Starting 5th from Moncton, Maryland, in the number 20 in a Club Ford is Douglas Fisher. Starting 4th from Arlington, Virginia, in the number 24 and 2nd in Club Ford, that is Brian Farrell. Starting 3rd from Cockeysville, Maryland, your pole sitter in Club Ford, the 2, and our workers' drivers winner last night is Wayne Nicolette. Starting 2nd in his Formula Enterprise 2 from Ranson, West Virginia, the number 10 of Keith McDonald. And on the pole from Harleysville, Pennsylvania, in a Formula Atlantic number 77, that's Alex Mayer.
And we'll have to see if Alex, and by the way, for those of you that are watching us on YouTube, that's Alex's race car sitting dead center of your screen right there. And that may have to suffice because although we saw Alex out for the warm-up this morning, don't think he made the grid for. Oh, he is out there. Okay, I guess he is out there. All right, he is out on track, and lights are out on the pace car. But he had a great run yesterday, lapped, I think, the majority of the field a couple times, as you would expect the Formula Atlantic car to do, certainly against a number of Club Forbes. Now, yesterday's, although he took the overall win, Brian, he was not our Workers' Choice Award winner here in the with group number 8. That is, again, an award that our flaggers are awarding to each and every, to at least one driver in each and every race group, and they got a nice prize package. And I believe our winner yesterday was also the winner in Club 4, driver the number 2 Lola, Wayne Nicolette.
We actually had, as our leaders are now coming out, getting ready to take the screen, Alex Mayer. He actually did come and sit down on pit road for a little bit, made a couple air adjustments, I think, on the tires, looked at it, and then went back out. So we're under green flag right now. There goes Alex Mayer, then Keith McDonald second. I'll tell you what, good start by Douglas Fisher there in the 20. He's going to go side by side with Brian Farrell in those Club Fords, headed down into turn 1. So again, Fisher trying to follow in behind Wayne Nicolette. They're still side by side going into turn 1. Give that second spot right now on entry to Douglas Fisher in that Club Ford, Greg. But I tell you what, Brian Farrell not going to go away. He's going to hang right there behind Fisher. So whatever issues Fisher had yesterday, they seem to be well taken care of because now he is second over Brian Farrell, who's sitting in third in that Club Ford.
Yeah, very close running for the two of them, and they both spent a little bit of time on the pit lane yesterday. But good to see them with both of those cars back out on the pavement. And, you were mentioning about Alex Mayer, how he had some time yesterday to go and he had some time to do a little testing and tuning, maybe make some shock or tire pressure adjustments during the race. That's because he had already lapped the field, I think, 3 times, and by the time the race was over, he only had 1 lap on the rest of the field. But it's nice to have that kind of cushion. I mean, obviously, again, no real comparison between a Formula Atlantic and the rest of the field. Even our second-place runner right now, Keith McDonald, who's just now coming out of turn 10 and coming down the front straight, is running about 6 seconds off of that Formula Atlantic car's pace, which is exactly what you would expect. Now, the race in Club Ford, Nicolette, again, your leader. He's got about 8 car lengths on our new second-place runner, and that is Brian Farrell in the blue number 24 car, Doug Fisher in that red number 20 car, about 2 car lengths back, sitting in third currently.
Yeah, Fisher getting a good run off the start. Brian Farrell got down on the backside of the racetrack. That car maybe a little bit. And you know what, Greg? Now as they come out of turn 2, we've got Brian Farrell spinning. I see a waving yellow down there. We'll see if he's able to continue. But now Douglas Fisher, he's going to be in second. So we'll have to see what happened to Farrell, but I can see some smoke down there from the dirt. Here he comes now. So evidently must have spun that machine going through turns 1 and 2. He's going to have to collect himself and try to reel back in Douglas Fisher and Wayne Nicolette.
All right, so that race now gone for not well. We'll see. Things might open up. Now, as our leader, Alex Mayer, crosses the stripe here to complete lap number 2, and he's starting to work his 3rd lap of this 8-lap sprint race, puts in a lap time of a 1:10.31. Now, yesterday, his fastest lap of the race was about 0.8 of a second faster. It was a 109.5, so we'll see if he can get down to that. And as it stands right now, Keith McDonald, who just put in a 117.4, about 3 seconds off of his best times from yesterday. Wayne Nicolette crosses the stripe in 3rd right now. He just, and you would expect as these drivers are getting heat in the tires now, only completing 2 laps, I would think that they were all going to start picking up a little bit more speed. Nicolette turns a 121.4, his fastest time yesterday, just about a second faster.
And Greg, I see Wayne Nicolette there. Okay, I was going to say, I don't see Douglas Fisher, but now I see him coming out of turn 2. I thought I saw Brian Farrell, who's now going into turn 1. So he's going to start to collect himself, see if he can't roll in Douglas Fisher there for that second. I didn't see Fisher Fisher when he went by me here, and then picked him up coming out of 2 out behind the trees. But there goes Alex Mayer. He's going to cross the start-finish line again, as you said, completing his 3rd lap now.
Yeah, and Brian, real quick, I just wanted to, again, I know we've had some trouble, once again, with our stream up to YouTube, but if you are watching, if you have friends watching, please let them know about the Washington, D.C. region's SCCA channel, and if you like what you're seeing here today, please go ahead and give us a thumbs up, subscribe, and click on that notification bell. But, as we've been having trouble with our internet feed for the seemingly the 3rd event in a row, Brian, I got a message on Discord, of all things, from Murphy Nichols, who is helping out Mark Johnston this weekend with his ITS car down over by turn 6. Of course, Murphy, longtime runner in the Washington, D.C. region, SCCA's iRacing League, also the Ray Esports League. And one of the common things is he always has internet issues from his house in Frederick, Maryland. Yeah, and that's what he's saying. He's amazed that for once he can rag on us about internet connectivity issues. So I guess turnabout is fair play. Murphy, thanks for watching this weekend.
Touche, Murphy. Touche, buddy.
That's right. All right. And he's actually gotten those things figured out, but a great racing team that he's got with Morgan Burkhardt, with Deacon Greenfield, with Jameson Huffman, also Giancarlo Schooler. Alex Mayer taking, I would call that evasive action, as he was coming up on the what was that, the 24 of Farrell?
Yeah, that's the 24 of Brian Farrell. Yeah, it was, and I know these cars are small and they sit down on the ground. I'm sure he had to see them, but I don't think he was able to gauge the distance between of where he was picking up and where he was putting it down. Here comes Wayne Nicolette. That's your leader right now in Club Ford. We haven't talked about him. Keith McDonald here. Keith McDonald, again, going faster this last lap by. He went 1:14.873. I think that's his fastest lap of the weekend.
I believe that is the case. Now, that is, it's faster than he ran in. I'd have to check the qualifying sheet here, and fastest time for Keith was 1:14.903.
So he has run faster. Yeah. That was a 1:14.873. So.
Yeah, and that was set during yesterday's race. Now, Alex Mayer, just shown the soundboard by the folks over at the start-finish line, is, of course, as with most SCCA events around the country, not all, but most of them, a 103 decibel sound limit. That is taken about 50 feet from the side of the track surface, and if you go over that limit 3 times, you're going to get yourself black flagged, and so they've given Alex that warning. And so now he knows he's probably going to have to lift a little bit going down the front straight.
It's either that or stay all the way over driver's left.
Driver's right.
Driver's right when you go back down there. Yep, go down there and shake the hands of the sound guy right there.
That's right.
Yeah, as far over as you can. We'll see. Here he comes out of turn 10. We'll see what he does here. Let's see if we hear another call with it. But He may blurp the throttle a little bit going through there.
Hey, and I want to welcome Alan Olson. For a man of his age to figure out YouTube and be able to log into a YouTube stream, he has done it again. Alan putting on a great run today in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. He's joining us for the open wheel race. I know Alan is heavily invested in what happens with our open wheel racers here in the Washington, D.C. region, so we want to welcome him, and thanks for joining, Alan. As we now have just 2 laps remaining, and we do have a driver heading back into the pit lane.
That is the 20 of Douglas Fisher. So whatever the problems he had yesterday seemed to rear its ugly head again here, as yesterday he only ran a handful of laps as well. So
he did, and he had just run his fastest lap of the race before he pitted in. But now Doug Fisher, his day is now done. So we are down to 4 cars. Alex Mayer, who the next time he comes across the start-finish line, he'll be getting that 1-to-go board. He's already got the soundboard. Might as well, get the whole...
Get all of them.
Yeah, get the full complement of stuff that the folks on the starter stand have here. But it is then McDonald, Wayne Nicolette, Brian Farrell. Right now, Nicolette, who just completed lap number 6, he's got, I believe, somewhere close to about a half a lap on Brian Farrell at the moment here in the battle for supremacy in Club Ford.
Yeah, Alex getting ready to come up on Wayne Nicolette here again, and we saw this. He's actually just going to sit behind Wayne Nicolette going through turn 3 and then going to duck in behind and then duck to the driver's left of him going up over the hill into turn 4. So again, now you've got Keith McDonald coming by the start-finish line, going to work his last lap, and then you've got the 24 of Brian Farrell also going to be working his last lap.
Hey, we just got back. This is the wonders of interactivity when you're on YouTube. Alan says that he had his granddaughter get him online. So thank you, young Olson, and thanks for joining us, Alan. I appreciate it. Hopefully a little later today we'll be able to show you everything that we can do and bring you some of the video coverage that we brought you yesterday. But here we are working our very last lap.
Here comes the checkered flag for Alex Mayer.
There you go, the wave in the air. Alex Mayer, driver of the number 77 Formula Atlantic, formerly Formula B or Formula 1000, taking the win. Fast lap for him, a 109.787. About 0.2 off of what he ran yesterday. Keith McDonald in his Formula Enterprises 2 machine. We're waiting for him to come out of turn 10. When he does, he will finish, assuming he finishes, he will finish this race second overall. Wayne Nicolette just crossed the stripe to complete his race. And here comes Keith. And Keith now will finish. Actually, he finishes on the lead lap. So there you go. Keith McDonald, he's going to come home second overall, takes the win. Our sole driver in Formula Enterprises 2. Wayne Nicolette took the win in Club Ford. Brian Farrell in his Z10C comes home second in Club Ford, 4th overall. And, of course, Doug Fisher retired a couple of laps earlier. And we will have cars on course, Brian, as we're getting ready to take a lunch break here at some point. Cars are going to be back on course at 1:15. And so with our first race being bracket racing, we'll be back right about 1:05. All right, so we will join you then. 1:05 p.m. this afternoon. Everybody have a great time. Have some lunch. And if you haven't had a chance already, please check out the Boys and Girls Clubs of the Eastern Panhandle, our charity that we are working with this weekend. And when we come back, we will have 8 more races. These are going to be 11-lap feature races here at Summit Point Raceway. So for Brian Donati, I'm Greg Ginsberg, and we'll see you in just about 1 hour.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule an appointment online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at 301-585-2740. Again, that's 301-585-2740.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
EVSR is proud to partner once again with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA as title sponsor of the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. And EVSR's leader, Charlie Greenhouse, is back behind the wheel as he attempts to repeat as series champion. It's been a big year for EVSR, coming off their momentous victory at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, and they're the only fully electric racing team to compete in and complete a major endurance race against a full field of gas cars. In 2022, EVSR is going to return, building on all the experience from last year's event, and they expect an even stronger finish. To reach that goal, EVSR is searching for new crew members to train for this year's 25 Hour. Come to their paddock in the corner of the woods and talk to Charlie. You can help EVSR make history. And if you're not here at the track, check out EVSR.net for more information about their innovative race program.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule an appointment online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at 301-585-2740. Again, that's 301-585-2740.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
EVSR is proud to partner once again with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA as title sponsor of the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. And EVSR's leader, Charlie Greenhouse, is back behind the wheel as he attempts to repeat as series champion. It's been a big year for EVSR, coming off their momentous victory at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, and they're the only fully electric racing team to compete in and complete a major endurance race against a full field of gas cars. In 2022, EVSR is going to return, building on all the experience from last year's event, and they expect an even stronger finish. To reach that goal, EVSR is searching for new crew members to train for this year's 25 Hour. Come to their paddock in the corner of the woods and talk to Charlie. You can help EVSR make history. And if you're not here at the track, check out EVSR.net for more information about their innovative race program.
Attention paddock, first call to the grid for race group 1, our EVSR Bracket Race Championship. Drivers, please start making your way to the grid. Race group number 1, bracket racing, please make your way to the grid. You are scheduled to be on course at 1:15 this afternoon. Bracket racing drivers, group 1, to the grid, please. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Steve Figura, driver of Spec Miata 04. That's from Group 4. Again, Steven Figura, driver of Spec Miata 04. Please report to classroom number 1. Again, Steve Figura, driver of Spec Miata 04. Please report to classroom number 1.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule an appointment online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at 301-585-2740. Again, that's 301-585-2740.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number one. Race group number one. All right, and we are back here at Summit Point for day number 2 of the 2022 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular. I hope everybody had a great lunch. I know Brian and I did. I know Brian. I wish I was in the motorhome there with you for here. Laura cooked up a pretty fine little lunch there.
Yeah, a nice little turkey burger and some green beans, some ranch green beans.
Ooh, ranch. Oh, that sounds good. All right, so we are getting ready. We have been through, and I'm going to turn off these cameras here because unfortunately we just don't have, I think, all of our cameras up and running. Actually, let's take a look here and see what we can bring up. I've got some of the cameras coming up here, Brian, but not all of them. We'll see what we can bring down and what we have enough bandwidth for here in a moment. We are continuing to have some issues with internet connectivity, but we've got up our feature races here this afternoon. Brian, these are going to be 11-lap races. First race that we are going to have today is going to be our bracket race. We had them out a little bit earlier today, and great championship here. We talked about all the things that make the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Championship so special as we run here in the Washington, D.C. region. And, of course, EVSR has been a proud sponsor of the championship for the past 2 seasons, and unfortunately not going to be here today, and I think for the rest of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season either. And so Charlie Greenhouse and EVSR, they definitely want to thank the DC region for the opportunity. Unfortunately, as we mentioned, they're not going to be able to contest the final 3 races. So our weekend here at Summit Point, and then we have another weekend at Summit Point at the beginning of October, and then just a few weeks later, we round out the season at New Jersey Motorsports Park. And that is because they're focusing all their energies, and you've heard this when we play this spot, they're focusing all their energies on returning to the 25 hours of Thunder Hill. And that is obviously a 25-hour enduro race out at Thunder Hill Raceway in Northern California, and it is this December, and they are very, very proud of their 2021 championship, and unfortunately very disappointed that they had to cancel their 2022 effort so that they could really direct all their energies to having another successful outing out in California. They appreciate the support of the region and Summit Point, and they've embraced the region and Summit Point have obviously embraced the EVSR program for the past 8 years. So there you go. I said 10 years. It's 8 years. And see the future of electric race cars and joined us in proving the viability of electric vehicles in competition. And for those of you that haven't joined the Bracket Racing Run Group, please don't hesitate to register today. While much of SCCA shuns mixed class racing, Chuck Edmondson and his team, they've proven that they can be some of the most fun and cleanest racing, as proven by many seasons with fewer tows and fewer crashes. Add it to your existing race weekend for very little money to double your track time, or do it as a standalone race weekend and enjoy an extra race every weekend. EVSR and Entropy Racing and all their drivers and crew want to thank the Washington, D.C. region for 2 great seasons and look forward to seeing you, or seeing us, in the future. As Charlie Greenhouse says, plug in and kick gas. All right, so Brian, as we are running down, we've just had the course check. We are scheduled to have our drivers roll off for this feature race in now a little less than 5 minutes. Why don't we run down the starting grid, and then we'll talk about what we saw this morning.
All right, well, let's go ahead and give that. Starting 20th from Scottsville, Virginia, in the number 43, that's Frank Alessi. Starting 19th from Tacoma Park, Maryland, in the number 68, that's Jed Prentice. Starting 18th in the number 35 from Heathville, Virginia, and this driver's trying to finish his 3rd straight race in a row, Greg. That's the 35 of Scott Merker. Starting 17th from Silver Spring, Maryland, the number 74 of Steve Martin. Starting 16th from Frederick, Maryland, the number 83 of Bill Windsor. Starting 15th from Annapolis, Maryland, that's the 114, and that's Tim Frank. Starting 14th from Ellicott City, Maryland, in the number 181 in that neon, that is Lawrence Slavinsky. Starting 13th, and we were just talking about him, from Severna Park, Maryland, the number 134 of Chuck Edmondson. Starting in the 12th position, the number 82, and it seems like he's been on track all day long, from Mooresville, North Carolina. That's Steve Wickersham.
Yeah, it's like his 12th race today, isn't it?
12 races weekend already.
That's right.
Starting in 11th position, from Frederick, Maryland, and that number 51, that petty blue is what I'm going to call it.
Oh.
That is Eric Prespis.
It is Road America Blue. It's in the Chevy catalog.
Starting 10th from Thurmont, Maryland in the 127, that's Jeff Liller. Starting 9th from Freehold, New Jersey in the 55 of Alan Rothman.
Sorry.
Starting in the 8th position from Stafford, Virginia in the 13, that's David Albrecht. Starting 7th from Baltimore, Maryland, the number 25 of Aaron Meisner. Starting 6th from Palmyra, Virginia in the 34, that's David Alessi. And starting 5th from Washington, D.C., the number 30 of Mac Harrison. Starting 4th in the 119 from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, that's Chris Benedetto. Starting 3rd from Gibson Island, Maryland in the 81, that's Stephen Shue. And on your front row, starting from Charlestown, West Virginia, and he may start from Charlestown, West Virginia, and that is the 05 of Bill Smith. And starting on your pole from Annapolis, Maryland, and Bill's going to try to catch him in the 178 in that Chevrolet Camaro, that is Nick Jones.
All right, there you go. There is our starting grid for today's race, and we've got the lights on in the pace car. Everything's queued up. They are now starting their pace lap as the pace car now ready to make its way onto the track for a trip around 2 mile 10 turn Summit Point Raceway. Let's take a look back to the 8-lap heat race that we had this morning, Brian, where Bill Smith, the driver of that number 05 Chevy Silverado truck, took the overall win over Nick Jones, and we thought that Nick had broken out of his class on the very last lap. Turns out that actually was not the case, and we have Bill Smith having taken the win in bracket A3 over Nick Jones, and we're showing Larry Slavinsky, and I don't think this is correct. We're showing Larry Slavinsky in that group, but the fastest lap he ran was a 1:31, so a little bit further back in the field. In bracket A4, Stephen Shue, who finished 3rd overall, takes the win with Chris Benedetto in his BMW, and Tim Frank finishing 2nd and 3rd in class. Tim, I believe, racing in the Nissan Sentra.
Looks like Bill Smith is having a problem getting off of pit road here. They're sending everybody around him, so he looks like he's going to have to start shotgun Charlie.
That's right. Start from the very back of the field. And then in bracket A5, which is for drivers that turned a 123 to a 125, Mac Harrison in his Spec Racer Ford took the win in that class. Aaron Meisner, also in a Spec Racer Ford, finished 2nd. Dave Albrecht finishing 3rd, and David Alessi, the 2 Hondas, finishing 3rd and 4th in class. Then in bracket B2, Eric Prepsius in his Spec Racer Ford took the win over Aaron Meisner. Then I just read that, didn't I? Eric Prepsius, then Alan Rothman, Steve Wickersham, and then Jeff Liller. That was your top 4 in an 8-car bracket 4 field. That's for drivers who ran between 131 and 133. And then finally, in bracket B5, Jed Prentice takes the win with Louis Alessi coming home in 2nd.
And I think Bill Smith is actually taking me up seriously because he made the right-hand turn. Maybe he is going to go to Charlestown first and then come back and finish this race. But he has made that right to the paddock. Looks like he is not going to get out for the afternoon race.
All right, so that is going to move. Up into pole position. Nick Jones and everybody else is going to have to readjust a little bit.
Yeah,
and move from left to right, right to left.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's just going to have to go out when you throw that out there. That is going to alter the line because at that point, once he doesn't come off the grid, he would have had to start shotgun Charlie in the field anyway. So that would have put everybody up in the different positions where you think.
And so this is interesting because typically what you're going to have happen is you're going to have that inside lane pull up one position, and that should put Stephen Shue on the pole, on the inside pole, because typically the drivers aren't going to swap around. Let's see as they come out.
Here they are. So Nick Jones is going to be on the pole.
All
he
right.
took drivers right going out. Shue's going to be 2nd there on the outside. So we're waiting for our starter right now, waiting for the green. And there it is, Greg. We've got a full green flag. good run by Benedetto there. And I tell you what, the 113 or the 13 there of going to be David Albrecht got a heck of a jump.
Yeah, and so Nick Jones just did not get in the throttle on the start there, and all three Spec Racer Fords that were in the left-hand lane, Stephen Shue, Mac Harrison, and Aaron Meisner, just drove right around the Camaro. Then we had that Honda Civic hatchback of David Albrecht, who also got a great run, but Albrecht, he's going to have to settle in behind the Camaro now in fourth overall. Right back behind him is Chris Benedetto in the black 119 BMW. Benedetto also had a great jump. He's got a lot more torque in that straight six than the Spec Racer Fords do, but there was just nowhere to use it. He started to look to use in the grass, driver's left, and I think he realized that was probably the wrong call to make.
Yeah, if not, he would have run right into the back of the back of that Camaro, and so had to get completely out of it. And so when you do that, now all your momentum is rocking backwards at that point, so it's going to be a problem.
All right, so we've got the field now, and we'll see here, it's taken in the last couple of races a couple of laps for Nick Jones to get some heat in the tires in that Camaro. We'll see how long it takes him this time, and it's going to take more than a lap as they come out of turn 10, and Stephen Shue now opens up about a 12-car length advantage over Mac Harrison. Nick Jones gets around Aaron Meisner coming out of turn 10. He now gets around Harrison as well. And as they go down into turn 1, it is Stephen Shue. He's got about a 6-car length advantage now over Nick Jones, then Mac Harrison, then Meisner. David Albrecht in the Honda Civic. He holds on to fifth with Benedetto, and then Rothman, Eric Precipice in his Spec Racer Ford, currently running eighth, and David Alessi and Jeff Liller, your top 10.
Yeah, getting through 1 and 2 and even up through 3. Shue was able to pull a little bit further away from Nick Jones. But I tell you what, going into turn 1, you had Precipice, you had Rothman, and then you had the, I believe that is the, I'm trying to see there, couldn't read the number. I'm not exactly sure which one. That may have been David Alessi there.
Yeah.
In that 34. They were 3 wide going into turn 1 with 2 of our Spec Racer Fords kind of on driver's left and Alessi going into driver's right. He had to give way to that.
All right, as our leaders now come underneath the bridge and over towards turn number 10, let's see if Stephen Shue is able to hold off that Camaro of Nick Jones. And for the moment, coming out of turn 10, Stephen Shue is your leader. That probably is not going to be the case by the time they get to start-finish, and indeed, we've got Stephen Shue now slotting back into second place behind Nick Jones. Now, as Jones crosses the stripe, he turns in a 122.234. That's going to move him into bracket A3 and move him out of the A4 bracket that Stephen Shue is maintaining. And right now, Jones, the only driver in that A3 bracket. Shue, the only driver in the A4 bracket. Mac Harrison, who's currently running third overall, our only driver in the A5 bracket. It's not until you drop back and get to, and I think are we missing Benedetto? Nope, there's Benedetto. Then now Benedetto has moved up into that A5 bracket as well, joining Mac Harrison. That leaves Meisner, Albrecht, and Alessi running in bracket B1, which is the 125 to 127.
Yeah, and as we get to some of these laps here, again, we're going 11 laps here, so we're going a little bit longer than we did this morning. With those 8s, you're going to see these brackets. They're going to jump back and forth as these cars start to, get settled in here, as they start to come out of turn 10 right now, and you have Nick Jones leading Stephen Shue, but Stephen Shue started to gain a little bit. Again, you've got a Spec Racer Ford, so the front stretch power in that big Chevrolet Camaro, that is a lot faster, but as you get into the turns, these Spec Racer Fords are definitely going to have the advantage there, where Nick Jones isn't able to just get on the throttle as quickly as he can, as it's getting hotter out here, and the track is changing every single minute, where that car is going to start burning off fuel. Those tires are going to go away and everything else. As we get to that, down to the end of this race, you could see Stephen Shue making a little bit of a gain.
All right, Brian, real quick, I have a couple of announcements to make. First, we want to make a call to the grid for our next group, but then we also have a driver we need to get a hold of. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2. That's ITB, ITS, and B-Spec. Please, race group number 2 drivers, make your way to the grid. Again, race group 2, B-Spec, ITB, ITS, please make your way to the grid. And Steven Figura, driver of Spec Miata number 04. If you could please report to classroom number 1. Again, Steve Figura, driver of Spec Miata 04. That's from race group number 4. Please make your way over to classroom number 1. There are some very important people waiting to meet you.
I think they're looking for an autograph.
Probably not. Well, actually, yes, they probably are looking. And maybe some video. All right, let's jump back to the action here, Brian, as Nick Jones continues to cement that overall lead right now. He is the only driver in bracket A3. Just turned in his fastest lap of the race so far on lap number 4, put down a 1:19.917. And that is slightly faster than he ran earlier today. This morning he ran a 1:19. We'll call it a 1:20 flat. It was a 1:19.998.
I'm sitting here. I'm going to drop back just a little bit, Greg. I'm going to pick up this first B1 bracket here between Aaron Meisner and David Albrecht. They just went to up the hill, up into 3, headed down into turn 4, and David Albrecht is starting to reel in Aaron Meisner in that Spec Racer Ford from that Honda Civic. So that's going to be a pretty good battle in the B1. Again, if you run out of that time, then he's going to end up having to chase down Mac Harrison and Chris Benedetto if any one of them go a little bit faster. Here comes Nick Jones across the start-finish line there. Looks like we'll have 7 laps left in our Group 1 bracket. Again, these brackets are changing ever so slightly just about every single lap. We talked about it this morning. It is about consistency. Here comes our Aaron Meisner and David Albrecht as they come out of turn 10. Albrecht now within a car length of that Spec Racer Ford coming down the front stretch. That Honda Civic right on the back gearbox, trying to get a little bit of the draft there as they go in. He pulls over a little bit driver's right. It's actually going to be what we call a drag race down into turn 1.
Exactly.
But it does look like the Spec Racer Ford is going to be able to hold him off as he's going to be able to get through that turn just a little bit better based off the handling of that car. Now he opens that up by about 3 car lengths coming out of turn 2, headed up into turn 3. So Albrecht able to get him in certain parts of the racetrack, but not able to get him and stay close, especially through turns 1 through 3.
Now, one of the things, Brian, I came over to RaceNet a little bit earlier. We do have our flaggers looking after David Alessi, driver of the number 34 Honda Prelude. They suspected perhaps the hood had not been latched down all the way. I mean, typically when you build a Honda race car, you use that hood latch, even if you're going to use hood pins. Always keep the safety there just in case. But so far, he's got a clear windshield, so I think we're okay. Here, coming out of turn 10, though, now, side by side, and picking up a position here, it is, as we're now halfway through this race, the number 30 machine. And that is, who is the number 30?
That would be Mac Harrison.
Mac Harrison, thank you. Yeah, running in 3rd position. Just getting around Larry Slavinsky in his Dodge Neon, putting him a lap down.
Yeah, when we look at that 34, I just watched it, David Alessi. It does look like on the right side, it is flapping a little bit.
Yeah.
So I think the pins are in there. When I look at the binoculars as he comes out of turn 2, I'll look a little bit closer there. It does look like it's in, but there is a little bit of a gap there. So I think the wind that he's picking up coming down the front stretch and everything is starting to raise it up a little bit. But it does look like that it is down. So it hasn't flown up yet, but it does look like it is latched. There is just a little bit of a gap between that and where the grill is, and so it.
You know, as we've already worked 6 laps now, if it hasn't gone and flown up by now, it probably isn't going to happen. Brian, and with 6 laps complete, that also means we're about halfway through this race. Let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 2, ITB, ITS, and B-Spec. Please make your way to the grid. Again, race group number 2, please make your way to the grid. You are up next.
Greg, let's take another look back here. We look at our bracket B4 with Chuck Edmondson and Steve Martin. They just now went up over the hill out of turn 3, and then you've got Bill Windsor, and then you've got Lawrence. Now you got Tim Frank in there. So you've got those 4 cars. They're within a tenth of each other for that B4 bracket. Here comes David Albrecht. So he's actually slowed down a little bit when he was on the back of Meisner there, and now you've got David Alessi. He is actually going to catch Albrecht as they head through turns 1 and 2.
And taking a look here, Brian. So besides having Alessi in that Honda Prelude making up ground on Albrecht in the 13, who had that great start, but the second race in a row is starting to fall back. Chris Benedetto, driver of the number 119 BMW 335, now just all over the back of the number 30 Spec Racer Ford of Mac Harrison. And is just hounding him down through the bottom half of the course. We'll have to see if things change the next time they come by. But Benedetto had made up almost 3 seconds on the previous lap, so maybe a little bit of a bobble there for the number 30 machine.
As Nick Jones starts to get in between our B4 bracket, Greg, held on that lead right now by Chuck Edmondson, Steve Martin, and Bill Windsor. Last time by, Bill Windsor got a great run out of turn 10, closed right up on the back bumper of Steve Martin there. Edmondson getting a little bit away, but like I said, now you've got Nick Jones, and now you've got Edmondson and Martin. They're going to go side by side. Looks like they're trying to get out of the way of Nick Jones, but that enabled Steve Martin to go around Chuck Edmondson. That's for position in our B4 bracket. So Steve Martin, give him the lead now in B4.
All right, and as we jump now over to bracket B1, this is for our drivers between 1:25 and 1:27. David Alessi, who had been making up ground lap after lap on David Albrecht. Alessi in the Honda Prelude, Albrecht in the EK Civic hatchback, and Alessi has now gotten around the Civic of Albrecht. They're still about, I'd say, probably around 15 car lengths back from Aaron Meisner, who is your leader in that class there. But that last time by, neither Albrecht nor Alessi ran their fastest laps, but Alessi definitely used in the draft.
Here comes that race I was talking about a little bit with Chuck Edmondson and Steve Martin. Again, Nick Jones got in between that. And now you've got Steven Shue right on the back bumper of Nick Jones, Greg. This is for overall as well. There again, not in the same bracket just yet. But Steven Shue now is going to look to try to take that going side by side with Nick Jones into turn 1. And, you know, our Steve Martin and then Chuck Edmondson along with Bill Windsor and Tim Frank, they are nose to tail coming out of here with just a few laps left, and now give Steven Shue the overall lead here in our Group 1 bracket.
Yeah, and, you know, I was wondering whether or not there was the chance that Steven Shue might break out and put himself, because right now he's in a bracket all by himself, that he might break out and end up in that same bracket as Nick Jones, in which case he would have to make the pass. However, because Nick Jones, and I thought that because Shue was in the draft of that big Camaro getting sucked down the front straight, but because both Jones and Shue had to deal with so much slower traffic, those drivers were almost 5 seconds off of their best laps of the session. They were running in the 128s and the 124s. So no change in brackets for Steven Shue.
Yeah.
And Nick Jones just lost a ton of ground.
Well, we'll just see now, because Steven Shue has really opened it up 10. And, you know, I said this early on, is that, you know, let's see what happens with these big boards. And we're going to see these later on when we get our next group coming out.
That's right.
Especially with the GT1 and the GT2 cars.
Right.
As you go longer, it starts to, fuel goes away, tires go away, brakes go away. It gets hard to drive, and so it looks like that could be a handful for Nick Jones. But, again, let's drop back here. Steve Martin is now ahead of Chuck Edmondson by about a car length. Then Bill Windsor, he's trying to do it. Now I've got Edmondson and Martin going through turns 1 and 2. They're side by side. The best seat in the house right now, and it looks like we got one car that's going to go off down there. We'll see who that is. That actually could be the Martin machine. Steve Martin drops off 4 wheels off of turn 2, and now he's dropped back behind Chuck Edmondson, Bill Windsor. You've got Mac Harrison, he's in there as well, Tim Frank, and now Martin's going to try to catch up to Windsor and Frank.
Yeah, so lost 4 positions on that exchange right there as he and Edmondson were going side by side down into turn 1. Now we are working the last lap here in today's bracket race, our feature bracket race. And so next up is going to be our ITB, ITS, and B-Spec race, but our leaders now coming under the bridge, coming through turn 10, and Steven Shu, he is now your leader, and we'll have to see how this plays out on times. His best time of the race is only a 1:21, and as he crosses the stripe on the last lap, a 1:23 and change. So Steven Shu will not go up a bracket. He's going to stay in bracket A4. And that means Nick Jones will hold on to the bracket A3 win, even though he comes in second overall. Coming home and taking the win in bracket A5, Mac Harrison in his Spec Racer Ford. David Alessi moves up to bracket A5, out of bracket B1, where he had spent most of the race. And so Alessi now, with his fast time of a 1:24.915, will put him firmly in the middle of that A5 bracket. Chris Benedetto, who dropped on the last lap. I think Benedetto fell back through the field. He is going to come home, and I think he's crossed the stripe now, but finishes 19th overall, having been as high as 5th.
He may not have come back around on this last lap. I mean, I'll wait for this to reset, but I'm only seeing Benedetto only completing 9 of the 11 laps. So,
and actually, here he comes.
No, that's actually Wickersham. So he has not come back through. So he must be on the backside of the racetrack at this point. That is actually Wickersham and Liller there.
Yeah, and so we'll have to wait in here and see where that driver may be. And and just got word that the 127 car is our final driver. And so as we look there, so Meisner, then Albrecht, then Prespis, probably Prepsius, your top 3 in bracket B1. Then Steve Wickersham and Jeff Liller, as we just mentioned, you're in bracket B4, probably B4. And then we've got, or probably bracket B3. Then we've got Chuck Edmondson, Scott Merker, Larry Slavinsky, bracket B4. Jed Prentice is bracket B5. All right, so that is going to wrap things up for this race. And, Brian, we read that statement about EVSR, about why they couldn't be here, but why don't we talk a little bit more as this bracket race finishes up about EVSR and their electric sport racer program.
EVSR is proud to partner once again with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA as title sponsor of the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. And EVSR's leader, Charlie Greenhouse, is back behind the wheel as he attempts to repeat as series champion. It's been a big year for EVSR, coming off their momentous victory at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, and they're the only fully electric racing team to compete in and complete a major endurance race against a full field of gas cars. In 2022, EVSR is going to return, building on all the experience from last year's event, and they expect an even stronger finish. To reach that goal, EVSR is searching for new crew members to train for this year's 25 hour. Come to their paddock in the corner of the woods and talk to Charlie. You can help EVSR make history. And if you're not here at the track, check out EVSR.net for more information about their innovative race program.
All right, so what we're going to do, we are going to take a quick break, and when we come back here at Summit Point, we will have our second feature race of the day. It's going to be our IT group. It's going to be ITB, ITS, as well as B-Spec. So stick around with us, and if you like what you see here on YouTube and you want to join us for more action, please go ahead, give us that big thumbs up. Go ahead and click on the subscribe button to the Washington, D.C. Region SCCA YouTube channel, and click on the notification bell so you can find out every single time that we go live. But you know what? Actually, Brian, let's not take a break, because I'm getting word now that we are under 5 minutes before this next group runs out, and I think we've got a decent amount to talk about here. A lot of action in our first race, so hey, I guess we won't take the break, and let's go and take a look and see what we have coming up here next here for the 2022 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular. All right, so let's go. We'll run down the starting grid here first for race group number 2. We had 18 drivers set qualifying times over the last 2 days, and here is the starting grid. Starting 18th overall and 11th in ITB. We'll have to see if he can finish a race today, Ryan, because he's going 0 for 2 so far this weekend. Driving the Porsche 924 out of Montgomery Village, Maryland, it's Carl Fossler. Starting 17th overall and 10th in ITB. Driving a Honda Civic, it is Andrew Ortiz. He's in the number 59 car today. Starting 16th. Driving the number 106 Toyota Yaris in B-Spec, we've got Alex Ratcliffe. Starting 15th today. Driving the number 98 BMW 2002. He's out of Bloomington, Illinois. Still representing the Washington, D.C. region, though. He's starting 9th in ITB. It's Kevin Fryer. Starting 14th overall and 8th in ITB from Darnestown, Maryland. Also driving a BMW 2002. It's John Kinberg. Starting 13th. Driving the number 89 2002 from Pasadena, Maryland. And starting 7th in ITB, it's Alton Fryer. Starting 12th on the grid today, 6th in ITB from Leesburg, Virginia. I guess a lot of this will be dependent on whether he got the car fixed or not, of course. But from Leesburg, Virginia, driving an Alfa Romeo GTV, it's Patrick Pegues. Starting 11th, and your pole sitter in B-Spec today, driving the number 81 Mini Cooper, it's Ryan Moran. Starting 10th overall, 5th in ITB. Driving the number 44 Volkswagen Golf GTI from Frederick, Maryland, it's Rich Allen. Starting 9th, driving the number 103 Toyota MR2 from Cowpen, South Carolina, and starting 4th in class, it's Doug Kinzer. Starting 8th overall today, 3rd in ITB from Round Hill, Virginia, driving the number 28 Volkswagen Golf, it's Cameron Gillis. Starting 7th today, and 2nd in ITB, driving the number 8 Volkswagen Golf GTI from Great Falls, Virginia, Tom Martin. Starting 6th today, and your pole sitter in ITB, driving the number 69 Mazda Protege, Scotty Holman. Starting 5th today, driving the number 7 BMW 325 IS from Winchester, Virginia, and also starting 5th in ITS because all of our remaining drivers are competing in ITS. It's Chuck DeHaven. Starting 4th today, driving his ITS Datsun 240Z. It's the number 61 car from Woodbine, Maryland, driven by John Legg. Starting 3rd today, in the number 00 Datsun 240Z from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, it's the Professor Jeff Lucas. And your front row today, on the outside pole, driving the number 17 Nissan 240SX from Hedgesville, West Virginia, Mark Johnston. And your pole sitter today, driving his Datsun 240Z. He's out of Fairfax, West Virginia. He's looking for win number 3 this weekend, Mark Gibson. And there is your starting grid, Brian, as our pace car, it's like clockwork, pace car rolling off onto the track now to bring Mark Gibson and the rest of the ITS, ITB, and B-Spec field around for their pace lap.
Yeah, Mark Gibson kind of dominating this weekend so far. Last race, I think, was closer than it was yesterday afternoon. But, again, only going 8 laps. Now we're going to go 11. We'll see what Mark Johnston has or actually what Jeffrey Lucas has. Jeffrey Lucas put some pressure on him there in that 8-lap sprint. Now, like I said, we're going to go 3 laps more. We'll see what this does and how much more advantage either Gibson or Lucas is going to have over one another.
All right, so in our heat race earlier today, as we mentioned, Mark Gibson, he took the win. Jeff Lucas didn't get the best of starts. He ran the first 2 laps in 3rd place, managed to get around Mark Johnston's Nissan, and finished that race 2nd in ITS. Mark Johnston with, I think, one of his first podiums in ITS in a while here. Mark finished 3rd in that number 17 car. Chuck DeHaven and John Legg had a great battle going on, but Legg had to retire the car early, ended up on the pit lane. Dead Stick had to get towed off the pit lane. Good to see him back out on track with that car right now. Next, we've got in ITB where Tom Martin took the win over Scotty Holman. But my God, was that a race, Brian, where those 2 drivers, the Golf and the Protege, they were door to door, side by side, corner after corner, lap after lap.
Yeah, neither one of them had an advantage coming down the start-finish line. And we've talked about this all day long with different drivers. It seemed like Scotty Holman's car was better coming out of the carousel and up through 8 and 9, and then getting the good launch down the front stretch. Where Thomas Martin was better through 1 and 2. And yes, it seemed like every lap for at least 6 of the 8 laps, they were side by side going through 1 and 2.
And by keeping them side by side, that allowed Doug Kinzer in his Toyota MR2. Great return to the podium for Doug, who missed qualifying yesterday, allowed him to take third. And in B-Spec, Alex Ratcliffe took the win over Ryan Moran, swapping positions from yesterday's race as the pace car now is on the pit road. And we are waiting now, and it's an MG. It's an old MG. It's a little slow on the pit road here.
It's chugging.
It's only got like 1,300 cc's of oomph to get up the hill here.
Tell you what, Thomas Cloud is very happy to be out there driving that. I know he's worked very hard on that. Him and I have had conversations about it. But here they come, Greg. They're coming out of turn 10. So we're going to wait for our starter here and see if we get this green flag.
All right, now we have John Burkhardt on the starter stand. He is watching over the field. We don't have a green yet. They're already to the pit, and it is waved off. The start of this race has been waved off. And so, and John Legg almost runs right into the back of the 17 car of Johnston. But drivers are going to go around one more time. They're going to go around double file, and we'll see if we can get this race started. Technically, Brian, the race has started.
Correct.
Our drivers are on their first of their 11 laps, and the clock. We haven't talked much about time limits so far this weekend because it really hasn't been an issue. But the clock has started as well. So let's do this, Brian, while our drivers are making this slow-ish lap around the course for their second pace lap. Let's make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, First call to the grid for Big Bore and ITA, race group number 3. You may now start making your way to the grid. Big Bore drivers, ITA drivers, please start making your way to the grid. Also, would Steven Figuera, driver of the Spec Miata 04, that's from race group number 4, please report to classroom number 1. Again, Steve Figuera, driver of Spec Miata 04, please make your way to the grid. Or pardon me, to classroom number 1. We've got somebody who would like to speak with you. Steve Figuera, classroom number 1, please.
So, Greg, now we're going to have a 10-lap sprint race and not an 11 because, again, you still got to stay in line here, double file. Even though the race has actually started, they're still on an additional pace lap based off not getting the start of this race.
That's right. All right, so we are waiting, and we thought maybe it was Tom McLeod's, MGA that might have been causing the slow pace. I don't know about that. I think our pole sitter, Mark Gibson, looking for a very, very slow start to out-torque Mark Johnston down into turn 1.
Yeah, I mean, all it takes is for, again, the starter in some of these instances to hear the rev of the motor, right? You hear that. You hear getting on the gas. I'm not going to speculate what that was, but it didn't look very clean in the middle of the pack.
Yeah, they were pretty spread out in the middle.
So we'll have to see what we got here. Is here they come again, and now they get an early green,
very early green
out of turn 10.
Yeah, it looks like John Burkhardt was trying to make sure that there wasn't a reason to throw off another lap there. As looks like Carl Flossler at the tail end of the field, he wasn't going to be able to catch up to the group anyhow. And now heading down into turn 1, Mark Gibson, center of track, maybe a little right of center, as he heads down into turn 1. He's got Johnston right behind him. But Jeff Lucas sensing a little opportunity here, Brian, as Johnston was right in the center of the track. We had Jeff Lucas go around the outside, and he's taken over second position.
Yeah, they come up through turn 3. It is Mark Gibson going to lead over Jeffrey Lucas as they start to head up over the hill there. We'll keep an eye on what's going on here in our B-Spec. It looks like Thomas Martin, he's going to put 2 right side tires off in the gravel, along with that B-Spec of Ryan Moran.
That's the Cop Motorsports line.
Yeah, evidently so.
But as they were coming through 3, we had Martin to the outside, obviously there. We also had Scotty Holman just to his inside as well. That might have been forcing the issue a little bit, but that battle that we saw to end our heat race this morning, picking right up again here for the first lap under green in our afternoon race.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and you're right. I think that all of those cars in that one stable, they want to use more of the racetrack than is really there because Every one of them, as we just talked about. Thomas Martin took right side tires off in turn 3, but able to continue. But here they come out of turn 10. Mark Gibson by about 3 car lengths over Jeffrey Lucas. And then you've got Mark Johnston. That's your lead in ITS. Mark Johnson, Jeffrey Lucas trying to figure out how to team up there, as now Mark Johnson's going to go driver's right, gets a good run down going into the braking zone of turn 1 over Jeffrey Lucas. He's got the inside line. Lucas is going to have to hold on there. It looks like Mark Johnson's going to be able to make that pass at least through the center of turns 1. We'll see what it looks like coming out of turn 2, and now they're going to be side by side. The beneficiary of that is going to be Mark Gibson. He's actually going to pull away a little bit further. Now they go side by side almost into turn 3, give the second position back to Mark Johnston and Jeffrey Lucas. Here comes our ITB, Scotty Holman leading over Thomas Martin. They head up, and then you've got Douglas Kinzer in that 103 machine, and then MR2, he's about 3 or 4 car lengths back, Greg. So we're seeing a repeat of this morning.
Yeah, we certainly are. Now, the one race that we're not seeing a repeat of, before John Legg had his mechanical issues in race number 1, we had Chuck DeHaven and John Legg battling it out for about 4 laps, and some of that may have ended up being because John Legg's car maybe was not performing optimally. Right now, John Legg has about a 10-car length advantage over DeHaven, and that is the battle right now for 4th.
Wait for them to come out of turn 10. Here comes Gibson. Here comes Johnson. He's open up by about another 3 car lengths to Lucas, and then you've got to go back, maybe 15, 20 cars back to John Legg, and then another 10 to 15 back to DeHaven. Here comes that ITB race, Greg, we've been talking about now for really pretty much a day and a half. Scotty Holman here, he's going to cross the start-finish line ahead of Thomas Martin, and then Douglas Kinzer about another 10-car lengths back. So that's your top 3 in ITB. I can tell you what, Greg, it's going to get interesting as we get to these 10 and 11 lap races here, especially with these 3. Gibson out of turn 2, Johnston out of turn 2. Here comes Lucas. They're about 5 car lengths apart. And then, as I said, it's a big gap back to John Legg and to Chuck DeHaven.
All right, here, and as we watch that ITB battle, again, with the protege of Scotty Holman, he's got about a 3-car length advantage, actually about a 4-car length advantage right now over Tom Martin's Golf. But Doug Kinzer, who earlier today was really the beneficiary of that door-to-door battling between our 2 ITB leaders, this race, I think he's showing his true potential here. He's only about 5 car lengths back from the Golf of Tom Martin. And if he can get a little bit closer, that Golf being pretty much like a barn door in the back, he should be able to get that MR2 securely into the draft and use that to his advantage, especially here on the front straight.
Yeah, last time by, I was actually watching Cameron Gillies and Kevin Fryer. They were nose to tail. That's for 6th and 7th in ITB. Pretty good battle going on there. We'll see what happens when they come back around. But here comes your overall leader, Mark Gibson, in that ITS machine, along with Mark Johnson and Jeffrey Lucas. And again, you got to go back even further. Greg, our ITB battle is starting to unravel a little bit as Scotty Holman's starting to pull away now from Thomas Martin, and then they're even pulling away from Douglas Kinzer. As we look a little bit further back, here's what I was talking about earlier on. This is for actually 6th and 7th. That is Cameron Gillies. That is Kevin Fryer. Then throw in the 0-2 there of Jonathan Kinberg. That's 6th, 7th, and 8th. And a great battle as they go down into turn 1. Cameron Gillies on driver's left, and then Kevin Fryer inside on the right side of it going in. They're going to go 2 wide. Kinsberg's going to sit back and say, okay, guys, have at it while I sit here and watch. As they come out of turn 2, give the position back to Kevin Fryer. Cameron Gillies still there, but Jonathan Kinberg, he's not going away. He's going to stay there again. That's the best battle on the racetrack right now, Greg, and that's for 6th, 7th, and 8th. Then you've got our 2 B-Spec cars. So where we didn't see them yesterday and we didn't see them today nose to tail, now you've got Ryan Moran leading over Alex Radcliffe by about half a Mini Cooper.
Well, and he's got one of the small coupe Mini Coopers, so there you go. It's not it's a lot less than a Silverado truck, I've found. Here now, coming out of turn 10, this is our leader in ITS. It's Mark Gibson, and he's got now Mark Johnston almost 25 car lengths back. We had just gotten word from turn 3 that the last lap, Jeff Lucas had a little bit of trouble. He was maybe taking that Cop Motorsports line through turn 3, went all 4 wheels off through the gravel. We've got Edwin Pardue, track manager, up here. He's going to continue to watch the situation in case we need to extend that curbing out an extra 15 feet over driver's right. They're going to find the gravel one way or the other, right, Edwin? Here and so now let's jump back, Brian, to this ITB battle that we've been looking at. This is the battle between Kevin Fryer, Cameron Gillies, and also Jonathan Kinberg. And by the way, that B-Spec battle coming up on them now, side by side, door to door, Gillies and Fryer. Gillies to the inside, Fryer to the outside. That's Kevin Fryer. The younger Alton is just a little bit further up the road with his own battle. And actually, he's got a great battle going on right now with Rich Allen. We might want to look at that for a moment, Brian, because I believe that is the battle now for fourth place in ITB. The 89 of Fryer, the 44 of Rich Allen. But it looks as though just a little bit further back from there, Kevin and Gillies have dropped Jonathan Kinberg just a little bit as Kinberg had some issues with turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, and then our B-Spec in there, like I said, like we were just talking about, Ryan Moran, and that Ryan Moran, again, taking the Cop Motorsports line, going a little bit further out, just trying to make sure that Alex Radcliffe can't see where he's going. So
right.
With the dust and the dirt. No, actually, we talk about their Richard Allen and the Alton Fryer. Richard Allen able to pull away by half a car length. Tell you what, let's go back, and we saw this yesterday a little bit with Chuck DeHaven and John Legg. Chuck DeHaven right on the back bumper of John Legg, now trying to go side by side down into turn 1 as they cross the start-finish line. And Greg, don't look now, but here comes Thomas Martin. He's going to start to gain back on the 169 there of Scotty, or the 69 of Scotty Holman as they go down into turn 1. Give the position in ITS for that move to Chuck DeHaven. That's going to put him in fourth in ITS.
In fourth position. And we saw this yesterday where John Legg got out to those really good starts and then started to fall back. We'll see if Legg is able to keep that car up and running. He finished yesterday on the pit lane, but Chuck DeHaven, as you mentioned, now running fourth in ITS as we look at that battle for the lead in ITB as Tom Martin definitely closing things down. He may have been trying to get the front tires back underneath him. That ITB Golf, one of the heaviest in the class, and he made up that last time by, ran his fastest lap of the race, which was almost 0.6 of a second faster than our leader Holman.
Yeah, and we dropped back a little bit further there, and we talked about the Alton Fryer and the Richard Allen machine. Alton Fryer now opening up by about 3 or 4 car lengths, and then you've got Cameron Gillies, Kevin Fryer, and Jonathan Kinberg. Again, that's 6th, 7th, and 8th. That is a good battle there, Greg.
All right, real quick, Brian, as we are now halfway through this 11-lap race, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 3. That's Big Bore and ITA, American Sedan, GT1, GT2, GT3, ITA, SPO, STU, Touring 1, Touring 2, and Touring 3. And there are a couple other classes mixed in there, but I don't think you're here this weekend, so you're not going to hear it. Again, race group number 3, Big Bore and ITA. Please make your way to the grid. We're now halfway through race number 2.
Greg, our leader in ITB, Scotty Holman, 0.2 faster than Thomas Martin that time by, so he's opened that gap back up just a little bit going through there. Chuck DeHaven now pulling away from John Legg a little bit more, so that ITB battle for that lead, that's starting to dissipate just a little bit. We go back to the Alton Fryer and the Richard Allen battle. Alton Fryer now starting to pull away. There's Douglas Kinzer. He's sitting in third right now. He's going up through turns 4. So you get a long way back to our 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th battle.
Yeah, and what was looking like a huge battle between Gillies, between Kevin Fryer, between John Kinberg, has started to stretch out, is now about 3 car lengths to 4 car lengths between each of them. But right behind them is that battle still in B-Spec, where we've got Ryan Moran in the red number 81 Mini Coupe, and then Alex Ratcliffe in his white Toyota Yaris, and that's a Yaris sedan, which is pretty much known in the B-Spec world, kind of an outlier, faster than the Yaris hatchback, was actually took the national championship a couple of years ago, actually at Virginia International Raceway. So we'll see how that plays out once again here in B-Spec as Tom Martin and who is following our leader Scotty Holman at ITB starting to close things up on DeHaven and John Legg in ITS.
Holman picking up the draft out of DeHaven and Legg because he just went his fastest lap of the race right now, gained another 10th off Thomas Martin. So coming down the front there, able to pull a little bit of that draft from those 2 cars. opening up that air. Here comes our B-Spec battle with Ryan Moran and Alex Radcliffe. They go by the start-finish line, and again, with 3 laps left to go, they've kind of dropped back when they started to get into the mix with that battle in ITB for that 6th, 7th, and 8th position. They've just thought better of it, figured they'd back up a little bit, and then they would turn around and race amongst themselves. Those are teammates. They are working together. They're trying to do some stuff. Again, they're getting ready to head down to VIR for the SCCA National Championship runoffs here in a couple of weeks. So again, Alex still trying to get that Yaris dialed in. Ryan's got that Mini Coupe kind of dialed in right now. Again, doing some testing, trying to figure out where they can get the best and the most momentum out of it. So we'll see whether or not Alex is able to do that.
All right, next time our leaders come by, Mark Gibson, who's just now coming into turn 3, he's going to get that 1-to-go board. So these races, even these feature races, going awfully quickly. So let's make that final call to the grid for our next group. Final call to the grid for race group number 3, Big Bore and American Sedan, please make, or pardon me, Big Bore and ITA, please make your way to the grid. Big Bore and ITA drivers group 3, this is your final call to the grid.
As here comes our battle now. So where Cameron Gillies was battling back with Kevin Fryer for that 7th and 8th position, he has now caught Richard Allen, and we saw this yesterday, Greg. Richard Allen and Cameron Gillies, they're going to go tooth and nail here as they get down into turn 1. They're nose to tail, actually. They are actually going to be battling now for that 5th place position in ITB.
And Rich Allen is pretty much known, has been known over the years. He does not give any quarter. He does not back down, and he'll give you about that half inch. He'll also, if need be, use the corner of the car to ask you gently to turn in for a corner, let's say. But for the moment, Rich Allen has the lead on Gillies. He's currently running 5th overall. Just back behind them, we had Kevin Fryer and John Kinberg. They were door-to-door going into turn 1. Fryer is able to hold off Kinberg, so Fryer running 7th, Kinberg 8th in ITB.
Big change in our B-Spec. Alex Radcliffe has opened up about a 15-20 car length lead over Ryan Moran. But, Greg, here we go. We're getting down to our last lap. Here comes our ITB lead. Now Thomas Martin going to be right on the back bumper of Scotty Holman. Here we go again. Do we see a 2-wide looking to make that pass on the last lap? There he goes. Moving over to driver's right, hard right. He's going to make that pass. Let's see if Holman can do the over-under coming out of turn 2 as they come up. You got John Legg right there in front of him. Chuck DeHaven pulling away a little bit. And here we go, Greg. We're somewhat side by side, but now give that lead to Thomas Martin as they go up through turn 3. Scotty Holman not going to give it away quickly. He's going to get in there. Martin's got the preferred line going up through 3. Holman running that Cop Motorsports line. He gets a right side tire out on the gravel.
There we go. All right. So our leader here in ITS, we haven't talked about him for a while because he's had a pretty lonely existence. He comes out of turn 10. Mark Gibson, driver of the number 13 Datsun 240Z. He's going to cross the start-finish line. He is your winner 3 races in a row this weekend in ITS. Mark Johnston, driver of the number 17 Nissan 240SX. He's going to come home 2nd in ITS. Jeff Lucas will come home in 3rd. And so now we're certainly gonna have our 3rd and 4th place, or probably our 4th and 5th place finishers in ITS come across. Here comes Chuck DeHaven and John Legg. But here we go. In ITB, your leader, Tom Martin. He's got Scotty Holman 2 car lengths back. Holman gets a great run out of turn 10, but it's not going to be enough. Tom Martin takes the win in ITB. Scotty Holman will finish in 2nd, and let's see if Doug Kinzer, who also has had a very quiet race, he now comes out of turn 10. He was complaining about some handling issues with the car yesterday. Had some issues down in the carousel. It looks like he got them all straightened out. Fist pumping in the air. And Doug Kinzer takes the last spot on the ITB podium. Coming in about 25 car lengths behind him is going to be Alton Fryer in the 89 car right off the podium. And battling till the very end, John Kinberg and Kevin Fryer. Kinberg getting the better of the younger Kinberg, or the younger Fryer, and taking the win in B-Spec is the Toyota Yaris of Alex Ratcliffe. The King Rat himself has returned to oversee his kingdom, and he takes the win over Ryan Moran. So great finish there in race number 2. So we're going to have next up our Big Bore and ITA race, and we've got some special celebrations of life coming up. We've got Edwin Pardue here to join us for this. And so before we get underway with that, let's quickly thank some of our great partners of the Washington, D.C. region and the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. We're going to start off with Radial Tire.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule an appointment online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at 301-585-2740. Again, that's 301-585-2740.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
All right, so thank you so much to our partners, OG Racing and Radial Tire Company, longtime partners of the Washington, D.C. region. As I mentioned, we've got Edwin Pardue just telling us about how busy the facility is here this week. I mean, this is, I guess, one of the great advantages. You know, when I started racing here at Summit Point, yes, we had the Jefferson Circuit, but it was mainly used as a training facility. But we have 3 full-size 2-mile-plus tracks here that are seemingly in constant use. Oh, wrong. There we go.
There we go. All 3 in use today. An SCCA hill climb going on over at Shenandoah. A group, the first time here, they're called Ruts to Race Lines. It's a motorcycle group. It is targeted towards female riders who've been street riders, and that that first track experience can be a big step up.
Sure.
And this makes that step up easier. So they're over there. Finish up 2 days, and of course we come back here tomorrow for day number 3 of this Labor Day Spectacular. So it's a busy one.
That's right. All right, so let's do this. And Edwin, like I said, we got a celebration of life coming up. Before we get that underway, why don't we do this, Brian? As I believe they're running down and doing a course check right now, let's quickly run down the starting grid here for race group number 3, because we are going to have 2 pace laps, but one of them of utmost importance. So starting off, a 23-car field, starting 23rd today, and your sole driver in ITE from Ashburn, Virginia, driving a Ford Mustang, it's John Polishuk. Starting 22nd, driving the number 169 Mazda Miata, that is driver starting 12th in ITA, it's Scott Nicholson Jr. Starting 21st, overall 11th in ITA, in the 00 Miata from Hempstead, Maryland, Justin Shepard. Starting 20th overall, 10th in ITA, driving the number 93 Mazda Miata. We'll have to see if he brings that car out. He had some smoking issues yesterday. Hopefully he got that car repaired. Barry Brown, he's starting 20th overall. Starting 19th and 9th in ITA, getting a lot of seat time in for this rookie in his what is actually an SSM car, but doing very well hauling that thing around here. Jamison Huffman, he is out of Herndon, Virginia. Starting 18th overall, 8th in ITA from Walkersville, Maryland, driving a Mazda Miata. We've got Philip Rule, starting 17th. Second in GT1, driving the number 50 Chevy Corvette. We've got Joe Folia, starting 16th overall, 7th in ITA from Baltimore, Maryland, driving the 42 Mazda Miata, Nora Perskell. Starting 15th and 6th in ITA, driving the number 19 Honda Civic SI from Stafford, Virginia, it's John Byers. Starting 14th today. And 5th in ITA. He's from Richmond, Virginia, driving a Mazda Miata. It's the number 41 car of David Lanning, starting 13th overall today, 4th in ITA. Also in a Mazda Miata, he's from Gainesville, Virginia. He is Daniel Freeman, starting 12th today, 3rd in ITA, coming down from Newington, Connecticut, representing the New England region. Great to see him back. It's been about 10 years since he raced his ITB Honda Prelude here, and he's doing quite well, having been away for so long. He's in the number 13 Miata today. It's Dave Gran, starting 11th today, 2nd in ITA, from Harpers Ferry, West Virginia, and driving the number 31 Mazda Miata, our reigning MARRS champion in the class, Joel Gambino, starting 10th today. And your pole sitter in ITA, looking for his 3rd win in a row this weekend, driving the number 40 Honda CRX. That is the Casa de Amigos Racing Honda CRX, I might add. Morgan Burkhardt, starting 9th today and 3rd in STU. He was our STU winner earlier this morning. He is from Bowie, Maryland, driving the number 127 Mazda MX-5. It's Mark Liller, starting 8th today and 2nd in Touring 3 from Towson, Maryland, driving his BMW 330i. It's Brendan O'Rourke. And starting right next to him on row number 4, your pole sitter in T3, driving the number 15 BMW E46 330ci. It's Greg Arsenault, starting 6th today. Your pole sitter and your only driver in SPO, driving that beautiful red Factory 5 Cobra from Nokesville, Virginia. It's Robert Hayshak, starting 5th, driving the number 69 Subaru WRX STI from Lidditz, Pennsylvania. It's Chip Herr. And your pole sitter in STU, he's starting 4th today, from Maurertown, Virginia, driving a Subaru Impreza. It's the number 14 car of Anthony Pacelli. Starting on the inside of row number 2. We'll have to see if he makes the grid. He retired early in this morning's race. Driver of the number 34 Touring 2 Honda Civic Type R, former national champion Marty Grand. And your front row today, driving the number 17 Chevy Camaro, GT2 Chevy Camaro from Belmont, Ohio. It's Andrew Mistak, and your pole sitter in today's race, driving the number 03 GT1 Chevrolet Camaro out of Leesburg, Virginia. It's Jim McAleese. So that is your starting grid, and I am now going to drink a lot of water. And we wanted to welcome, besides having Mr. Pardue up in the booth, wanted to welcome some other great friends. We've got Heather, we got Chris, we got everybody up here in the tower for a very special, momentous moment here as we wait for our pace car, as well as a number of emergency services vehicles to take to the track. And for those of you that are in the stands down in the lower half of the course, we'd ask that maybe you rise up from your seats, get up close to the fences, and this is something you're going to see all of our corner workers with their flags alongside the course as well, as we get ready. And I believe we are under the 1-minute warning, and we'll have the pace car leading our big bore and ITA field out onto the course. And actually, they've just now given the 1-minute warning, Edwin.
And this is something that's just so unique to road racing. This way of honoring and celebrating life. It's so unique to what we do here.
Yes.
And when you see it, you know, it takes up the entire 2 miles, and folks are coming out trackside. And so for the folks who are maybe sitting down there in the campers along the carousel, what you'll see is something really, really special to the road racing family.
And heartfelt. And I know I haven't really explained yet what we're doing, but I guess this would be as good a time as any, as we are under the 1-minute warning for our drivers on the grid. We are about to have what is known as a missing man formation. That in the last couple of months, we have lost some folks that are very special to everyone here with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA, with the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Program, and a lot of the family here at Summit Point Raceway as well. And so as the cars, and we have most of our emergency services vehicles coming out behind the pace car, we will have then our field of racers coming out with a slot open for our missing, I don't want to call it a missing man, we have missing people here this afternoon. And so as they are starting off on this first of 2 pace laps, so we have numerous folks, and you should see this this picture on the starter bridge, about 20 people all waving flags here for our emergency services teams, as well as our drivers coming on to the course. Let's first talk about Sue Marshall, an EV volunteer, a friend. Sue passed away in May after a very long illness. And besides being known to so many for her many years working in emergency services and EV here at Summit Point Raceway, Sue was influential in starting the EV program at New Jersey Motorsports Park, and she's had worked as an SCCA as a licensed National Emergency Services fire and rescue workers, holding a regional flagging and communications license continuously since November of 1980. And although we know that this extends back to 1980, a lot of folks that have worked here with Sue over the years think that she had been licensed as far back as the mid-70s. But Sue had a life away from the racetrack as well, and once Sue retired from Johnson & Johnson in the Philadelphia area, she continued there as a contractor for a number of years. And then finally, in retirement, Sue traveled constantly with her EV worker family as long as she was able to do so. And she and her husband, Bruce, they settled into Charlestown, West Virginia, so close to Summit Point, to be closer to the track and to her friends. And so Sue is going to be missed, both as a worker, but more importantly to everybody here with the Washington, D.C. region, as a friend.
Today we also remember Michael Edward Mascotti. Everybody knew Mike. Mike meant so much, whether he was a loved one, a friend, whether a work colleague or a motorsports colleague. So many people that knew him, worked with him, remember him as a very, very exceptional person. A native of PG County, Maryland, and made his career as an electrician. In fact, his dad was an electrician, made his career as an electrician, but we know him here for the work that he did on the track. Super team player. In fact, so much a part of this racetrack on May 2006, got married right here at the Summit Point Apple Chapel. His lovely wife, Janet, and that was during the Jefferson 500 weekend, right here getting married at the racetrack. Mike's worked with various clubs throughout the region, started off with the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Club, of course worked with the Sports Car Club of America, just to mention a couple of them, served in various roles to other organizations, and was always so eager to share his excitement. And through that, and by sharing that, he was so instrumental in bringing new people to the track, whether it was to work with them in EV or simply to come and be part of this motorsports family. In 2019, Mike was honored as a SCCA EV Worker of the Year, and away from the track, National City Christian Church Choir and a member of the Potomac Valley Dancers. So a full and well-rounded life, and we remember today Michael Edward Biscotti, a good and kind person.
So we've got now our entire emergency services family with our entire complement of all their vehicles, I think about 30 of them now, out on track, both in the pace car and in those vehicles. And as they are now, I believe, starting to make their way onto pit lane, we've got Graham Taylor, our pace car driver. He is going to stay out while those emergency services teams come back into the Able station. I actually believe most of them are coming onto the front straight so that they can get so that both Mike and also Sue can get the accolades of their friends here on the front straight, and then they should be pulling into that Able station. And Edwin, I've lost track, but there are so many people that are on course. Again, the entire emergency services family. We've got the ambulance drivers, we've got the medics, we've got the folks that worked every single day with Mike and with Sue, and it's a huge family.
Well, and it's an amazing thing when you look at all the people it takes to put on these types of weekends. The numerous volunteers, whether they're working EV, there are just so many people. You know, we got that timing and scoring building full of people working today. The people behind the scenes to put an event on, just so many of them. And we do all we can to thank them all the time, but they deserve our thanks every time we go racing.
Every single time. They are a part of it. You know, we say it time and time again that the SCCA it's not only a club, it really is a family, and you can see here today with how many people have come to show their appreciation for those parts of the family unfortunately lost to us. But now as our emergency services vehicles all start to peel off and come down one of the access roads, Jim McAleese, driver of the number 03 GT1 Camaro, he is going to take control of the field, and he now has the point. Both he and Andrew Mistak will take their positions on the pole and the outside pole here as our drivers now start to, for the second lap here, 2 mile 10 turn Summit Point Raceway, start to scrub in their tires and get ready for this 11 lap feature race.
Get the rest of the heat in those tires and in those brakes. I tell you what, real quick, just an update. I am hearing that Marty Grand is in the 127 of the Jeff and the Mark Lillard. So Marty Grand getting in a Miata, going to go ahead and run this thing, going to start shotgun on the field, see how long it takes for him to get up there in that car.
And you know, we've got Chris Childs up here from Angry Sheep Motorsports. And Heather Clark, who's up here with us as well. And you would think that as Chris has been here for the last 10 minutes, he might have, and maybe as I was running down the grid, he might have maybe cued us in on this.
I knew it the whole time. I was waiting for you to finish.
Oh,
I wanted to see your eyes when I said that Marty Grand is now in.
I hate you all.
The Mark and Jeff Jeff Lillard Mazda Miata.
All right. Oh my gosh!
And Mark is not out there.
And Mark, yeah. Well, are you sure Mark's not? Well, there's no. I know there's no passenger seat in that car.
Yeah.
All right. So the lights are out on the pace car, and as I mentioned earlier, our winner in ITA earlier today, and we got word on what the story was with Morgan Burkhardt's CRX and the big mosquito cloud that he was tossing up for the whole world.
The oil change?
Yeah. Well, no. Actually, they've got an issue with the dipstick in that car. And it has been held down by a wire coat hanger for about 15 years. It was like that when they purchased it from our 2003 MARRS champion, James Evans. And apparently the coat hanger decided it had other clothes to hold up. So they've got that taken care of, and it was just oil on the header. And now as our leaders are coming down the front straight, we have a green flag. And my, what a start as Jim McAleese was basically muscling Mistak all the way over to driver's left, but about 30 car lengths back from there already. We have door-to-door, side-by-side, 3 wide going down into turn 1, and a lot of brake lockup to go along with it. We had Pacelli, we had her in the 2 Subarus. We also had Robert Hayshak in his Factory 5 Cobra, and finally coming out of it, it's the 2 Subarus and it's the Cobra that get the jump, as well as the number 15 machine of Greg Arsenault. He gets around Hayshak as well.
And we've got one car that may have gone off down there, Greg. I'm sure Morgan doesn't like you calling him a dipstick either, as talking about the car, leaking that oil. But I think most of that was the oil, was that dipstick that is leaking going down into turn 1 and a few tire smokes. But not too much there. But everybody got through it. Everybody got up 1 and 2. But, again, if that is a problem, that's going to be a little bit of a problem for pretty much the entire day.
Yeah, and I knew how I knew it was Morgan that threw up all that smoke is because I could see both of his parents on the starter bridge wincing when it happened. So there you go, and now they're going to probably let me know about it. As we have our leader, Jim McAleese, he has just completed lap number 1 here at Summit Point Raceway with Andrew Mistak, our GT2 leader, running in second, about 15 car lengths behind. But let's watch this STU race that we have going on right now between the 2 Subarus, Chip Herr and Anthony Pacelli, and they are door-to-door going down into turn 1, Brian.
I tell you what, Anthony Pacelli's going to get that run, but I think Chip Herr's going to do the over-under. Greg, it seems like lap over lap, Anthony Pacelli seems to have more drive further down the front stretch than Chip Herr. It's like Chip Herr gets to a certain point, and the car just doesn't want to run. It's at the top end as it's going to do. Pacelli's able to continue to go a little bit further. Now Chip Herr makes the pass coming into turn 3. Now he opens up by about 3 car lengths over Anthony Pacelli. We're going to drop back here and look at ITB or at
ITA.
ITA, and that is Morgan Burkhardt. And Morgan Burkhardt is leading our ITA there again over David Grand and Joel Gambino. But I tell you what, Greg, they are all nose to tail from first through at least fifth.
Yeah, and it's actually Dan Freeman who's gotten himself around Gambino, move him up into second, but first through fifth, all packed up going through turn 3, whereas in our race yesterday and our race this morning, Burkhardt was able to open up a pretty good advantage in the first 2 laps. He's not going to have that liberty here today as things are very tight in ITA as we watch that battle in STU come through turn 10. And it looks, Brian, like Chip Herr definitely having some issues, probably not her, Anthony Pacelli having some issues. He is now fallen back behind the T3 BMW of Arsenault, gets up beside Arsenault going into turn 1, but has to fall back once again.
Yeah, I'm going to pick up this ITA battle here. Tell you what, Morgan Burkhardt leading a group of Miatas right there in with David Grand, Daniel Freeman, and Joel Gambino. Throw John Byers in there as well. That's your front 5. Morgan Burkhardt leading by about, I'd say, half a car length coming out of turn 2. Opens it up by about a car length and a half, so has a little bit of an edge there going through 3. Takes a nice, easy line through there. David Grand trying to hold on, not letting him get too far away.
Yeah, and so it looks as though Gambino got back around Dan Freeman going into turn 1. But I'll tell you, right behind that pack of that CRX and the pack of 3 Miatas, we then have that 127 car. We then have the 127 car of Marty Grand. He's just sitting back and watching right now. Not much he can do about that, but not wanting to get – I mean, this is a national champion driving that car. He doesn't want to get in the middle of that ITA race.
Right.
Brian, real quick, let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for Spec Miata drivers. Please make your way to the grid. Spec Miata, you're up next. All right, so let's go, Brian, here and just check the field real quick. As we mentioned, we've got leading in GT1 Jim McAleese. Doesn't look like Joe Folia made the grid today. In Touring 3, Greg Arsenault, your leader, over Brendan O'Rourke in GT2. Mistak is your leader in STU. Chip Herr over Anthony Pacelli. And then in T2, well, also in T2, we've got Marty Grand, our sole driver, and he's in that Mazda MX-5. In ITA, it's Morgan Burkhardt, Dave Grand, Joel Gambino, Dan Freeman, and John Byers. Your top 10 with now 3 laps in the books.
Yeah, they're starting to come out, and, we talk about now Morgan Burkhardt is going to drop all the way back to 3rd, give David Grand the lead. Joel Gambino, Morgan's going to drop all the way back into 3rd position in ITA as they go through turns 3, Greg. And again, you talked about it, Marty Grand in that 127. He's sitting back watching all of that whole entire race, trying to figure out, do I get involved in it? Do I go around it? I think I'll just sit right here.
Yeah, so, I mean, and Marty's got probably a good 30 to 35 horsepower on the rest of that, or on that ITA field. The downside is he doesn't have the he's also got a lot more brakes than I think those ITA cars have, but he doesn't have the handling here as we watch now and getting the, that is the soundboard, I believe.
That's a T on there.
T, that's a transponder board. So some transponder issues there for Anthony Pacelli in the number 14 car. All right, and so we have another change for the lead in ITA. And now Joel Gambino, he takes up the lead, and then dropping back behind Gambino is Dave Grand, who falls back, well, I guess perpetually, is now 2nd position, then Dan Freeman, then John Byers. And so what we're looking for, and I haven't heard word over the radio, we're looking for, and actually I think I see him,
road.
Morgan Burkhardt, who was looking for the 3-peat this weekend.
Yep.
His car is on the pit lane, so he's got his crew there taking a look at the car, and he is back out of the pit box. Let's see if he rejoins or whether he takes that car back to the paddock, makes that hard right. He's heading back to the paddock. Morgan Burkhardt's chance at a 3-peat this weekend are now done. He retires after only 3 complete laps.
Again, having that leak probably just a bit too much. They probably pulled him in, take a look at it. Leaking just a bit too much. Let's go see if we can't repair it and get it ready for tomorrow.
Get ready for the big race, for the 20-lap race.
Yep.
As we now continue to watch this field, and Chip Herr now all by himself in STU.
And Anthony Pacelli again now on pit road. And again, that's the transponder issue there. He's going to pull up into the box over there and see. Although I'm looking at timing and scoring on Race Monitor, and it's been picking him up every single time. So we'll have to see. That's something that they're not liking. But let's look at this this ITA race right here. This is for second, third. Well, actually, that's Marty Grand, and they're trying to get by those two for that would be for third and fourth.
Yeah, so
in ITA.
Well, so if we take a look, Joel Gambino, he has moved his. He has now got a command of second place. He has separated himself out from Marty Grand and also from. Pardon me, not from Marty Grand, but Gambino separated himself out from Dave Grand. I'm going to have to get that eventually. And Dan Freeman. Grand and Freeman were side by side going down into turn one as Marty Grand was getting past both of them. Just a little bit further back from there, however, we've got David Lanning in that white with red striped Mazda Miata, the number 41 machine. John Byers, who's been racing here for quite a long time in his EF Honda Civic hatchback, a 1990 Civic hatchback, very similar to Morgan Burkhardt's CRX, currently running right behind them as we now have 6 laps complete. We're about halfway through this race. So, Brian, real quick, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 4. That's Spec Miata. Spec Miata drivers, please make your way to the grid. All right, so we just had Jim McAleese, driver of the 03 Chevy Camaro, the GT1 Camaro, cross the stripe, and it looks like Jim is pretty much on cruise control at the moment, trying to keep the car underneath him. I mean, certainly quite a bit faster than anybody else, and yesterday, for example, in the 15-lap race, he had lapped all the way up to Andrew Mistak, our second-place driver, but McAleese that last time by almost a full second off of his best lap. But speaking of Mr. Mistak, he's in the meat of that ITA race right now.
Yes, he is. Going down into turn one. Had to stay as far driver's right as possible. I know that upsets that car, and it makes it really loose to be able to get through those turns. But now he's going to come up on that 127 of Marty Grand coming up through turn 3, so he should be able to get by him. But you're right. He came through the ITA battle there, as what we were talking about earlier, and basically had to lightly throttle it all the way through in order to get through that entire group. As here comes James McAleese now coming out of turn 10. He's going to go past Chip Herr. Chip Herr pointing, letting him go on by there. And we'll have exactly 3 laps left to go here in this ITA Big Bore event for our afternoon races. As we get caught up, we're going to pick up that ITA battle again as they come out of turn 4. Again, here comes Andrew Mistak now. He's going by Gambino, and then you've got the Marty Grand. And so our ITA battle that we had a couple laps ago with the David Grand, Daniel Freeman, and then even David Lanning. Now that's starting to open up, although David Lanning is starting to reel in Daniel Freeman as they start to head down into turn 1, Greg.
Yeah, indeed. As Lanning now has eyes on that third position in ITA, he made up about 4 car lengths coming out of turn 10 and heading down into turn 1. Lanning has worked himself free of the Honda Civic of Byers and now has Dan Freeman in that number 1 car in his sights. And as they come out of turn 1, heading down out of 2 and into 3, now only a car length and a half separating those 2 Mazda Miatas, as Freeman has definitely lost a little bit of pace over the last, I'd say, last 4 laps or so, and definitely under attack that last time by. Freeman with a 129.4, landing almost 9/10 of a second faster over the course of our 2 miles and 10 turns. But next time our leader, Jim McAleese, crosses the stripe, we'll have just 1 lap to go. So not a lot of time if Lanning is going to attempt the move and get that last spot on the ITA podium from Dan Freeman.
Yeah, we'll see here as here comes Andrew Mistak now, and here comes Robert Hayshak in that Cobra. So they should be coming around here any minute as they come through. Here comes Gambino. Here comes Marty Grand. And then we should be picking up David Grand. Here he comes, and here comes that Lanning and that Freeman battle, Greg. Lanning gets a little bit wide out of turn 10, but I think that actually is going to help. He is actually in the draft of that one of Daniel Freeman.
Yeah, it allowed Lanning. Lanning actually got a little bit of dust kicked up on the outside of turn 10, but it allowed him to open up the corner, carry a little more speed, and he is now tucked right underneath the number 1 as they go hard under braking into turn 1. Not quite close enough to attempt to pass, but as they come out of turn 2, Lanning now is definitely set up as Jim McAleese crosses the stripe. He's starting his final lap, and Brian, this may be a complication as we've got McAleese going into turn 1 and that battle for third in ITA coming through turn 3. If McAleese gets around him, that's going to be it for those two drivers, as opposed to getting a final last lap here to work out their battles.
Well, McAleese still has to go past the Justin Shepard machine, and then he has to pick up the 42 of Nor Pascal in order to get involved in that. He's got a pretty big clean track by then. I would think that those two would be able to work themselves around. If we had 2 laps left, I'd say yeah. But with just being on that last lap as it is, I think those two are going to have another lap left here to go ahead and finish that battle. Those two are more than likely going to be the last cars that finish. So that battle for the last podium spot in ITA is going to be a big one as Marty Grand comes around to get his last lap. Here comes your leader in ITA, and that is going to be Joel Gambino. So he's got one more lap to go. And again, we talked about it. Here comes Freeman. Here comes Lanning. They're going to cross the start-finish line, Greg, so they are definitely going to have one lap to go here. But it looks like Daniel Freeman is opening up just a little bit more as they cross the start-finish line, head down into turn 1 over David Lanning.
All right, and taking the checkered flag and running the table so far this
Greg,
weekend.
let me interrupt you here real quick. It does look like David Lanning has spun into turn 1 as McAleese and them go down there. He was spinning behind Daniel Freeman, sitting almost looked like in the center of the track. We'll see if he's able to get that thing going, but it does look like everybody else is be able to go around him as here he comes now out of turn 2.
Yeah.
So he is able to continue, but he did do a complete 360 there right behind Daniel Freeman.
And meanwhile, we've got Jim McAleese on his cooldown lap, passing a number of cars that are actually still working their last race lap, came right across John Byers in the number 19 car. But I will say that now that Dan Freeman doesn't have the number 41 car to worry about, on this last lap, he had gotten within 3 car lengths of Dave Grand in the battle for second in ITA here on our very last lap. As we now have Mistak. He has crossed the stripe. He's going to come home second overall and takes the win in GT2. Then we've got crossing the stripe Chip Hearn, the number 69 car. Greg Arsenault in the number 15 car. Her taking the win in STU. Arsenault taking the win in T3. Robert Hayshak, our sole SPO driver, he takes the win in class. Marty Grand crosses the stripe. He's going to take the win in T2. Joel Gambino crosses the stripe, takes his first win of the weekend, our reigning MARRS champion in ITA, the number 31 Miata. He's going to finish 8th overall, takes the win in ITA. Dave Grand will hold off Dan Freeman. He finishes 2nd today. Dan Freeman will come home in 3rd. John Byers will come home in 4th. Dave Lanning falls back to 5th place in ITA. And we've got a few other drivers that we haven't talked about much here. Let's talk very quickly about, we talked about GT2. Actually, I think that runs the table, Brian, because some of the other drivers I was expecting to talk about, well, they didn't make the grid. All right, so what we're going to do, we're going to take another quick break here. All right, and when we come back, we will bring you Spec Miata action from Summit Point Motorsports Park. You are listening to the 2022 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular here at Summit Point Raceway, part of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, and we will be right back.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule an appointment online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at 301-585-2740. Again, that's 301-585-2740.
All right, and we are back here at Summit Point Raceway for the 2022 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular. I'm Brian Ginsberg. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati. You know, Brian, if it wasn't 95 degrees up here in the announce booth, I might know who I am, but right now...
Brian Ginsberg and Greg Donati. That's right. Who we are.
That's, I guess, how you get yourself plausible deniability. It's not me, it's him. Anyway, so after that great ITA race, the big bore race, next up we've got Spec Miata, Brian, and looks like we've got 1 minute before our Spec Miata drivers head out on the track. Let's run down the starting grid.
Yep, buckle up. We're going to get ready here with another fantastic race here in Spec Miata. Starting 27th in the number 47 from Chesapeake, Virginia, James Hunt. Starting 26 from Ellicott City, Maryland, our very own in the 68, Dominic Mandil. Then starting 25th from Lansford, Pennsylvania, in the number 55 of Anthony Sobrick. Starting in the 24th position from Washington, D.C., the number 32 of Charles Harrison. Starting in the 23rd position from Big Pool, Maryland. I would like to have a big pool or a small pool right now. In the number 57, that's Andre Ivanescu. Starting in the 22nd position from Amelia Courthouse, Virginia, in the 02 of George Paul. Starting in 21st in the 146 from Washington, D.C., that's Ryan Harrison. Starting in the 20th from Indian Creek, Illinois, that's Lawrence Cahall. Starting 19th from Fairfax, Virginia, in the number 61 of Richard Ura. Starting 18th from Mountaintop, Pennsylvania, in the number 82 of Nicole Cooper-Cephalo. Starting 17th from Cherryville, North Carolina, the 04 of Stephen Ferguera. Starting in the 16th position from Morgantown, West Virginia, the number 70 of James Lindenthal. Starting 15th from Gurnee, Illinois, the 08 of Robert Cahill. Starting 14th from Townsend, Maryland, the number 39 of Andrew Wagner. Starting 13th from McLean, Virginia, the number 90 of Steve Strum. Starting 12th from Owings Mill, Maryland, the number 54 of Michael Cohen. Starting 11th from Hackinson, Delaware, the number 29 of Matthew Richard. And starting in the 10th position, the number 78 from Christiansburg, Virginia, the 78 of Lawrence Cahill. Starting 9th from Frederick, Maryland, the 111 of David Levin. Starting 8th from Mountaintop, Pennsylvania, that's Caden Eyre. Starting in 7th from Mountaintop, Pennsylvania, in the number 19 of John Eyre. Starting 6th from Darnestown, Maryland, the birthday boy, number 69 of Jeremy Butts. Starting 5th from Oakland, New Jersey, the 88 of Michael LaMena. Starting in the 4th position from Centerville, Virginia, is the number 10 of Glenn Evans. Starting 3rd from Durwood, Maryland, the number 44 of Kip Gaynor. And starting on the front row in the number 63 from Sparks, Glecko, Maryland, that's John Hotz. And starting on the pole from Arlington, Virginia, the number 16, and your winner from earlier, Nicholas Bruni.
That's right. As much as Mike Collins, and by the way, Mike Collins is back watching the stream today, so thanks for joining us once again from the West Coast, Mike. He's just hoping and praying that Nick Bruni goes 3 for 3 today. As to give a quick recap of our first race today. Nick Bruni taking the win over John Hotz, and my God, John Hotz must have driven 4 miles each lap here at Summit Point, and it's only 2 miles, by the way. Could not find a way around Nick Bruni. Well, he's got another 11 laps to give it another whirl. Mike LaMena took the last step on the podium. Birthday boy Jeremy Butts finished in 4th. Kip Gaynor finished in 5th. But that battle for the lead, it just never stopped, and Nick Bruni just drove his line and and Hotz just couldn't find a way around.
And
As
here
the
they
pace
come.
car is on the pit road, our pole sitter, Nick Bruni, who brings the field around turn 10, and the green flag is in the air here at Summit Point, and we are back underway with Spec Miata Racing. Now, John Hotz jumps out to an early lead, gets the jump on Nick Bruni, moves all the way across from the left side of the track to the right side across Bruni. But Bruni now tries to shove the car underneath John Hotz, hugging the line, driver's right, and he may have taken the lead back from John Hotz with Glenn Evans and Kip Gaynor falling in behind as they come down to turn 3, Brian.
And then Nick Bruni does able to stick that in going into turn 1, Greg, and that is John Hotz in second, Glenn Evans in third. It looks like Kip Gaynor's in fourth. Jeremy Butts, he's going to be in fifth, but Michael Lamana's not going to give it. We got one car going off down here through turn 3. I'll try to get a number as they drive away. That is actually the 90 of Steve Strum. So Steve Strum goes all the way to the driver's right of the gravel trap right there. So able to continue there on that one, go up and over the hill. So Steve Strum going a little four-wheeling on the first lap there.
Not on the motorbike, but this time in the Spec Miata, but he does manage to continue. Real quick, Brian, before our leaders come around turn 10, let's make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please make your way to the grid. Race group number 5, Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. This is your first call to the grid.
And Greg, here we go again. Nick Bruni leading John Hotz. They go all the way to driver's right. Now John Hotz back to driver's left as he comes down through the front stretch and heading down into turn 1. They are side by side. We'll see whether or not Nick Bruni is going to be able to stick that car. It looks like Nick's got that car really handling well going into turn 1. He is able to just hold on to that lead from John Hotz. We'll see as they come out of turn 2 if Hotz can get alongside. They go all the way to driver's left. Now back to driver's right, John Hotz. Now Nick Bruni. Greg, we got a repeat. Here we go again, where they are going back and forth trying to figure out. John Hotz, he's going to drive 16 miles today in one race, and we got another car going off in turn 3. Again, somebody else has been learning the cop line because they kept on going and kept right on moving along.
All right, it looks like the 150 car went for the wild ride down through turn 3, but has continued on its way. And I continue to love this. I mean, we talk about the straight line handling of Nick Bruni's car and how quick it is in a straight line. But, when he's not moving side to side, as opposed to John Hotz. But I'll tell you, Hotz had the greatest start. He got the leg up on Bruni, pulled right in front of him on the front straight. The problem is that he tried to open the corner back up, move back to the center of track, and it allowed Bruni to get underneath, and now he's back in the same position he was this morning for that 8-lap heat race.
Yeah, going all the way to driver's right, now all the way back to driver's left. Again, John Hotz, I didn't talk to him during lunch, and I didn't see his video, but I tell you what, it's going to be some heck of a video going in. Now John tries to make a double move there, trying to go left, then right into turn 1. And I tell you what, Greg, that looks like he may scrub off some speed right there. Now he's about a car length back from Nick Bruni as they come out of turn 2, and you've got about a 20-25 car length gap between them and the 10 of Glenn Evans, and then Kip Gaynor, Jeremy Butts, and Michael Lamana, and then you got to drop back just a little bit further to the 190 of Caden Air.
Yeah, and this is what surprises me, Brian. So in the 8-lap race this morning, when we had Butts and when we had Bruni battling it out for the entire race, they still managed to open up this gap to the rest of the field. The gap closed down within the last 3 laps or so. So it took like almost 5 laps for about 15 drivers all working nose to tail to get back up to our leaders. There are an extra 3 laps today. We'll see if they can do that once again. It wouldn't be a surprise, but that also means that entire pack from 3rd place right now all the way back to almost 20th position really have to work together nose to tail as our leaders come out of turn 10. And once again, Nick Bruni with about a 2.5 car length advantage now, probably the biggest advantage he's had in the last 3 days, or last 2 days over the rest of the field. Then we've got the 10 car of Evans. He now has about a 4 car length advantage. Behind him, we've got Kip Gaynor trying to hold off, surprise, surprise, Mike Lamana, Jeremy Butts, and Caden Air.
Yeah, LaMena tried to go down there. Caden Air was going to try to help LaMena go down into turn 1, but just couldn't get up close enough to the rear bumper. That kind of moved him out of the line there with Michael LaMena. Now you've got Gaynor. Now you've got Butts, but it looks like LaMena is going to actually get that move around. You got Gaynor and LaMena right next to each other coming out of there. Michael LaMena getting 2 wheels off into the gravel. They're still side by side. Jeremy Butts sitting back along with Caden Air as they go down the hill into turn 5.
And of course, as long as they're doing that, of course, we just talked a moment ago, well, what happens with our 2 leaders? And that is going to allow Nick Bruni and John Hotz to separate themselves and at least give them a couple of extra laps. Now, trading conversations with Meathead, with Mike Collins, he's saying that it was probably some lap traffic that brought them back towards the rest of the field. But again, when you've got our leaders and when John Hotz is running an extra 2 miles a lap, it gives the cars behind an opportunity to catch up. But now, coming out of turn 10, out of turn 10, completing lap number 3, it's Bruni, it is Hotz. Now Hotz right on the back bumper of the number 16 machine as they came out of turn 10, giving a couple little shoves there, a little bump drafting down the front straight as Bruni now moves over driver's left, and Hotz is going to shadow him all the way down into turn number 1. About 20 car lengths back from there is Glenn Evans, but that battle right now for 4th, Brian, it hasn't subsided yet.
No, Kip Gaynor, Michael LaMena, they've been battling all weekend long. Again, not only battling there, but they're parked right next to each other. Back here in the paddock space. So a lot of conversation going on. With that battle for that 4th position, that's actually helping Glenn Evans pull away from that. And now you got to throw in the 111 there, David Levin. So now you've got David Levin going to be in there. Jeremy Butts falling back a little bit into the clutches of Caden Air and John Air. So, they're going to be tag teaming on Jeremy. So unless Jeremy is just letting his tires cool off a little bit, using them at the beginning. But last time by, John Hotz was about a car length and a half, maybe 2 car lengths back from Nick Bruni coming out of turn 10. Nick Bruni went a little bit wide there. Coming out of 10, and John Hotz was able to reel him right into the back bumper, as you said and stated, giving a little tap there in the old kiss cam.
That's right. And Nick Bruni, he's the king of the kiss cam. From the Indianapolis runoffs here. As our leaders are coming out of turn 10, I should mention a little bit further back in the field, Robert Cahall running in 13th position. He's got a number of cars stacking up behind him right now. He's got Lindenthal, Cooper Cephalo, Harrison, Ura, as well as Lawrence Cahall at the back end of that pack, all nose to tail locked together as they came down into the bottom half of the course, Brian. But we get, again, big battle here for 4th.
Yeah, Michael LaMena is going to go ahead and pick up that 4th place position over Kip Gaynor. We'll see if he can hold on to it as they come out of turn 2 right now. Michael LaMena by about a half a car length lead. They're all single file now. Give the 3rd place to Glenn Evans by about 4 car lengths over Michael LaMena. Then Kip Gaynor in 5th. David Levin in 6th. Then Caden Air is up into 7th. Jeremy Butts all the way back into 8th. Jeremy's car looks a little unstable right now, especially going through turns 3 and up over the hill down into turn 4 and turn 5. So we'll have to talk to him later on tonight to see. But it just doesn't look very comfortable right now.
I'll tell you, I wish Mike Collins would put some of his comments on the YouTube chat for everybody to see. He's got some great one-liners right now. That's all I could say. Now, one thing we should note here, as much as Hotz is having problems getting around Nick Bruni, and Bruni just ran his fastest lap of the race, put down a 1:26.903. I think that's still over a second off of the track record here at Summit Point. But now, as they come out of turn 10, Bruni has now opened up about a 7 car length advantage over the white number 63 machine, and finally back behind him. And I didn't think we'd see this. The number 10 of Glenn Evans, he has now seen LaMena, Gaynor, as well as Levin draft up to his bumper. And so now it is once again a very large pack in the battle for the last step on the podium. Let's add Caden Air in there as well. He came up the inside after drafting off the back of Kip Gaynor and has fallen in the line. We've got a couple of drivers that have dropped wheels over turn 2, no harm, no foul, as they come through turn 10 or turn 3.
Yeah, Evans opening up about a car length lead over Michael LaMena there. But Michael LaMena's car, as this race continues to keep going, it starts to come in a little bit more here and there. As we look back here with the 04 and the 54 there, that is the Figura and the Michael Cohen machine. They were locked into a nice battle going up into turn 3. Michael Cohen having to give way right there to the 04.
All right, so Mike Collins just texted me the track record for Spec Miata here at the point. It's a 1:24.8. So right now, Bruni about 2.1 seconds off of that lead, but he's got all he needs. More importantly, he's got what he needs over Butts at the moment as he opens up another car length coming out of turn 10 to complete lap number 7. And so let's do this, Brian. Let's make a quick call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 5, Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please make your way to the grid. Race group number 5, Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please start heading to the grid.
Greg, as we go down into turn 1, we're going to take a look back at that battle. That's going to be for the last podium spot. Give that podium spot right now to Michael LaMena. He has gotten around Glenn Evans now. David Levin and Glenn Evans, they're side by side. Then Caden Ayer gets a good run up there. He's going to go through. Michael LaMena drops off to Jeremy Butts. I talked about this car. I don't think that car is handling very well. He locked it up going into turn 1 pretty hard there on that right front.
And we saw that rear wheel lockup yesterday from him as well. And so we saw there as they came through in that group. So LaMena getting around Glenn Evans. LaMena running center of track all the way down towards turn 3, really making it very difficult for Evans to get that position back. But as they came through 3, the 111 car, the red 111 of David Levin, he managed to get around the 10 car as well. So in the series of just 2 turns, we had Glenn Evans, who had been running 3rd position from the start of this race. He's now finding himself back in 5th place, and as they come out of turn number 10, that is exactly how it stands. Then we go back, and actually that's not how it stands, because we've got the 190 machine of Caden Ayer. He's gotten around the number 10 car of Evans as well. So move Evans now back into 6th position as we've got now door-to-door, side-by-side going down into turn 1. It looks like David Levin and Caden Ayer.
Yeah, also got to look at Michael LaMena and David Levin, because that is for 3rd and 4th. They got side by side coming through there. Now give 3rd position to David Levin. Michael LaMena not going to give up. Now you've got Caden Ayer right in there. He's behind LaMena going through. This last podium spot, Greg, that's going to come down to the end as our leaders are starting to stretch each other out and a little bit of a gap there.
All right, so now with only 3 laps remaining here in this 11-lap feature race. Again, we're going to have these 11-lap races through the rest of the day, and then join us tomorrow morning. Again, probably first race around 8:40 tomorrow morning. 20-lap feature races across all 8 groups here for the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. It's been so far 2 of 3 days of amazing races here in the MARRS series. But now coming out of turn 10, once again, your leader in Spec Miata, it is Nick Bruni, and he continues. Now that John Hotz does not have the benefit of the draft, John Hotz now almost 12 car lengths back from Nick Bruni. But here's the battle coming out of 10 right now. Michael LaMena basically throwing out the block. Coming out of turn 10, he now has to hold off 5 more cars as they come down towards turn 1, Brian.
And you can see David Levin. He's trying to make that pass. He's got Evans in behind, or Caden Ayer in behind him, trying to push him around LaMena.
Oh, going off wide, Brian. I think that was the 111 car of Levin taken to the gravel trap.
We'll have to take a look and see what they come out. I know that somebody got out there a little bit further. We also had some brake lock up there. I think that was the Jeremy Butts, and you're right. I do not see the 111 there. So now throw Caden Ayer into 3rd place around Michael LaMena. And again, it looked like the 111 there. He's back on track right now, but a little bit further back. It looks like they were trying to do the side draft to try to slow that line down, and he really had nowhere to go and had to take that turn wide.
That's it. And so as LaMena came down into 3, for the first time, perhaps all race, he didn't stay center of track. He actually shifted over driver's right, tried to take a traditional entry into the corner, and then we had that 111 car of David Levin just threw the car right underneath. I don't think LaMena was expecting it, but more importantly, on exit, we've got a new third-place driver as our leader. Nick Bruni comes out of turn 10. He's getting the 1-to-go board here, so we are on our very last lap here from Summit Point. Let's quickly make a final call to the grid for our next group, and we're going to look at that battle for third, Brian. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 5, Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid now. Again, race group number 5, Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford 3. Please make your way to the grid.
As we look at that battle again, Jeremy Butts locking it. That was John Air locking it up there going into turn 1 on that lap there. But it is still Caden Air leading Michael LaMena. Michael LaMena putting the pressure on him, coming out of turn 2, heading into turn 3. He's about half a car length behind. They both get a good run. They've opened up the gap there over Glenn Evans and Jeremy Butts. So that last couple turns there, Greg, that's going to be for your last podium spot.
All right, here is our leaders now making their way towards the bottom end of the field. Still some great battles, really, from the front to the back here in Spec Miata. We've got, I believe it's the 08 car, Robert Cahall. We had actually a former student of mine at driver's school. It's got to be almost 10 years now, with Andrew Wagner and Nicole Cooper-Cephalo right behind him, in very close proximity. A little bit further back from there, we've got the 68 of Dom Mandiel and Steven Figura. But here we come, out of turn 10, our leader, Nick Bruni. He's going to take the checkered flag. Margin of victory over John Hott, 0.7 of a second, about 8 car lengths. We're still waiting for that battle for third now, coming out of turn 10, Brian. And here they come. It is David Levin. That is
Caden Air. Caden Air in third right now. Michael LaMena trying to make a move, not able to get it done. Caden Air finished third. Michael LaMena fourth.
Thank you. There you go. That is your top 3. Michael LaMena finishing for the second race in a row, just off the podium in Spec Miata. Glenn Evans, who had run as high as third, he's going to come home in 5th position in this feature race. Jeremy Butts in the number 69 machine, he's going to finish 6th. Kip Gaynor will finish 7th after starting off. Kip started off, I believe, started third today on the inside of row number 2. He falls back into 7th. John Air is going to finish 8th. David Levin in the 111 car, he will come home in 9th position after having worked up into 3rd. And then finally, Matt Richard will come home in 10th position. Should we just go, wow. And whew. All right, so what we're going to do, Brian, let's thank some of our great partners of the Sports Car Club of America and the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. Of course, we've got EVSR, we've got Radial Tire Company, and we have OG Racing as well.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule an appointment online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at 301-585-2740. Again, that's 301-585-2740.
All right, Brian, so we've got a little bit of cleanup to take care of here at Summit Point Raceway. Next up is going to be our Spec Racers Fords and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s. Not going to give you the exact time, but I would suspect it's going to be around 10 minutes or so before we see the start of this race. So let's take a little break, and we'll be right back with you here at Summit Point Raceway. You are listening to the 2022 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular. It's day 2 of 3 from Summit Point Raceway, and we'll be right back.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule an appointment online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at 301-585-2740. Again, that's 301-585-2740.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Hi there, it's one of your humble announcers just to let everybody know we are still under hold here at Summit Point Raceway, getting some cleanup done after that Spec Miata race. We'll be going back to racing action here at the point with Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 in just a few moments, so if you can stick with us, we'll be back here with more action both here at the track on the PA system and 88.7 on your FM dial, as well as on the internet on YouTube. And so if you want to join in, you can actually find the link to our stream directly on the Washington, D.C. region's website. That's WDCR-SCCA.org, or you can search on YouTube for Washington, D.C. region SCCA, or I think if you search for the MARRS Labor Day Spectacular, you can find us that way as well. So we'll be back here in just a few moments with our next race, our 5th of 8 races here today from Summit Point for the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular. We'll be right back.
EVSR is
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway for the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular. Now that I've had a little bit of time to practice, I can tell you my real name, Brian. It is Greg Ginsberg, and we've got Brian Donati here beside me all day today. Going to be sad to lose him tomorrow, but we've got some other plans to work through tomorrow. But we are getting ready now after an extended cleanup here at Summit Point Raceway, getting ready for our Spec Racer Ford 3 feature race, 11 laps to the checkered flag. And if it's as exciting as our race this morning was, I can't wait to see what happens this afternoon. So, Brian, why don't we do this? We're, again, under 5 minutes before they roll off for their pace lap. Why don't we start and run down the starting grid?
All right, I'll go ahead and take this one.
Thank you.
Starting 17th from Frederick, Maryland, the number 51 in that Road America blue.
Thank you.
Eric Prepsius.
Prepsius, yes.
Prepsius. From Freehold, New Jersey, starting in the 16th position, the number 55 of Alan Rothman. Starting in the 15th position, the number 18 from Island Park, New York, that's Dan Iocavelli. Starting 14th from Westchester, Pennsylvania, the number 5 of Mike Kosuth. Starting in the 13th position from Sunrise, Florida, the 155 of Thomas Goodhart. Starting in the 12th position from Leonardtown, Maryland, the number 13 of Andrew Waldorf. Starting 11th from Baltimore, Maryland, in the number 25 of Aaron Meisner. Starting 10th from Millersville, Maryland, the number 31 of Bruce Kaminga. Starting in the 9th position from Washington, D.C., the number 30 of Mac Harrison. Starting 8th from Dryden, New York, the number 67 of Steven Spano. Starting 7th from Chesapeake, Virginia, the number 74 of Joe Blanks. Starting in the 6th position from Boyd's, Maryland, the number 50 of Sam Schechter. Starting in the 5th position from Flemington, New Jersey, the number 56 of Jason Pintar. Starting 4th from Okalala, Florida, and I know I mispronounced it, but I like to...
That's okay. Alan Olson won't remember that you doing
that is
that anyhow.
Correct. It is the old man himself, the number 14 of Alan Olson. Starting 3rd from Vienna, Virginia, the number 71 of John Hall. Starting 2nd and starting on the front row from Broad Run, Virginia, the number 21 of Brian Cates. And starting on the pole from Gibson Island, Maryland, the number 81 of Stephen Shue.
All right, there you go. That is your starting grid for today's feature race, 11-lap feature race here at Summit Point Raceway. And Brian, if we take a quick look back, it didn't happen so long ago here as we had our 8-lap heat race before lunch, and it was a barn burner, to say the least, between Alan Olson and Brian Cates. I mean, much like the Spec Miata races that we've watched now over the last 2 days, this battle between Cates and Olson just never ceased to give the excitement as they swap positions multiple times. Stephen Shue, who started off on the pole and is going to start on the pole for this race as well, for the second race in a row, just did not have a great start and fell back behind those two drivers pretty much right out of the gate, almost coming out of turn one of that first lap.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be critical to get a good start here because, again, I know we're going a little bit further than what we did earlier this morning, but if you don't get that good start, you could end up going all the way from second or first all the way back into the 5th or 6th position with these cars.
Yeah, so we'll see how things play out here. I mean, we've got Alan Olson. Alan Olson, I mean, he's had a lot on his mind today. He logged into a YouTube stream for the very first time.
Had help, but he got there.
Yeah, had help from his granddaughter, but he did get there. And so I'm sure he's been physically taxed today after that race. But we'll see how things play out as the pace car now has the field, that beautiful Ford Mustang pace car with Stephen Shue taking the point here. And so, I think probably the biggest question, and we talked about this morning, about the issues that Stephen Shue had on the start for the 8-lap race and for the 15-lap race that they had yesterday, is whether or not he can get that car in gear. And I might add, he had some issues with his start back in July as well. So I think there are a lot of things to unpack there, but the biggest question is whether or not he can get the car in gear, whether or not he can hold off some very quick drivers like Cates, like Hall, for at least a lap until he gets some heat in the tires and I think more importantly, gets into a rhythm.
Yeah, again, running earlier today and again winning, kind of in the bracket, right, as well. So,
Right.
Ended up getting a good run there. Hopefully that's going to transition. It's a little bit later. It's a little bit hotter.
Yes.
Again, this is his fourth race of the afternoon. He did both of the brackets and the earlier of this group here.
That's right.
So getting ready to come back out, and run. So it is going to be very, very critical, as we were talking about, to get a good start. And it is really tough to hold off Allen.
It is.
Even in this car, even in these cars, as compared to the one that he had before for many, many years. The good thing is I've been here for 3 days here, and Allen's been here for at least 2. I haven't seen Allen all weekend.
No, I mean usually, and we didn't see him last night. Usually a stalwart at the charity event and evening dinner. Hopefully, we'll catch up with Allen before this weekend is done. I ran into him so many times on the Super Tour. Always made a point of coming to see us when we were down at Sebring Raceway, which is his new home track. And as much as I joke about him, really has always been a great help to me and has always been a great contributor to the DC region. So we've got the pace car now on the pit lane. That Mustang's lights have been extinguished. And now coming into turn 10, our front row, Stephen Shu, driver of the green and white number 81 car, your pole sitter, Brian Cates in the red, white, and blue number 21 machine right beside him. John Burkhardt is our starter, and green flag is in the air. And immediately, Stephen Shu steps away from the number 71 machine to John Hall, who started in third position. Hall, with a very poor start, now has right beside him Pintar and Schechter. But it is 3 cars. It's Cates, it's Shu, and Alan Olson going down into turn 1, Brian.
And then just behind that, you've got John Hall, Jason Pintar, and then Sam Schechter. They were 3 wide as well going through turn 1. But at the end of it, is coming out of turn 2, it is Brian Cates. It is Alan Olson, and then is Stephen Shu. Again, Stephen Shu not getting the start he probably wanted. And then you've got the 50 there of Sam Schechter. That's your top 4. Jason Pintar now going to drop back behind John Hall. John Hall's actually going to be sitting in 5th, and then you've got Pintar in 6th.
Sixth with Steven Spano right behind. And so also John Hall, again, not a great start, and we've seen now for the first 2 Spec Racer Ford 3 races of the weekend, both yesterday as well as this morning, he finds himself, he starts very high up. He qualified very well this weekend, but he usually ends up finding himself 5th or further back, and with a large group of drivers, because so many of them qualified so close together, large group of drivers all looking to take that position from him.
Yeah, here comes our field right now at a turn 10, and again, we saw this earlier this morning. Brian Cates, Alan Olson, and Stephen Shu. That's your top 3. Stephen Shu probably going to get a run here. He's going to get a little bit of drafting help from Schechter and John Hall as they may try to reel him in. And we're going to go side by side for the lead right off the bat, Greg, between Alan Olson and Brian Cates. Brian Cates, Alan Olson side by side through 1. Coming out of turn 2, looks like Alan Olson may get a little bit. Nope, give it to Brian Cates. Brian Cates able to get back by Alan Olson. So Brian Cates back to the point here on our second lap of the race, Greg.
And here's something interesting, Brian. As we've seen, not only in this race here, as we have many drivers, we had Cates to the driver's right to the inside. We had Olson to the left on the outside. When we were here at the July MARRS, there definitely seemed to be an advantage to having the left side of the track and taking the long way around turns 1 and 2, a lot further to go around on the track, but the grip seemed to be there for almost every single driver on every single attempt throughout that entire weekend. And what I've seen here starting yesterday morning is that the drivers on the outside just don't seem to have the advantage. Now, when you're on the inside, you can dictate when that driver to your left has the ability to turn in. You can wait, but we're still seeing that outside lane just is not working for drivers. As our leader, Brian Cates, comes across the start-finish line to complete lap number 2, he's got Alan Olson now And Olsen is going to move to the inside. He's going to move over to driver's right. Stephen Chu about 6 car lengths back from there. And then side by side, we've got Schechter and Hall. But coming out of turn 2, Brian, let's see if Olsen can make that pass.
And he does not, Greg. So Brian Cates hold it, and Brian Cates was on the driver's left. He took the traditional line. Alan Olsen tried to go in and cut into the apex and get it a little bit tighter. Wasn't able to do that, and that actually helped propel Brian Cates further around, as you just talked about, and was able to go all the way through.
Yeah, so there you go. Right after I bring it up for the very first time this weekend, somebody makes the pass from the outside. There you go. Once again, Greg's expert commentary proved 100% incorrect. There you go. And it only took a day and a half for it to well, actually, I think it happened about
yesterday.
Yesterday
at 8:30.
Yeah, about 30 minutes in, exactly. Just nobody told anybody. But a little bit further back from Cates, Olsen, and Shu, still Schechter and John Hall in that lead pack, but still a little bit further back and starting to fall back a shoe just a little bit. Jason Pintar in the 56 machine. He's in that Gulf liveried blue and orange machine. He's right on the back of that pack as well. But now both Cates and Olsen separating themselves out from Shu. Olsen once again moving to the inside, checking those brakes, and he is either on the brakes 500 feet earlier than Cates, or Cates' brake light is not functioning, Brian.
Well, I tell you what, you're right. It does look like Alan Olsen was just testing the brakes here again, and then Alan stayed to the inside. Now he's in the middle of the track. Brian Cates, they're too wide. Who's going to give up this battle going through turn 3? Absolutely neither one of them. But Alan Olsen is able to pinch his way up through and ahead of Brian Cates for that lead in that top spot right now. Stephen Shu's got to be loving this because he's kind of on an island by himself because he's got the other 3 of Schechter, Hall, and Pintar behind him. They look like they're going to suck up and draft up. They may run him down. So, again, Stephen Shu on an island by himself right now.
Yeah, and he could be that bridge to get back up to our leaders if he gets somebody to help him out. But as it stands right now, he's staying about 8-9 car lengths back from our leaders. He hasn't, even with Olsen and Cates going so much door to door and jockeying for position, Shu's just hasn't been able to make up that much ground by himself. He really needs a drafting partner.
Yep, he's definitely going to need a partner.
All right, coming out of turn 10 now, it is our new leader, and that is Alan Olsen. He moves all the way to driver's right coming out of 10, then moves driver's left. Now he moves back to the right, making the little S formation, going down the front straight. He now settles on the center of the track, and that's going to force Brian Cates all the way driver's left as they come down under braking in the 1.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's see if that momentum holds up with Brian Cates. It looks like they were trying to all run the John Hotz line here down the front stretch, right to left, left to right, all the way back through. Alan Olsen able to hold on to that spot as he takes gets back in front of Brian Cates' lead. They were kind of side by side entering into 1, but Alan Olsen gets that lead. And again, Stephen Shu on an island by himself. Now John Hall starting to pull away from Sam Schechter and Jason Pintar. So look for Shu maybe to drop back a little bit if possible to see if he can get that partner and get that help to get up to the lead. Because if Alan Olsen and Brian Cates are going to go side by side every lap down into 1, eventually those two are going to suck right up.
Right, they're gonna fall back. Now I also noticed, and this was interesting, Brian. I don't know if you saw this, but when Olsen and Cates went into turn 3, Olsen, I think, got into the brakes maybe a little bit earlier than Brian Cates recognized, and you could see a definite pitch down to the nose of that red, white, and blue number 21 machine that we had not seen over the last 2 races. Really just came up on them there. As our leaders talk about coming up on somebody, our leader's coming up on us now. That is Alan Olsen. He's going to cross the stripe to complete lap number 6. So let's do this, Brian, as we are halfway through this race. Let's make a call to the grid for our next group, which I probably should have done 2 laps ago. Attention in the paddock, first call to the grid for race group number 6. That's small bore, E production, F production, H production, GT Light, Legends Cars, SPU, Spec Arc 7, STL, and Touring 4, and probably 5 other classes that I don't remember. And I don't think I said H production. So H production also. But again, race group number 6, small bore, please start making your way to the grid. We are now about halfway through this 11-lap race.
That time by through turns 2 and out and into 3, Greg. It's still Brian Cates, Alan Olsen. Give the lead now back to Brian Cates.
All right, and so we saw this in the last race where Olsen had managed to work his way around Cates, held it for about 2 laps in that very short 8-lap race, fell back a lot, and then within the last 3 laps or so, started to make the ground up like he was trying to get the equipment back underneath him. We'll see if that's the strategy here today. He's got a little bit longer to work on it, and as they come out of turn 10, Alan Olsen now only about a car length and a half off the back of the 21 machine. But Brian, here's maybe the surprise that isn't the surprise. Stephen Shu now only 3 car lengths back behind our leaders as they are content once again to go door to door, side by side into turn 1.
Yeah, Nap makes Stephen Shu 2 lengths behind our leaders of Brian Cates and Alan Olsen as they go into turn 1. They come out of turn 2 and they are still side by side. That's got to be opening up the parachute. Coming out of 2 up into 3. Brian Cates now back holding on to that lead. Stephen Shu about a car length and a half now behind those 2 leaders, but also, Greg, it is starting to bring John Hall into the mix as well.
That is it. And so bringing them very, very close. Now, a little bit further back in the field, been watching this battle as well. Bruce Kreminga as well as Andrew Waldorf. Kreminga in the 31 car. He is running 10th position right now. Waldorf running in 13th position. They've been locked nose to tail for pretty much this entire race, a little bit further back in the field. Also, we've got, I believe it's Goodart in the 155 and Dan Iacovelli. Good race going on there for 13th.
We wait for our leaders to come out of turn 10. Here they come. And again, it's about 2 or 3 car lengths back to Stephen Shu from Brian Cates, Alan Olsen. But just as we talked about last time by, Greg, here comes John Hall. They got those tires working now. They've got that car working. It's going to be like a snake heading down into turn 1. Let's see if Olsen's going to go side by side again. And why would it be any different from any of the other 4 laps that we've done already? Going down into turn 1. Here they go, and again, Stephen Shu now about a car length behind. He's closed the gap a little bit, Greg. He's got some help from John Hall.
Yeah, and so that time going down into turn 1, Brian, we saw that Olsen kind of made a lazy move back to driver's left to get into turn 1, and that is solely because Brian Cates just did not deviate from his position, maybe a little bit to the right of center going down that track. So Olsen, hoping to open up the corner and make the pass coming down into turn 3, still was not able to either A, get the over-under, or B, really make any ground on the 21 car coming into 1. But again, that has allowed John Hall and also Stephen Shu to close things down that last time by. Stephen Shu almost 0.2 of a second faster than our 2 leaders, Cates and Olsen.
Looks like Alan Olsen now looking like he may just want to set in here for a little bit. With the 4 laps to go this time by, when they come by the start-finish line, there'll be 3 laps to go. Looks like he's going to give himself another chance here, another run as they come out of turn 10. And, Greg, they're starting to pull away where Stephen Shu was a little bit closer last 2 times by. He's dropped back a little bit more, but now he's in the clutches of John Hall. If they start to go too wide, that's going to give the gap back to our front 2 with Brian Cates and Alan Olsen.
Well, you'll see now, Brian, as they come down into turn 1, I think Alan Olsen, coming out of 10, was the furthest back that he's ever been. He was about 4 car lengths back from Brian Cates and definitely had lost the draft so much so that he moved over driver's left at the second crossover road long before Brian Cates moved over. Stephen Shu actually got right up to the gearbox of Alan Olsen under braking going into turn 1. But Olsen able to carry a lot more speed out of that turn 1 and turn 2 complex, actually stretched it back out to 3 car lengths by the time they straightened things out to head down to 3.
Yeah, we'll see whether or not he's going to be able to get back in there and tuck back in under Brian Cates as they start to come out of turn 10 here any moment. We'll look for them, and I tell you what, if that is a bigger gap than what it was before, that means that car for Brian Cates is really starting to work really well the later this race goes on.
Yeah, it looks like it is definitely starting to come in, Brian, and as our leaders now are coming up and under the bridge and through turn 10, Olsen's closed things down a little bit, but the gap still about 2 car lengths as they come onto the front straight now with only 2 laps remaining. Now, we do have a car coming onto the pit lane that has gone and retired, and that is I believe the 55 machine.
That would be Rothman.
Yep, exactly. He was running at the tail end of the field, and it looks like he's got some crew taking a look at the car, but I think his day is now done.
As they come out of turn 2, again, Alan Olson still only about a car length and a half back. Now you've got to open up that gap to third to Stephen Shue by about 3.5, and then another car length and a half back to the 71 of John Hall. Tell you what, Alan Olson's going to have 1 lap to go the next time by here to get this job done if he wants to pick up another win.
All right, we've got another car coming down the pit lane here with only 2 laps remaining, and that is the number 155 car, and that is Tom Goodhart. His day now ends just a wee bit early as we've got our leaders making their way through the carousel, coming now up the hill out of turn 8, and when they cross the start-finish line, we'll have just 1 lap to go here from Summit Point. So, Brian, very quickly, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the pit and paddock. Attention in the pit and paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 6, small bore. Please make your way to the grid. Race group number 6, small bore. Please head to the grid now.
With 1 lap to go here, Greg, Alan Olson gets right on the back gearbox of Brian Cates as they cross the start-finish line, but now Cates goes a little bit deeper into turn 1, able to hold off Alan Olson right now. Another 2 car lengths back to Stephen Shue coming out of turn 2. Cates leads by about a car length and a half. It's the same gap as they had the lap before. Alan Olson doing everything he can to try to get back up on that back of that gearbox of Brian Cates. Right now, not sure he's going to be able to do it. We'll have to see what happens down in the carousel for this last lap. But Stephen Shue, John Hall, that's your top 4. They're starting to fade back.
That's right. And John Hall not able to make up any ground on Stephen Shue just ahead. But all Olson, Shue, and John Hall just ran their fastest laps of the race. The one driver at the front who did not is our leader, Brian Cates, but he had enough of a gap going down coming out of turn 10, going into turn 1, that he didn't really need to worry about an attack from Alan Olson. Here, as we are now working the very last lap here in Spec Racer Ford from Summit Point Raceway, and as our leaders now make their way up the hill, under the bridge, and through turn 10, it is Brian Cates. He still has the lead. He's got about a car length advantage over Alan Olson. It's going to be tough for Olson to draft by on the front straight, and he cannot do it, taking the win. Brian Cates, driver of the number 21 machine out of Broad Run, Virginia. Alan Olson, he's going to come home in second. Stephen Shue, our pole sitter today, will come home in third in the number 81 machine. John Hall holds on for fourth in that bright orange number 71 car. Jason Pintar, he's going to finish fifth. Sam Schechter will finish sixth. Steve Spano will come home in seventh. Joe Blanks in the number 74 machine. He finishes eighth. Mac Harrison and Bruce Kreminga. Kreminga making up, I think, 2 positions there as he crosses the stripe, just managing to hold off Andrew Waldorf. That was a great race between Kreminga and Waldorf, by the way, going at it pretty much from the drop of the green flag. All right, so we've got just 3 more races left here at Summit Point, including our next group, and that is small bore. All right, Brian, and what we're going to do, at least I think what we're going to do is we are going to take a 2 or 3 minute break here, I believe, as we have some victory laps for our victor, for Brian Cates. And when we come back, we'll have that small bore race, and we'll talk a little bit more about that the H Production Festival, because I think there might be another prize up for offer here in this afternoon's race. So we'll be right back from Summit Point Raceway. You are listening to the 2022 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular, and we'll be right back. Welcome back to Summit Point, West Virginia for the 2022 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati, and we are going to be getting underway here in just a moment with our 6 of 8 feature races this afternoon. Next up is going to be our small bore group. This is made up of our production car classes, also GT Light. We've got the smallest of the touring classes in this group as well. Of course, we've got our GT Pintos, and in addition to that, Super Touring Light as well. And great fights. The race didn't start as we expected, as we had a bit of an incident on the front straight, but really some great battles in Touring 4. And certainly in STL earlier today. Brian, why don't we run down the starting grid? It's a big one for today's small bore race. I believe these drivers likely will be getting 2 pace laps. They've been getting 2 pace laps. So we might have a little bit of time here as the pace car now, that beautiful Ferrari 360 Modena, is lined up ready to take our field onto the track. All right, so let's go. We'll run down the starting grid. Right, I guess I'm going to take this one, and starting 37th on the grid, second in GT Light, driving his Toyota MR2 from Springfield, Virginia, it's Greg Hotz. Starting 36th today, second in SPU, driving an Eagle Talon. He's out of Iron Station, North Carolina, it's Stephen Ryder. Starting 35th today, and that's 9th in H Production, driving the Volkswagen Scirocco from North Versailles, Pennsylvania, Glenn Hoffman. Starting 35th overall and 8th in H Production, driving his Volkswagen Golf and hailing from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, it's Paul Peofist. Starting 33rd. And 3rd in GT Pinto. Lots of threes all over there. Unfortunately, not driving the number 3 car. He's driving the number 8 car. It's Michael Hirschberger from Middletown, Pennsylvania. Starting 32nd today and 7th in H Production. Driving a Toyota MR2. He's from Wadsworth, Ohio, and it's Ken Gillette. Starting 31st. Our sole Spec RX-7 driver in the field. He hails from Bristow, Virginia. He's Alan Cumming. Starting 30th today, driving the number 59 Honda Civic. He's starting 12th in Super Touring Light. He's George Ortiz. Starting 29th today, 11th in STL, driving a Mazda Miata, Tom Hunt. Starting 28th today, 6th in H Production from Fayetteville, Pennsylvania, and driving a Volkswagen Golf, it's Taylor Hyatt. Starting 27th, driving the number 1 GT Light Nissan Sentra, it's Alex Mazel. He's out of Catonsville, Maryland. Starting 26th today, and I believe I thought he took the win during yesterday's race here, starting 5th in H Production from Ashburn, Virginia, driving a Honda CRX, it's Ryan McBain. Starting 25th and 4th in H Production, driving the 111 Toyota MR2 from Middletown, Maryland, Carlos Schooler. Starting 24th and 10th in STL, deep STL field here today. He's driving the number 52 Mazda Miata, he's Isaac Jordan. Starting 23rd, third in H production, driving the number 29 MG Midget from University Park, Maryland, it's Michael McQueen. Starting 22nd and second in H production, driving a Volkswagen Scirocco, and from Reston, Virginia, Lawrence Freyson. Starting 21st today. In the number 186 Touring 4 Scion from Fredericksburg, Maryland, Jennifer Romes. Starting 20th today, second in GT Pinto, our winner in the race earlier today, driving the 08 car from Highland, Maryland, Charles Guto. Starting 19th, and your pole sitter in H production, driving the number 50 plus Racing Porsche 924, Chuck Allard. Starting 18th today, driving the number 11 Ford Pinto, your pole sitter in GT Pinto from Charlestown, West Virginia, Bruce Shelton. Starting 17th and 9th in STL, driving the 54 Mazda Miata, it's Michael Cohen. Starting 16th and 2nd in F production, driving the number 40 Volvo 142 from Bethesda, Maryland, Jim Stem. Starting 15th, driving the number 47 Mazda RX-7. This is one of those drivers that was caught up in that incident this morning along with Bruce Shelton. We'll have to see if these two drivers appear. Don Walsh, he starts second in E production, starting 14th overall. 8th in Super Touring Light from Sparks, Glencoe, Maryland, driving a Mazda Miata, John Hotz. Starting 13th and 7th in STL, also driving a Mazda Miata from Mountaintop, Pennsylvania, John Ayer. Starting 12th today, 6th in Super Touring Light in the number 13 Mazda Miata, car that he is sharing with ITA driver Dave Grand, it's Jake Gullick. Starting 11th, driving the number 190 Mazda Miata, and starting 5th in STL, it's Caden Ayer. Then starting 10th overall, 4th in STL, driving the 182 Miata, it's Ted Cahall. Starting 9th overall, 3rd in STL, with the number 27 Miata from Martinsburg, West Virginia, Jonathan Sines. Starting 3rd in T4, 8th overall from Thurmont, Maryland, Jeff Liller. Starting 2nd in STL, and 7th overall, driving the number 82 Miata, Steve Wickersham. Starting 6th today, your pole sitter in F production, driving a Lotus 7. It's the 66 car of Jerry Hinkle. Starting 5th, driving the number 89 T4 Mazda MX-5 from Oakland, New Jersey, it's Michael Amena. And your pole sitter in Touring 4, starting 4th overall from Darnestown, Maryland, also driving a Mazda MX-5, Jeremy Butts. Starting 3rd today, your pole sitter in STL, driving the number 4 Honda Civic from Boyds, Maryland, Tom Beverly. And your front row today, Brian, starting on the outside of that front row, driving the number 98 BMW E30 M3 from Scranton, Pennsylvania, it's Jimmy Pettinato. And your pole sitter, driving the Acura Integra Type R, your pole sitter in E production, and with a qualifying time of 1 minute, 22 seconds, .849, it's Paul Marcones from Radial Tire.
Tell you what, Greg, we did have some little bit of stuff going on down on pit road. It looks like Jerome Hinkle in that Lotus did not get started, so our field really had to do a lot to catch up here.
And they're still doing a lot to catch up, Brian.
Yeah, I mean, the back half of this field really had nowhere to go in terms of trying to catch it. Now, Hinkle is going to start shotgun on the field today as opposed to up in his 6th position because of not going out. And I'm not sure what he's doing, but he just is passing everybody trying to get up front there. So,
well, that might be problematic. Well, it looks like he's hanging back there with he has most of the field. Most of our production car field right now, they are already gridded up 2 by 2, Brian, and they were coming out of turn 10. I think a lot of them may not have known that there was going to be a second pace lap. And so I think Jerry Hinkle, he kind of saw the writing on the pavement maybe and pulled up right beside the I believe it's the 43
the 43 of Gregory Hotz,
Yeah. And then just got right back, or probably Greg Hotz, not Glenn Hoffman, and just pulled up right beside him on the left-hand lane. So it doesn't look like he's passing the whole field there. He's not pulling the he's not pulling the whole I was 7th story here.
That Lotus 7 Series 4 does get a great start on these starts. So it's going to be interesting to see him come through the back half of this field. I had the binoculars. I was looking down there, and it was looking like he just couldn't either, A, get it started, or was having some other type of issue, but it did look like that he was able to get a start. But like I said, he's going to start shotgun. It's going to be interesting to watch him come through the field.
All right, and so the lights are out on the pace car, Brian, making their way up the field. Again, we saw the majority of the field very well formed, but there was a very large gap about 10 rows back. I suspect by now with that second pace lap, they've been able to close that up and should be very well formed, as Beth Burkhardt will be our starter for this race, for our sixth race, as now the pace car is on the pit lane, and that means Paul Marcones with Jimmy Pettinato to his left. They now have the field, and they are on the front straight waiting for our starter to throw the green flag, and she does, and we are underway once again. And for the second race today, Brian, Paul Marcones gets a great jump, as does the green Honda Civic. Tom Beverly tried to get to the outside of Pettinato, could not get it done. He's going to slot in the third. Right back behind them, we've got Butts and Lamena, once again, side by side, door to door, going into turn one.
I tell you what, it seems like those are the only two names I've called all day long, Butts and Lamena. That's your T4 battle. Not only we talk about them in SM, we're going to talk about them in T4. Jeremy Butts opens up a little bit of a lead over Michael Lamena as they head through turn three. Then you got Steve Wickersham there in the 82 coming up, and you got Jeff Liller in that 127. They tend to go a couple too wide there. I will tell you that Bruce Shelton is out on the racetrack. He was able to get that car prepared back out. It doesn't look like it is the healthiest that it has been in a very long time after that incident this morning, but I did not see the 47 who was involved in it earlier today as well.
Yeah, so that Mazda RX-7 unfortunately not able to make the field there, so unfortunately not going to see Don Walsh. I don't believe Michael Cohen, Chuck Allard have made the race either, nor has Lawrence Freyson, who had some mechanical issues with his Scirocco during our race on Saturday. Alex Maisel, George Ortiz, nor Steven Ryder, as well as our top three drivers come out of turn 10 and onto the front straight to complete this first lap. Paul Marcones, he is your leader. Jimmy Pettinato, only 3 car lengths back from there, and then that green Honda Civic, Tom Beverly, right on his tail. It's then another 10 car lengths back to Butts and Lamena. For the first time, I think, in about 15 or 16 laps, go into turn one go in nose to tail, not side by side, but we've got a car off in the gravel at turn one, Brian.
Yeah, we got a car. Looks like it may have spun and kept going down there. I'm not sure. Waiting for the dust to clear up. I do not see a car. Actually, I do see a car down there, but I cannot tell. It does look like it is the back end of a Honda.
Yeah, let's see if we can. No, it is a Mazda Miata, which narrows it down to about 15 cars here. So we are standing yellow down at turn one, and it looks like that car is buried pretty deep in the gravel trap, about 20 feet off the track surface.
Yeah, we'll have to get a number for you. It's just a little bit too far out of range here, even for binoculars that I have, to get a number. The back end of it, it looks like it just went straight off. It doesn't look like it spun or anything, but it is buried in there. We'll have to wait and see who comes around to see if we can't figure out who that may be. But right now they're sitting down there, and as you said, Greg, they are going to have at least a standing yellow when they get down there. So if you're going to pass, you're going to have to get it done relatively quickly down this front stretch. You're not going to be able to make that pass going into turn one.
All right, and judging by the color scheme, I think that may be Jake Gullock in the number 13 machine, but we'll see here as our leaders now going past the incident and going in side by side into turn one under a local caution with a car stuck in the gravel trap just ahead of them. Want to pick out these two cars. I think that was Butts and Lamena.
That was. I think Lamena went to driver's right, not able to see the flag, and then once he was able to pick that up, stopped and dropped back. So, again, coming out down through that front straight, it is a little bit hard to see right there, especially, as we're getting later in the day. That sun is starting beating. As our driver now in the Sandtra, he's getting out of the car and walking away from the car while he's sitting there under that standing yellow. So, again, that local yellow down there, he's going to get up and out of the way.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, as he was getting out of the car, I saw Jerry Hinkle come down the inside of a couple STL Miatas, seeing some very hinky stuff there right now.
Well, hodgy-podgy is that's my favorite word.
Yeah, there you go. But the driver is now out of the car. And as we take a look in the order, Brian, I was unfortunately correct. It is Jake Gullick, driver of the number 13 Miata, who beached the car there.
Yeah, so it looks like we are going to send a car, rescue vehicle out to get down into turn 1 to do it. We've got some of the cars coming on, so we're going to have a white flag here at the start, and then they will cross over and head into that to pull that car out. And now the driver's headed back to the car.
Yeah, they've had the flaggers over at turn 1 scream across to have him get back to the car so that they can get that car towed out of the gravel trap. And I'm not the one that would want to be going now, as we have cars 3 wide between, behind the safety vehicle going down into turn 1. I'm still wondering whether or not Jerry Hinkle has seen that yellow flag going into 1.
Well, I tell you what, the 40 there of James Stem, I believe, he backed out way out of it and allowed Hinkle to get in. Now that we're through that incident zone, now it looks like Hinkle's going to try to get back through Stem, but kudos to James Stem to back out of it and let him in, and then Jerome let him go back in front, and then he remade that pass. So, I'm hoping that stands up, because that was actually pretty good with those drivers, because that driver of that car was actually getting back in the car.
That's why I'm so worried, Brian, is I see this driver running in both directions, away from the car to the car in the gravel trap, and just not seeing the deference from the drivers. But I am getting word now that the car is on the hook, and they are trying to get it towed out of there currently. I mean, for all of you listening at home, when you have a car disabled in a gravel trap, you can watch Formula One all you want and see the drivers get out of the car, but I think there's a difference in the behavior of most of the drivers. The safest place to be, Brian,
is the car.
Inside the car with that cage around you.
Strapped in. Do not unstrap out of that car unless you're told to leave.
All right, so as we are now 7 laps into this race, Brian, let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, SSM drivers, race group number 7, please make your way to the grid. Race group number 7, please make your way to the grid. That is SSM.
It's got a pretty big gaggle of cars going down into turn 1 with the Pinto there of Bruce Shelton. Hinkle has now gotten around him. Then you got to go back a little bit to Stem, and then you've got the 08 there of Guto, and then you end up with McBain, McQueen, and then you've got Greg Hotz in that MR2, followed by another MR2 there with Carlos Schooler.
All right, and we are getting some calls now for passes under yellow going into turn 1. The only one we've heard so far is Alex Cumming in the 24 Mazda RX-7, our sole spec RX-7 driver, passing Ken Gillette in the number 15 Toyota MR2 going into 1. We'll continue to listen to see if we get any more reports, but they had a lot going on at turn 1. Working the incident was a lot more important than tracking passes under yellow.
Yeah, Greg, right now, since our front 3 leaders here, they're starting to come up and work on the lap traffic here. I want to take a look at this T4 battle again. We've talked about it yesterday, and we'll continue to talk about it. 2 evenly matched cars here with Jeremy Butts and Michael LaMena. We saw earlier today Michael LaMena really trying to push it in that sprint race, loop that car around coming out of turn 3, on that last lap. But here we go now, and so they're kind of nose to tail still. So let's talk about Bruce Shelton and Jerome Hinkle. Again, not for class, but for position on the racetrack. Jerome Hinkle looks like he slowed down, lost pace coming down the front stretch, and that allowed Bruce Shelton to go around Hinkle. We'll see if Hinkle can get back by around. But here comes that Volvo of Stem coming right on the back of Hinkle. So I think Hinkle's obviously got some type of an issue.
Well, speaking, we besides Hinkle's issue, and by the way, that Lotus 7, not exactly the most aerodynamic car out there, Brian. It's going to be limited in straight line speed, certainly, but I don't think to the extent that we saw as Shelton and that Pinto went by. But more importantly, we've got another car, and I think just the nose of it in the gravel right now.
And that looks like that is Carlos Schooler down there in there. That does look like the back end of an orange MR2 from what I can see from here.
Indeed.
So it does look like that is Carlos Schooler, who's just off the racetrack there. So again, the corner workers down in turn one having their hands full. Not only they still have the car around on the other side that they pulled out, they now got Carlos Schooler right there that they may end up having to send that EV truck down there again to get him out. And I can see the EV truck on the other side on the skid pad back there. So they may have to get him to come right back out and go get that one as well.
All right, so real quick, Brian, let's reset the field here as we take a look here. Up in the lead, Paul Marconis, he is your leader. He also running in E-Production. Running in second right now is Jimmy Pettinato, driver of the number 98 BMW. He is your leader in SPU. Tom Beverly is your STL leader. And let's look at the rest of that STL field. Beverly has now a 15-second advantage over Steve Wickersham, who's running in second. Ted Cahall running in third. If we take a look at H Production, Ryan McBain, who took the win in our heat race this morning, he is currently your leader over Michael McQueen. Schooler was running in second was running in third at the time. Taylor Hyatt, who has just crossed the start-finish line, she will now move up to third in H Production. Ken Gillette in that number 15 Toyota MR2, he's now sitting fourth in H Production. If we go over to GT Light, our sole racer in the class, Greg Hotz, the number 73 cars, Alec Mizell did not take the green. In T4, we've been watching this all race, Jeremy Butts and Michael Lamena, they currently are once again nose to tail, but they've got almost a 20-second advantage over Jeff Liller, who is sitting third in class, Jennifer Romes sitting in fourth. And then finally in GT Pinto, Bruce Shelton now with a 2.7-second advantage over Charles Gudo, Michael Hirschberger running in third.
Yeah, so Greg, the Miata that was down there, that was sitting down in turn one that they were able to get out, Jake Gullick, that has now returned to the racetrack. So they took it back behind the skid pad. He came off the skid pad, went around to that other access road that came back. He just came out on turn two, so he's actually back while the EV vehicle down there is trying to get Carlos Schooler out of there as well. So not only the EV workers busy down in turn one, so are the flag workers, but Jake Gullick has now been removed from there and either back on the track, and you may see him come down pit road. All right,
Brian. So as we have just 4 laps remaining in this small bore race, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 7, SSM. Please start making your way to the grid. SSM drivers, please make your way to the grid. Only 3 laps remaining now here in our small bore race.
Working to get that car out of there, Schooler. Got some pretty good battles, and as you get down into turn one, you know, you can't do anything there. You can't pass until you get past that incident. Now it looks like they've got the Schooler machine out of the gravel, going to pull that one back to the skid pad as well.
All right, so I talked about, I thought they were giving out prizes for the H Production Challenge for the feature race today. No, I'm sorry now. McBain took the win earlier on in the heat race. Again, 3 Springs Solar were giving a $100 prize to the winner of yesterday's heat race, a $50 prize to the winner of this morning's heat race. But if you win tomorrow's feature race, you will also make $100. So McBain, he's not racing for the money right now, but he has control of our large H Production field. Well, getting a little smaller now as it looks like the emergency services teams, they have now managed to pull Carlos Schooler out of the gravel trap, and we'll see if he gets back underway as well with only 2 laps remaining here in our race.
Yeah, and our leader, Paul Marconis, he is now coming through turns one with James Pettinato right on his back bumper here, about 2 car lengths now as they come out of turn 2. And Greg, they're going to come up on some traffic here. They're going to come up on the 128 of Ryan McBain and the 29 of Michael McQueen, probably down into turn 5. So it could be for the overall, not in class, but Pettinato may be able to get around Paul Marconis. A lot of cars sitting there going down into turn 1. Again, we've dropped the yellow flag down there. So, again, we got some tire lockup going down into turn 1. That looks like that is going to be maybe the 43 there
43
of
car.
Glenn Hoffman, maybe. We'll see it as they come out of turn 2. He was able to get it. He's riding on the back of the Hirschberger Pinto as they come around, and that is actually that is the 19. That's John Ayer in that STL machine. So, again, going in with all that traffic, ended up getting locked up there, heading down through there. So his front 2 tires are more than likely going to be flat spotted. As here comes our overall leaders now, Greg, and they're going to get that 1 to go board, but they're in some heavy, heavy traffic.
Very heavy traffic. They've made their way past our H production leaders, but coming up on, in the case of Marcones and Pettinato, they're coming up on some of their class competitors. Pettinato is coming up on Jim Stem, who's running second in F production, just a couple cars up ahead here, and just ahead of Marcones is going to be Bruce Shelton, and also our 4th place running Touring 4 car of Jennifer Romes, as we are working the very last lap here. But I think we definitely want to watch, Brian, this battle for the lead in H production, as we now have 4 cars wide coming down the front straight here. It is the 127 car. That is Jeff Liller in Touring 4, and right behind Liller, we have
that is Jonathan Stein. That is 3rd in STL. So.
Yeah, and right behind him was Ted Cahall as well, very close behind. So they are tracking that, and here as they come out of turn 3, or pardon me, out of 2, going towards turn 3, a big dust of smoke. But let's take a look here. Coming out of turn number 10, Paul Marcones, he has made his way around Jim Stem and has opened up a 10-car length advantage now over Jimmy Pettinato, and he will be the first driver to take the checkered flag. Paul Marcones is your E-Production and overall winner today. Jimmy Pettinato will come home in 2nd overall. Bruce Shelton will take the win in GT Pinto, as we look for a couple of our other drivers to come across the line. Taking the win in STL, Tom Beverly in the Honda Civic. Another strong run from him. Could not quite keep the pace of the Integra, of the BMW, but look at that, Brian, as we've got Pettinato and Marcones going side by side through turn 3. A little wave and some congratulations from Jimmy Pettinato. Great guy. I've loved him since I first met him here about 10 years ago. Taking the win in H production, and again, this was a very tight battle. Ryan McBain in his Honda CRX, 0.4 of a second over Michael McQueen, managed to stretch things out on the very last lap. Taylor Hyatt, last 2 laps of the race for her were her fastest. She's going to take home a podium here today in H production. Ken Gillette is going to finish 4th. Glenn Hoffman is going to finish 5th. Let's take a look at that STL battle where Tom Beverly took the win. Steve Wickersham in his Miata finished in 2nd. Jonathan Sainz, who was trying his darndest to get around the 127 Touring 4 car of Liller. Sainz finishes in 3rd, but more importantly, I think for him, he did manage to hold off Ted Cahall, because that was really the battle. As Sainz was bottled up behind the 127 car, he had Cahall directly behind him, and that was the battle for the last step on the podium. John Sainz takes it here today. In GT Light, Greg Hotz was our sole driver. He takes the win in Touring 4. Jeremy Butts manages to hold off Michael LaMena today. He's going to take home the win in Touring 4. LaMena will finish 2nd. Jeff Liller in that 127 car will finish 3rd, with Jennifer Romes finishing in 4th. In F production, Jim Stem takes the win over Jerry Hinkle. Hinkle, who had to start from the tail end of the field, will finish 10 seconds back. He made a valiant attempt at it again, and I will say, I think some of the moves down in the turn 1 might have needed a little bit more discretion, but Jim Stem takes that win in F production. If we take a look at GT Pinto, Bruce Shelton takes the win. Charles Gudo finishes in 2nd. Michael Hirschberger in that red and white number 8, the Starsky and Hutch car, had some issues, had to pull off 2 laps early. He's going to finish in 3rd. So that's going to wrap things up for our small bore group. We've got drivers now going out for their victory laps. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group, SSM, Brian. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 7. That is SSM. SSM drivers, please make your way to the grid. And so, Brian, before we get ready for that next race for SSM, why don't we thank some of our great partners and sponsors of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA, like Tire Rack. Did I say Tire Rack? Well, that would be a big... don't nobody tell Paul, please. Radial Tire Company.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule an appointment online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at 301-585-2740. Again, that's 301-585-2740.
EVSR is proud to partner once again with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA as title sponsor of the EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. And EVSR's leader, Charlie Greenhouse, is back behind the wheel as he attempts to repeat as series champion. It's been a big year for EVSR, coming off their momentous victory at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, and they're the only fully electric racing team to compete in and complete a major endurance race against a full field of gas cars. In 2022, EVSR is going to return, building on all the experience from last year's event, and they expect an even stronger finish. To reach that goal, EVSR is searching for new crew members to train for this year's 25 Hour. Come to their paddock in the corner of the woods and talk to Charlie. You can help EVSR make history. And if you're not here at the track, check out EVSR.net for more information about their innovative race program.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
All right, Brian, so it looks like we've got to pick up a couple of drivers and their cars here. So our great emergency services EV team here at Summit Point Raceway in the Washington, D.C. region going to do that now. So while we wait for that to happen, Brian and I are going to take a quick little break. We're going to get some water in us here as it's getting a little toasty up in the announce booth here, and we'll be back with you in just a few moments. But before we do, if you're listening to us or watching us on YouTube, if you haven't done so already, please go ahead, give us that big thumbs up. There we go. Let's show it there. Give us a big thumbs up, and if you haven't done so already, go ahead and subscribe to the Washington, D.C. region SCCA YouTube channel and click on the notification bell to find out every time we go live with great motorsports action. And so with that, Brian and I, we are going to take that break. We'll be back in just a few moments with more action, amazing action, SSM action here at the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular, presented by OG Racing and Radial Tire Company, and we'll be right back. All right, so we are hydrated, Brian, and back here at Summit Point Raceway. Welcome back, and thank you for joining us here at beautiful Summit Point here on the PA system, of course, on 88.7 on your FM dial and on the YouTubes as well. We have just 2 more races today, but there's a lot more racing tomorrow. We should have first cars rolling off with our EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Championship at around 8:40 tomorrow morning, and I've just gotten word, although these are primarily going to be 20-lap races tomorrow, our Group 3 racers, our big bore racers, race has been expanded to 24 laps or 40 minutes. So great to see that. Hey, and now I know we can start talking about SSM because Mike Collins has told me that he is back and ready to go. So Brian, why don't we run down the starting order for this afternoon's SSM 11-lap feature race.
All right. Starting 47th from Washington, D.C., the number 7 of Davey Ahern. Starting 46th from Ashburn, Virginia, the number 40 of John Gayer. Starting 45th from Knoxville, Tennessee, the 05 of Steve Bindrum. Starting 44th from Mount Joy, Pennsylvania, the number 6 of James Roberts. Starting 43rd from Charlestown, West Virginia, the 39 of Jack Kellum. Starting 42nd in the number 72 machine from Cliffwood, New Jersey, that's Robert Ahern Jr. Starting in 41st position from McLean, Virginia, the 01 of James Smith. Starting 40th from Leesburg, Virginia, the 24 of Steve Wolfson. Starting 39th from Mechanicsville, Virginia, the number 9 of Raymond Heath. Starting 38th from Haymarket, Virginia, the number 92 of Victor Bruni. Starting 37th from Virginia Beach, Virginia, the 31 of Giovanni Crucifelli. Starting 36th from Baltimore, Maryland, the 79 of James Foster. Starting 35th, the 04 from Sykesville, Maryland, that's Adam Volatile. And I don't think Adam is going to be joining again.
Probably
based off that incident from yesterday. Starting 34th, again, this driver may not be making this field, from Boonesboro, Maryland, the number 82 of Stuart Smith. Starting 33rd from Weehawken, New Jersey, driving the number 52 Mazda Miata, is Isaac Jordan. Starting 32nd from Ellicott City, Maryland, the 51 of John Maslin. Starting 31st from Birdsboro, Pennsylvania, the 113 of John Moyer. Starting 30th from Fairfax, Virginia, the number 65 of Brooks Hunt. Starting 29th from Potomac, Maryland, the number 99 of Peter Kaufman. Starting 28th from Frederick, Maryland, in the number 12, that's J.D. Brunk. Starting 27th from Berryville, Virginia, the number 2 of Mark Flitcroft. Starting 26th from Herndon, Virginia, in the number 89 is Jamison Huffman. Starting 25th from Herndon, Virginia as well, in the 123, that's Kalen Crocker. Starting 24th from Millersville, Maryland, the 199 of Ben Sarley. Starting 23rd from Midlothian, Virginia, the number 91 of Scott Christek. Starting 22nd from Nokesville, Virginia, the 88 of Jay Bindrum. Starting 21st from Silver Spring, Maryland, the 67 of Nathan Lucas. Starting in the 20th from Midlothian, Virginia, the number 10 of Ben Jones. Starting 19th from Silver Spring, Maryland, the 121 of Frank Taberzi. Starting in the 18th position from Rising Sun, Maryland, the number 85 of Samuel Scott. Starting 17th from Washington, D.C., the 146 of Ryan Harrison. Starting 16th from Arlington, Virginia, in the number 95, who hasn't passed a single car all weekend, supposedly, from Mike Collins, is Nicholas Bruni.
Accepting attrition. And by the way, Mike is all PBR in hand, ready to go from Southern California for this one as well.
There it is. Starting in 15th position from Warrenton, Virginia, the number 1 of David Bigert. Starting 14th from Winchester, Virginia, the number 14 of Andy O'Brien. Starting 13th in the 66 from Great Falls, Virginia, that's Kevin Kopp. Starting 12th from Bristow, Virginia, in the number 75 is Deacon Greenfield. Starting 11th from Frederick, Maryland, the number 73 of Scott Brunk. Starting in the top 10, starting in 10th position from Wallingford, Pennsylvania, the number 18 of David Weibel. Starting 9th from Sparks, Glencoe, Maryland, the number 63 of John Hotz. Starting 8th from Baltimore, Maryland, the 32 of Scott O'Rourke. Starting in the 7th position, the number 70 from Winchester, Virginia, is Camden Gruber. Starting in the 6th position from Dayton, Maryland, the number 15 of Ryan Maloney. Starting in your top 5, starting in 5th from Springfield, Virginia, the 07 of David Stern. Starting 4th from Baltimore, Maryland, the 06 of Neil O'Rourke. Starting 3rd from Leesburg, Virginia, the 42 of John Evans. And starting on the front row, starting in the 2nd position from Sterling, Virginia, your winner earlier this morning, the number 33 of Tristan Herbert. And starting on the pole, Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania's very own number 11, Richard Roman.
Well, they may want to disown him after this the race this morning. I don't know.
He didn't win, so he not be.
He'll get back in their good graces. I think the story from this morning, Brian, was our winner, Tristan Herbert. He started 7th, worked his way up slowly, and then, of course, took the win. And although he did not have the fastest lap of the weekend, obviously he's done enough now to get that car up onto the front row. And of course, as this weekend progresses, you're going to find drivers based on the times from the previous sessions. That is what is moving them up the grid, not necessarily their finishing positions. So Herbert, who again is a former MARRS champion in his own right, a former ITB champion, former American Road Race of Champions winner in an ITB Golf, former Rookie of the Year in Pirelli World Challenge. He's got a lot of provenance here, but it was just a race that I think really showed what a great racer Tristan Herbert is as he worked his way through the field, took that cop line, as we were talking about, through turn 3. But managed to get around Rich Roman, who finished in 3rd behind Evans, Neil O'Rourke, Ryan Maloney as well, who have been not only traditionally in SSM been running up the front of the field, but all this season as well. And so the lights are out now on the pace car as our SSM drivers are completing their 2nd pace lap here because of the size of the very large size of this field. It takes that long one to get them off the grid, but then also to get them all packed up 2 by 2. The pace car now on the pit lane, and that means Richard Roman, our pole sitter in that white number 11, he now has the field on the inside of the front row. Tristan Herbert to his left, and green flag is in the air, and he's got a great push, does Rich Roman, from the 42 of John Evans, from the 07. That is actually Ryan Maloney in the 15, giving him a push down into turn number 1. Now stepping to the inside is John Evans in the 42 car. He's going to try to get underneath Tristan Herbert as well as David Stern, Brian, as they come out of 2 and head into and make their way up towards turn 3.
Yeah, Evans trying to push on to Rich Roman now, give their lead to Tristan Herbert. He's able to come back through. Jonathan Evans in there. David Stern getting very, very loose. Now we're going to go 3 wide, and again, Tristan Herbert using every bit of that gravel. David Stern out there as well. Everybody continues, but David Stern got a really, really loose, had nowhere to go but in through the gravel. But Tristan Herbert, he went all the way through. As some of our other cars start to come up through, they see the smoke. It was very hard to see, but they were 3 wide going through turn 3, Greg.
All right, and so we had one car off in the gravel, went for the wild ride as there were 3 wide coming through turn 3. I think that was the 18 of Weibel. It might have been a little bit further back from there. We're going to have to check as they come back around to complete this first lap. But already nobody giving a quarter here in Spec Miata. Brian, very quickly here as we get ready for our leaders to come around turn 10, let's make a call to the grid for our final race of the day. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 8. That is our open wheel drivers, open wheel and prototype. Please make your way to the grid. Race group number 8 to the grid, please. And Brian, while we were making that call, Rich Roman going for the wild ride through turn 10, and Roman is going to lose a number of positions here. We're showing him back in 4th. That's where he was when he crossed the stripe, but I believe he's now probably fallen back to 5th position as our leader now is the number 33 of Tristan Herbert. He's got John Evans in the 42 right behind him, then Neil O'Rourke, and then Ryan Maloney in the 15 now, moving up in the 4th position. Roman was able to go and recover, but amazing that he was able to gather that car up so quickly and only lose a couple of positions there.
Yeah, able to keep it under control there. Came down through, went over the crossover road there, or just right in between the crossover road. Able to get back in, came back on the track in 4th, but as that momentum kept going, going to drop him all the way back into 5th. Again, teammates Tristan Herbert, Jonathan Evans, they're going to sit there and run 1-2 as they went up through turn 3 and turn 4. They're going to look to pull away from Neil O'Rourke and Ryan Maloney.
All right, so big info there to digest. Now, I said earlier I thought it was Dave Weibel who went for the ride through turn 3. It was not Dave Weibel. It was actually a little bit further back in the field. I think it was actually Andy O'Brien, as Tristan Herbert now leads the field onto the front straight to complete lap number 2. And he has John Evans right behind him, locked into his rear bumper. He's got that green number 06 of O'Rourke. And then about 2 car lengths back from there, door to door, we've got Ryan Maloney and Rich Roman. Roman trying to make the move on Maloney and move back up in the 4th before our lead 3 drive away. And Rich Roman has managed to do that.
Roman got a great run off of 10, Greg. Drag race Ryan Maloney all the way down the front stretch. Able to make that pass going into 1. Maloney decided to go ahead and give it to him. Now he's going to work with Rich Roman. They've got to catch that front 3 of Herbert, Evans, and O'Rourke as they're starting to pull away a little bit over those next 2 cars. Everybody else single file here, still trying to get settled down. As we look a little bit further back in some of our cars, we still got a bunch of them still trying to go too wide. That's the 39 of Jack Kellum along with James Roberts, and the 01 there. That's going to be James Smith as they went too wide through 3.
Yeah, these drivers very tight, close racing as we always expect in SSM. Now, a little bit back from our lead pack, we've got Dave Weibel here. It seems like every time we have cars go by, I talk about Dave Weibel. He's got Kevin Kopp, Camden Gruber, Scott Brunk, Stern, who's fallen all the way back to 11th position now, as well as John Hotz in 12th, Dave Biegert in 13th, all stacked up behind him. A large group here as now battling for position. Kevin Kopp giving the number 18 of Weibel a push. That is going to hold out to the outside. Camden Gruber in the number 70 car, and he is now a car without a draft partner going down into 1, Brian.
Actually, that's Scott O'Rourke without a draft partner. As those 3 go by him, Greg, they used him as a ping pong ball to try to push him outside. Camden Gruber got back in behind Weibel, and they moved all the way through. Scott O'Rourke all the way back now, and now he's going to go side by side with Camden Gruber up into turn 3, give the position to Gruber as they get through that and up over the hill to turn 4.
All right, and Cam Gruber making a great move on Scott Brunk coming down through turn 10 as part of that field, or probably turn 3 as part of that field. I'm like looking at trying to get rid of about 7 corners here. I don't know why, but maybe it's because John Hotz was adding so many miles to the track. But anyway, there you go, and holds on to the position. Camden Gruber in 9th position, but losing a little bit of ground to Kevin Kopp over in 8th. As our leaders now making their way down through the bottom half of the field, Tristan Herbert, again, your leader over John Evans and Neil O'Rourke. And we'll see here in just a moment whether or not Rich Roman can start to close things down. He's about 2.5 car lengths off of that train of 3 cars of Herbert, Evans, and O'Rourke as they come out of turn 10. And now Rich Roman, our pole sitter, drafting right back up to the lead pack, sitting more or less in no man's land about 10 cars back from that lead pack is Ryan Maloney. Another 10 cars back to David Weibel and Kevin Kopp, who are now nose to tail. And Kopp going down the inside, it looks like, of Weibel, trying to get around. And then we've got Gruber and O'Rourke and David Stern, who just ran his fastest lap of the race.
Looks like David Stern's going to get around Scott O'Rourke in there, and now Scott O'Rourke comes back. But you're right, Greg, your front 4 starting to pull away from Ryan Maloney. The guy on the island, that's Ryan Maloney. Then you've got Weibel. Then you've got Kopp. Then you've got Camden Gruber. They should be able to reel him in. Then you've got Scott O'Rourke and David Stern as they battle back and forth there, and that is for the 9th and 10th position.
All right, so there you go. Brian, as we now have 4 laps in the books, let's make another call to the grid for our last race group of the day. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for our race group number 8 drivers, open wheel drivers. That's Formula Atlantic, Club Ford, and Formula Enterprises 2. Again, race group number 8, open wheel, Club Ford, Formula Atlantic, and Formula Enterprises 2. Please start making your way to the grid. All right, Brian, coming out of turn 10 and onto the front straight, it is Tristan Herbert. Once again, your leader with John Evans tucked right in underneath him, about a car length and a half. Back then to the green 06 of Neil O'Rourke, and then Rich Roman, who is now drafted right up to the back of O'Rourke. And once again, Ryan Maloney in that blue number 15 car, he's falling back from our leaders, but I think importantly for him, Brian, is that he has fallen back right to Dave Weibel and Kevin Kopp. So they may be able to use him. Maybe the three of them can find their way back up into that lead pack. Let's add a fourth car into that group, and that is Camden Gruber in the number 70 machine. It is then another 6 car lengths back to Scott O'Rourke and David Stern.
Yeah, Ryan Maloney falling back into the clutches of that other 3-car group. I tell you what, it's going to be difficult for them to catch those front 4. If those front 4 stay single file here as they head up down into turn 4, down into turn 5 with 6 laps to go, those front 4, they look to be content to just sit there and ride until we get down to the end.
There we go, exactly, as we are now just about halfway through this 11-lap race. We've done 5, we're working lap number 6.
We wait for those leaders to come back, Greg. I tell you what, a lot of people using a lot of the excess road, or a lot of the road over here. I'm telling you, that gravel trap, we're going to have to dig a hole over there.
Well,
fill the hole.
Yeah, exactly. And I think we already heard from Edwin, no plans to make it wider. So here you go as our leaders come out of turn 10. Again, same 4, Herbert, then Evans, a car length and a half back to Neil O'Rourke, and then Rich Roman. And now, once again, Ryan Maloney has stretched things out just a little bit from our next 2 cars, but I think that's because Kevin Kopp and Camden Gruber have been going side by side and door to door for the last 7 turns, and they have now John Hotz and Scott Brunk right on their bumpers as well. So we'll see if Maloney can stretch things out.
Looks maybe like a little bit of a hand signal. They came out of there from Kevin Kopp to Camden Gruber to say, hey, let's go. Let's try to set up David Weibel. Not able to make that stick. What has that done? That has put David Stern in between Kopp and Gruber as he was able to hold on and move up one of those positions.
That's right. So Stern now with the fastest lap of the race. And as I've been trading conversation with, trading texts with Mike Meadhead Collins, one of the things that he pointed out is so far, at least in our lead group, Brian, Richard Roman with that 129.525, that is with the exception of Tristan Herbert's 517, fastest lap there is, but more importantly, it's the fastest lap not under the draft. That was set as after Roman had gone off track at turn 10, the following lap is when he set that. So we know he's got some raw pace. As our leaders now come out of turn 10, once again, they're going to complete lap number 7 of 11 here, and they continue to stretch things out on Ryan Maloney in the 15 car. As Tristan Herbert, John Evans still with about a car length that separates our 2 leaders from Neil O'Rourke and Rich Roman. But that entire gap disappears under braking going into turn 1 as all 4 drivers once again locked bumper to bumper, nose to tail as they come out of 2 and make their way to turn 3.
Yeah, Neil O'Rourke pulling right into the middle, coming out of turn 2, trying to get some air to that machine as he goes and go right on the back of Jonathan Evans coming out of turn 3, turn 4. Then you got to go all the way back. Let's take a look. Ryan Maloney ahead of David Weibel. Maloney's able to run by himself and stay up front there without having to make any other types of moves, which gives Weibel, Kopp, and David Stern and Camden Gruber not much room. They just can't catch because they're worried about each other now. It's go time.
All right, there you go. Exactly. It is go time now as we only have 4 laps remaining. It'll be 3 when our leaders cross the start-finish line. Now, a little bit further back in the pack, as we always have some spectacular racing here in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. I've been watching a great race. This is the battle for 23rd between Peter Kaufman and Mark Flitcroft in the yellow number 2 machine. They have been nose to tail for the last 3 laps. Flitcroft just not able to get up to the quarter panel of Kaufman when they come down into turn 1. In addition to that, we've got John Moyer, Brooke Marcus Hunt and James Foster. The battle for 27th, very close as well, as our leaders now come down past start finish. And now stepping to the inside for a moment is John Evans on Tristan Herbert, but Evans gets right back over. He goes to cover Neil O'Rourke, who also moved over driver's right. And in what ends up happening is they all go in nose to tail into turn number 1. And looked like John Evans for a moment there thought about working the move on his teammate Tristan Herbert. About 15 car lengths back, though, we are 2 by 2 by 2. It's Ryan Maloney to the inside, Dave Weibel to his right. Then we've got Kevin Kopp and David Stern side by side between them as they go through turn 3. And believe it or not, another 20 car lengths back from there, we've got John Hodson, Scott Brunk, David Beegert, and Andy O'Brien, side by side going through turn 3 as well. As they all know, Brian, it's definitely go time.
It's go time. There is a lot of battles going on, especially back in there. And you're right, they were 2 by 2 by 2 coming out with Maloney, with Weibel, with Kopp, with Stern, Gruber, sitting there trying to just latch on ever so slightly, but they were able to catch Ryan Maloney coming out of turn 10 and able to use him down there. I don't think they're going to catch those front 4 because they're staying in line as long as they can until they need to make those moves. And Greg, here they come out of turn 10.
Yep, once again, all in a row, all ducks in a row. Tristan Herbert followed by John Evans, Neil O'Rourke running in 3rd, Rich Roman running in 4th. Again, as they come out of turn 10, though, John Evans now sensing a chance, moves alongside Tristan Herbert. Rich Roman's going to move up side by side with Neil O'Rourke as well. So we've got Evans to driver's right. We've got Roman to driver's right. And John Evans, I think, has now taken over first place from Tristan Herbert as they come out from behind the trees. Indeed, that white number car, he's got a half a car length at most on Tristan Herbert, but Herbert now just motors past the number 42 car on the run down to turn 3. He maintains the lead, but we've still got a heck of a battle right behind him, Brian.
I tell you what, Ryan Maloney, David Weibel, they were 2 by 2 coming out of turn number 2, and it is Ryan Maloney that's going to hold on to that position. He's going to move up ahead of David Weibel. He had to get back in line, didn't have the preferred line of which one he wanted to take, had to get on the brakes a little bit sooner going into turn 3, had to jump back in line.
All right, so when our leaders come out of turn 10 and onto the front straight, we will be working the last lap here at Summit Point. So quickly, Brian, let's make a final call to the grid for our final race group of the day. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 8, open wheel drivers, Formula Atlantic, Club Ford, and Formula Enterprises 2. Please make your way to the grid. Race group number 8, open wheel drivers, please make your way to the grid. All right, Brian, so our leaders now coming out of turn 10, and they've got some lapped traffic ahead of them, including the number 12 machine, Tristan Herbert, with his largest lead of the race, though. Coming out of 10, he's got a car length on John Evans, and as Herbert moves to the inside now to get around that slower car, Neil O'Rourke pops to the inside, uses that lap traffic as a pick, and gets around Jonathan Evans, at least for the moment. And as they come out of turn 10, Evans is back alongside O'Rourke as they come down into turn 3. Tristan Herbert, he's got a 3-car length lead now as Evans and O'Rourke both go into the gravel, and Evans spins the car at turn 3, Brian.
Nope, that is actually O'Rourke that has spun and done a complete 360. He's now back underway. Everybody did evasive action. Richard Roman had to go driver's left hard in through the grass. He's able to continue as well, but O'Rourke goes 360, continues to keep going. The battle coming up behind them, the Maloney, the Weibel that we've been talking about, the Kopp, they were able to get going. They're actually going to have the more momentum going in ahead of O'Rourke. So we'll have to see where Neil O'Rourke is going to end up finishing out here.
All right, so that's going to move Rich Roman, for at least for the moment, back up into 3rd position after having started off on the pole. Tristan Herbert, again, having opened up the largest lead he has had all race long, as they are now coming up under the bridge, and as they come out of turn 10, for the final time, Tristan Herbert with a 7-car length advantage over Jonathan Evans. Herbert now sitting behind the number 40 car. He is going to take the win. John Evans is going to come home in 2nd.
And I do not see Rich Roman at all coming through, so obviously they all ganged up on him. Here they come. Here comes.
Kevin
It looks
Kopp.
like this is Kevin Kopp, Ryan Maloney. Maloney's going to try to go through there. I have yet to see Rich Roman come through. We've got 5, 6, 7 cars, including Nick Bruni was involved in that. But I have yet to see Rich Roman come back through and cross the start-finish line.
All right, taking third today, Kevin Kopp crosses the line, margin over Ryan Maloney, 43 thousandths of a second. Maloney will finish in fourth. David Stern will finish in fifth. Camden Gruber finishes in sixth. Scott O'Rourke, seventh. Nick Bruni works his way up to eighth position. Mike Collins will be happy. Andy O'Brien comes home in ninth. John Hotz rounds out the top 10. And can I tell you, I am so happy Deacon Greenfield finishing in 11th, only 0.2 of a second off of John Hotz. All right, so Brian, we've made that last call to the grid. And I am hearing that we do have a car off. We are sending some equipment out, maybe for Rich Roman. Maybe there were some other incidents in that last lap. So we'll have to get an accounting of that. But as those drivers head out, let's do this. We've already made that last call to the grid for race group number 8, and I think most of those drivers have now shown up on track. So let's go. Let's take a final break of the day. Before we do that, we're going to thank some of our sponsors here in the Washington, D.C. region, but then when we come back, we'll bring you flag action of our 8th and final feature race of the day here from Summit Point for the 2022 Labor Day MARRS Spectacular. We'll be right back.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule an appointment online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at 301-585-2740. Again, that's 301-585-2740. Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule an appointment online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at 301-585-2740. Again, that's 301-585-2740.
All right, just a little update here from the announce booth. We are currently doing some cleanup after that SSM race. We have a couple of cars to pick up. We have some gravel and dirt to sweep off the track. We just had our track sweeper enter the track on the front straight, and that's one of them. We have another one over by turn 3 right now. So still going to be a couple of minutes before we get back underway. As soon as we have some updates, we'll let you know. If you're listening to us on YouTube, again, going to be a little bit, maybe another, I'm just going to conservatively say another 10 minutes, but I think it's going to probably be a little bit longer than that, and we will definitely let you know. But again, we have one more race here today from Summit Point. That is our open wheel race, and then we're going to start the action once again tomorrow. And again, cars will be on course for the first race of the day, probably around 8:40 tomorrow morning. We'll be on air a little bit earlier than that, about 8:30 in the morning, to bring you all the action for day 3 of the MARRS, the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular here at Summit Point Racing. So hold on tight. We'll be back in just a few moments.
Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
right, everybody. Got a little bit of an update here. Starting to do a course check around the course as we're getting things back to normal. We've had a lot of cleanup here after our SSM race, but it sounds like we're going to be getting back underway with our final race of the day, our open wheel race for Formula Atlantic, Club Ford, and Formula Enterprises 2 here in just a few moments. So we'll let you know as soon as we're going to come back to live action, but it won't be long before our last feature race of the day here from Summit Point and the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular. We'll be right back.
EVSR's leader, Charlie Greenhouse, is back behind the wheel as he attempts to repeat as series champion. It's been a big year for EVSR, coming off their momentous victory at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, and they're the only fully electric racing team to compete in and complete a major endurance race against a full field of gas cars. In 2022, EVSR is going to return, building on all the experience from last year's event, and they expect an even stronger finish. To reach that goal, EVSR is searching for new crew members to train for this year's 25 Hour. Come to their paddock in the corner of the woods and talk to Charlie. You can help EVSR make history. And if you're not here at the track, check out EVSR.net for more information about their innovative race program.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, Summit Point Motorsports Park for day two, or what's left of day two of the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular, presented by the Washington, D.C. region, OG Racing, and Radial Tire Company. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati. See, I got our names right.
There we go. That's because it got cooler in here. It's only 86 degrees.
It's only 86 degrees now, exactly. Things cool down. And we have one more race today, Brian. And I know we're not going to spend a lot of time going down the grid. Well, primarily because there aren't a lot of names on the grid to go down. But it was an interesting race earlier today, and much like it was yesterday in Club Ford, between Wayne Nicolette and Brian Farrell and Doug Fisher. And I think probably, the big the key word for this race really is attrition. because over the last 2 days and the last 2 races, both Farrell and Fisher, they jump out to very quick starts. They hang with Wayne Nicolette, but the equipment just hasn't seemed to be able to hold up to the load and the pressure of these races. And so we'll have to see. It looks as though we've got both the 24 car and the 20 car on the grid. And now we are heading out for our pace lap. So, Brian, why don't we run down the starting grid for our final race?
All right. Starting third in Club Ford from Moncton, Maryland, the number 20 of Douglas Fisher. Starting fourth from Arlington, Virginia, the number 24 of Brian Farrell. Starting third from Cockeysville, Maryland, number 2 of Wayne Nicolette. Starting second outside of the front row from Ranson, West Virginia, that's the number 10 of Keith McDonald. And starting on the pole, the number 77 from Harleysville, Pennsylvania, which I am not seeing out on the track, Greg, so that is actually going to put Keith McDonald up there, the number 77 of Alex Mayer. So,
all right. Yeah, so it looks like probably 4 cars out in this race today. Keith McDonald, who's been our sole Formula Enterprises 2 driver, moves from the outside of the front row to pole position. That's going to move Wayne Nicolette, driver of the number 2 Club Ford Lola, to his left on the front row. And then we'll have Brian Farrell and Doug Fisher, the 2 drivers driving Zinc Z10Cs in Club Ford. They'll start on row number 2 as we have our drivers now making their way down around the bottom half of the course. And when they come around, we're going to have an 11-lap race. I mean, odd number laps. It just seems odd to me. Well, it seems odd to me. But 11-lap races here to the checkered flag to wrap up day number 2 of the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular. Again, I wanted to thank all the great volunteers. We just had almost the entirety of our emergency services, emergency EV team go out and respond to multiple incidents at the end of that SSM race, really putting in the work. But, of course, we've got the flag and communications corps. We've got our folks on the starter stand, in the timing and scoring room, the stewards right down below us, our folks, the scrutineers over in tech. Of course, we've got the folks in registration, our registrars, who are still accepting entries for this weekend. We've had some new drivers come in today that weren't here yesterday, and I'm sure there are some folks that I am probably forgetting. Who might they be?
Corner workers, flaggers.
Well, I said flaggers and communications.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. But, it takes a village. The SCCA, it is a family. It's a membership-run organization, and we need all of these members from not just the D.C. region, but around the country to put on these events. And as we get ready for our last race of the day, Brian, we've got John Burkhardt on the starter stand, and he throws the green flag. And as you would expect, with about 150 more horsepower, Keith McDonald and his Formula Enterprises 2 car jumps out to an early lead. But look at this. Jumping to the lead here in Club Ford, at least for the moment. We had Brian Farrell in the number 24 machine, gets around Wayne Nicolette, but they're now side by side going into turn 2.
Yeah, they went side by side going into turns 1, but now Wayne Nicolette, he's going to come out of turn 2. He's going to have the overall lead in that Club Ford, and then you've got Brian Farrell in that number 24, and then you have Douglas Fisher in that 20. They're still sitting there hanging right now. We're hoping Fisher can finish this entire race. I know he's had some challenges, but that car actually did look really strong.
It was very
on the
strong.
Start earlier this morning and right now, along with Brian Farrell. So we'll have to see whether or not Farrell can go ahead and run back down Wayne Nicolette. Again, Keith McDonald, the only Formula Enterprise 2 here. And you're right, an extra 150 horsepower. He's going to get that jump. He's going to go ahead and take off. I think at this point right now, with Keith only being the only car in Formula Enterprise 2, use this as a practice session. You can try different things. I mean, this is a time right now. The sun has gone down.
That's right.
Or not gone down, but it has gone behind some of the clouds. So the track is starting to cool off just a little bit. This is probably one of the good times to come out and run a car, and if you're going to run an open wheel car.
Yeah, a matter of fact, and if Keith plans on racing at the runoffs, which I suspect he will. He's taken his Formula Enterprises 2 cars and formerly Formula Enterprise cars to the runoffs for, I think, the last 13 years or so. And this is a good opportunity to get some data on tire wear, on how they hold up under these slightly cooler conditions, and maybe what kind of tire pressures you should think about running in order to deal with these conditions. Because, when we get to the national championship runoffs at Virginia International Raceway this year, it is going to be the very end of September. It's about a month away for his race. And it's certainly going to be cooler, I think, than it was today. I mean, it was much cooler than this back in 2019 when we last held the runoffs at Virginia International Raceway. And look, Alex Mayer, we talked about this yesterday. Alex Mayer in a 15-lap race, he went out, ran 10 laps, had a couple laps on the rest of the field, brought the car in, crew took a look, took some tire pressures, and sent him back out. And I don't know if Keith runs a pretty bare bones operation. I don't know if he's got crew sitting on the pit wall waiting for him if he brings the car in, but he should be able to get a feeling for what this car is doing as we are now starting lap number 2 of 11. Wayne Nicolette now opening up, I'd say about a 20 car length advantage over Brian Farrell, but Doug Fisher, he's hanging in there. He's only now about 5 car lengths back from Brian Farrell as they go down into turn number 1. Here starting lap number 2 from Summit Point Raceway.
Yeah, they're still holding that 5-car length gap between Farrell and Fisher as they come out of 2, head up into turn 3. Again, Farrell looking really, really good right now, looking a little bit stronger. So obviously, as I said, with the track being a little bit cooler, and we've just dropped another degree in here, 85 degrees. I may have to go get my long pants and a long sleeve shirt here by the time we're done with this one.
We may have to go to the Summit Point Pro Shop, see if they sell any sweatshirts.
That's
over
right.
there.
Making a hoodie.
Please, I hope everybody knows that in some regards we are kind of joking. It's not 86 degrees. It actually is 85 degrees up here. But we love coming to the point.
It's a comfortable 85 degrees.
Yes, it is. Yeah, but part of that's the company, Brian.
That's true.
But we love coming to the point here, and we are so glad to be part of the Mid Atlantic Road Racing Series program, and hope to be back. Actually, pretty sure, Brian, that we'll be back certainly for our last race here at Summit in October, but hope to be back here next season, the 2023 season as well. As Keith McDowell, should I say that Keith McDowell just set the fastest lap of the race? But with a 1:15.461. Now, we should look at this. He is already basically and he's still getting heat in the tires. He's only run 3 laps now. Earlier today, Keith ran a 1:14.4, so he's about a second off of that earlier time. But again, with the cooler temperatures, this might be good. And frankly, with the issues that Fisher has had in that red number 20 Club Ford, maybe the lower temperatures, it might, we don't know what the issues were that he was having with that car, but maybe the lower temperatures here, the lower ambient air, might be advantageous for that car. Maybe he was having some issues, maybe with everything got hotter, maybe the power dropping off. So we'll see how he does out here for this 11-lap race. Now with only 7 laps to go, 4 laps for Keith, at least 4 laps for Keith McDonald in the books. We're waiting for Wayne Nicolette and the rest of the Club Ford field now to come up under the bridge and through turn number 10. And I'll tell you, I love watching these Club Fords. I love these old Lolas. I love these old Zincs. It's really just a throwback to another era. It's just a way that it was done. Just like I still love, late 60s Formula One cars before the Aero era kicked in. To see these cars without the wings and just that primitive, with a lack of a wind tunnel, primitive body design, what people thought would slip through the air and be able to get air to the motor, and I love watching them run.
I'm going to keep an eye on the time. You're exactly right, Greg. I'm going to keep an eye on the gap between Farrell and Fisher. Running pretty much the exact same lap times. In lap, their best lap was lap 3. They both ran a 1:23.1 and a 1:23.3 respectively between Farrell and Fisher. Both of them here ran a 1:23.5 on this lap. So pretty evenly matched. It's about a 2.2 second gap. To that, it's about 5 seconds up to Wayne Nicolette between, first and second in Club Ford. So when Wayne comes back around, it's Keith McDonald now heading out of turn 2, getting ready to head up into turn 3. We'll see whether or not that gap is going to be a little bit different between Farrell and Fisher.
All right, and so McDonald now, again, getting the heat in the tires, and I think, getting that muscle memory back here, Brian, as we are working lap number 6 of 11. He's dropped his times down a little bit more, down to Keith McDonald has, going in with a 1:15.193. Wayne Nicolette now setting his fastest lap of this race at a 1:21.5, and that is still about 0.4 of a second off of where he was when we finished up our sprint race this morning. But admittedly, Brian, I say, that the temperatures are cooling down here. I mean, this is compared to what we had an hour or 2 hours ago. This morning, though, this group was, they were their last group before lunch. They didn't get out on track until almost high noon. So it was pretty darn warm for them.
Yep, nope, absolutely. Last lap by, I was looking at Fisher and Farrell. As I said, I was continuing to keep an eye on that gap. Fisher has dropped that now down to just at 2 seconds. He was 0.2 faster that lap than Farrell was. So we'll keep an eye on that. Again, with Wayne Nicolette running his fastest lap of the race right there at that 1:21, that's opened that to almost a 9.5, almost 10-second lead, over the next two. But between Fisher and Farrell, we'll keep an eye on them, because I think that is going to be the race, I think, at the end of this 11 laps. Who's going to finish second, Club Ford?
Yeah, I definitely the one to watch is Wayne Nicolette now crosses the stripe. Does not improve on his lap times this last time by, but you can see here now as they came out of turn 10, coming up towards the start-finish line, Doug Fisher definitely making up ground on Brian Farrell. Fisher just ran his fastest lap of the race, almost 0.2 of a second faster than the 24, and they are now side by side going in the 1, and Doug Fisher now takes over second position in Club Ford from Brian Farrell. So move that red number 20 up into second, move Brian Farrell in the blue 24 back into third, as they are now nose to gearbox coming through turn 3.
Yeah, I think Doug Fisher may have really got a great run out of turn 10, and he was able to just take it all the way down through into turn 1. I don't think Brian Farrell realized that the gap was going to be that much, because by the time they got there, Brian Farrell stayed driver's left going in there, and then all of a sudden Fisher went dead inside, hit that apex right there, and just kept taking off. So that went from 2 laps ago from 2.2 seconds down to 0.7 at the start-finish line to now Douglas Fisher in second in Club Ford.
All right, well, everybody, if you, and I know we're getting ready and getting down to the end of the day here, but if you like what you see, if you like what you've heard today, please go ahead and, go ahead and give us a thumbs up here on YouTube. And if you haven't done so already, remember, go ahead, give us that thumbs up, smash that thumbs up button, click on the subscribe button so you can find out about all the great motorsports action that the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA is going to have for you on YouTube. And now going down into turn 1, Brian, maybe we did save the best for last. We got a great little scrap going on right now between Fisher and Farrell here in Club Ford. As the red number 20 machine, he manages to hold off Brian Farrell. Farrell pushed that car deep down into turn 1 into the braking zone, and Farrell managed to Fisher managed to hold him off, but it's turned into a great little fight here.
Yeah, those guys actually evenly matched there. Looking at the lap times there, even on that lap there, 1:22.8 for Douglas Fisher to a 1:23.9 for Brian Farrell. So again, Fisher a little bit faster there, but Farrell able to go a little bit deeper into that braking zone of 1 and was able to get almost side by side with him before Fisher held him off.
All right, coming out of turn 10 now is Wayne Nicolette. He's followed off his initial pace, but not by much, only 0.1 of a second. But as he crosses the stripe, and as I say that, Wayne Nicolette sets his fastest lap of the race at a 1:21.4, and that is still about 0.3 off of what he ran yesterday. But look at this, coming out of 10 now, and side by side, coming down the front straight, we've got the red number 20 machine to driver's right of Doug Fisher. We've got Brian Farrell in the blue 24 to driver's left as they go under braking. They're both giving each other a lot of room there. but it looks like it. We'll have to see what happens when they come out of turn 2. But the blue 24, Brian Fisher, both drivers in Zinc Z10Cs. Brian Fisher now has taken over second position in Club 4.
There you go, mixing up the names again.
Oh,
Actually, it's Doug Fisher. He's going to drop back to third. Brian Farrell's going to go ahead and take that number 2 spot. So the next lap, we'll have Fisher go there, and then it'll be Doug Farrell.
Thank you, Steve.
And Brian. Hey, Greg, real quick, I'd be remiss if we didn't say that after today we're done here in this action, we are going to have our regional meeting.
That's right. Oh, that's right.
Right next to the Summit Point Pro Shop there. So as soon as we're done with this, everyone, if you want to be heard and you want to hear the candidates that are running for the board members,
of directors,
they are going to be out there talking and, giving their speeches, so you may want to come up. Again, if you want to be heard, there will be some other, I'm sure, region business that will happen.
That's right. Yeah, every year, and you've been a driver's rep, I've been a driver's rep. The open competition meeting is the time when you can voice, and a lot of times it ends up being, say, hey, where do you want to race next year? And everybody says Watkins Glen, Charlotte, Virginia International Raceway. And now going down into turn 1, again, a swap in positions as Brian Farrell runs his fastest lap of the race. But and by the way, Brian, this is now beginning our last lap of the race as Keith McDonald, right behind the scrap in Club Ford, has crossed the stripe, and he is now working his 11th and final lap.
And it does look like Keith has slowed down a little bit, not to get involved in that. You could definitely tell that he got off the throttle, really going to come through there easy in order to give them that extra lap. You can see that the pace went down. So we'll have to see what his lap time is going to be, but I guarantee you he got way off the throttle when he saw them in 3.
It's probably going to be about 6 seconds off of his previous lap. If he sits back there, it doesn't get antsy. As Wayne Nicolette now rounds turn 10, he's going to start his final lap of the race as well, starting his for what will be his 11th and final lap. But, again, open competition meeting, and as you mentioned, going to have candidates for the Washington, D.C. Region Board of Directors, and the election season has opened. You can pass your vote online now as we have that battle for second in Club Ford coming across the stripe. Doug Fisher in the red number 20 machine. He had crossed the stripe first, but we've got he and Brian Farrell now side by side, wheel to wheel, going into turn number 1. And indeed, Keith McDonald, who now takes the checkered flag, he just sat back there and waited. And yes, Brian, Keith McDonald's fastest lap today, a 1:14.8. His final lap today, a 1:22.5. So as I said, about 6 seconds, actually about 8 seconds off of his fastest time.
And Greg, both Doug Fisher and Brian Farrell went side by side up into turn 3, and it was the blue 24 of Brian Farrell that had the preferred line, got out of it, looked over to driver's left, and saw Douglas Fisher right there. Both nodded their heads and kept right on going up the thing. So they may be looking to do a side-by-side finish here to see whether or not who's going to finish second in Club Ford. As here comes Wayne Nicolette. He's going to take the checkered flag for our Club Ford for our last open wheel group of the day. So we will have to see what happens between Brian Farrell and Douglas Fisher. But I tell you what, as they were coming out of turn 3, and here they come out of turn 10, we'll see whether or not Brian Farrell is going to be able to get a run on him coming through. This is where he's been making the move. He's going to pull outside. It's going to be a close one, Greg.
Oh, and Brian, as they cross the line, Doug Fisher in the number 20 machine takes the win over Farrell. And you said a finish side by side. 1/100th of a second as we had that number 24 machine step out. I didn't think he was going to get close coming out of turn 10. He was about 3/4 of a car length back, but as he pulled out at the last second there, he was so close. Only 1/100th of a second off of the number 24 car. So Douglas Fisher, he will finish in second. Brian Farrell will come home in third for our final race of the day. So let's finish up real quick here, Brian, because we were talking about the open competition meeting. We do have elections for the Washington, D.C. Region's Board of Directors, and the polls are now open. You can maybe you are ordering somebody. You can cast your ballots online at motorsportsreg.com, and the links for that should be right on the Washington, D.C. region homepage. And in addition to that, we may have, and I wouldn't be surprised if we also have Bob Crawford stand up and give a little speech. Bob is not only our competition director here in the Washington, D.C. region, but in addition to that, he is running to replace Area 3 Board of Director on the SCCA National Board of Directors, the Area 3 position that has been held for the past number of years by Washington, D.C. region driver, former regional executive, former grid worker, former flagger, you name it, Jack Burrows. And Jack is, I don't want to say aging off the board, but all of the board positions with the SCCA Board of Directors are term limited, and he has reached the end of his term. So, listen to Bob, and another great person from the Steel Cities region. I'm not going to mention his name to give him any advantage, but Gene Kern also running for the Board of Directors. He may be here as well this evening. I don't know. I haven't seen Gene this weekend, however. But we're going to wrap things up here for day number 2 of the MARRS Labor Day Spectacular, or the Labor Day MARRS Spectacular. Eventually, besides my own name, I'll get the order there correct. But let's take a look before we leave at tomorrow's schedule. Okay, we are going to have tomorrow, first off, cars on course for our very first race of the day. For the most part, 20-lap feature races. They're going to be starting probably, if we go and use today as the judge. Going to start with our first group on course, our EVSR Sprint Bracket Road Racing Championship drivers going on course at about 8:40 tomorrow morning. Okay, they are going to be 20-lap feature races, 8 races throughout the day. There's one small exception. Our Big Bore and ITA race is actually going to be a 24-lap race, so a little bit longer tomorrow. But we definitely hope that you can join us. Please note that the link for tomorrow's stream did change, but if you go to the Washington, D.C. region SCCA either YouTube channel or to the D.C. region homepage at WDCR-SCCA.org, you will get the correct link and be able to join us. And so once again, we want to thank everybody here for joining us. We want to thank the great people from the Washington, D.C. region. We want to thank our sponsors, Radial Tire Company, OG Racing, and EVSR. Without them, we could not have this event, Brian.
Yeah, I tell you what, this has been a fantastic weekend. Unfortunately, I am going to be missing tomorrow. I have to leave out of here tomorrow. I'm heading to Watkins Glen to get ready for the SVRA and the Trans Am event that's happening next
wonderful.
week. Working with a couple teams up there to spot for them and get them ready to go. So I have to leave tomorrow around 9 o'clock, but I will be streaming it on YouTube on the way up there with the motorhome.
Amazing.
But I cannot wait to hear what's going to happen tomorrow with our 20-lap races.
Yeah, and we're going to have a cavalcade of stars. I don't think anybody can replace Brian. I know we don't have a B team here at Summit Point Raceway, but we're going to have a cavalcade of Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series stars come on up, I hope, to help me call the races tomorrow. And so for everybody here with the Washington, D.C. region, we want to thank you for joining us, and we will see you tomorrow morning.